Hello and welcome to Python GUI development with Tkinter. My name is Jayanta Sarkar and I am your instructor for this course. It is the most complete and well organized course about GUI development with the help of Tkinter. By the end of this course, students will be able to understand the basic of GUI programming with Tkinter, build fully functional desktop applications, use wizards, layout managers, and event handling, apply object-oriented programming in Tkinter application, and build real-world projects. And if we talk about the course structure, first I'm going to give you the introduction, how we can install it, what is Tkinter, and understanding the Mainloop. Then we are going to jump into the Tkinter window management. After that, we are going to learn Tkinter Widgets. Here we are going to learn basic wizards. Then we are going to learn layout management, such as pack, grid, place, and nested layouts. Then we are going to jump into the Tkinter Advanced Wizard. We are going to learn about all the advanced wizard one by one. After that, we are going to learn about Tkinter event handling, such as command binding, keyboard and mouse events, etc. And the next chapter, we are going to talk about Tkinter variable and data binding. After that, we are going to working with the dialog boxes, such as message box, field dialog, and color chooser. Next, we are going to talk about menu bars and toolbars. After that, we are going to learn object-oriented programming in Tkinter. How we can create GUI apps using classes, structure in larger application, inheritance, and wizards reusability. At the next chapter, we are going to learn images and canvas. And at last, we are going to learn themed wizard with TTK. We are going to use TTK module, styling wizards, custom themes, etc. Then after learn all of this chapter, we are going to deep dive into project section. We are going to cover some basic projects, then we are going to cover some intermediate projects, and also I'm going to cover some advanced projects. So what are you waiting for? Let's get started and create your own desktop application. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome. This is the first tutorial about Tkinter, otherwise Tkinter. In this tutorial, I am going to introduce you what is Tkinter. What is Tkinter and why should we learn Tkinter? Tkinter is the standard GUI library for Python. It provides a fast and easy way to create desktop application with graphical element like buttons, label, text box, and more. So basically it is a graphical user interface which is built by Python. If you have basic knowledge about Python coding, then you can start this journey. It is one of the most easy way to create desktop application. And if I talk about its key point, it's come with built-in library. Tkinter comes with pre-installed with Python, so there is no needed to install it separately. Next key point is wrapper over TCL, otherwise TK. It acts as a Python interface to the TCL TK GUI toolkit. Basically, Tkinter is not a GUI toolkit itself, but rather a Python wrapper around an existing GUI toolkit called TCL TK. Now the question is, what is TCL and TK? TCL stands for Tool Command Language. It is a scripting language, and TK is a GUI toolkit that was originally developed for TCL to create GUI application. Together, TCL and TK is powerful and flexible system used to build user interface. So now you got Python's power with TK GUI feature. And next most important feature is it is cross-platform. Tkinter apps can run on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux OS. So it is versatile. Then it's lightweight, suitable for small to medium-sized GUI application. Also, it is event-driven. Support event-driven programs such as responding to clicks or keystrokes. So these are the key points about Tkinter. Now let's talk about what can we build with Tkinter. We can create desktop tools such as calculator, to-do apps, etc. We can create form-based applications such as login system. We can develop games or simple interactive programs. We can create drawing apps or visual tools. It is very suitable for small to medium size GUI application. It could be your first step to create GUI application with Python programming language. That's why you should learn Tkinter. So this is just introduction tutorial of Tkinter. At the next tutorial we are going to learn how we can install Tkinter for different platforms. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the second tutorial related Tkinter. And today in this tutorial we are going to learn about how we can install Tkinter. Most of the cases Tkinter come pre-installed with Python. You can check if it is available by running this in the Python interpreter. Just you need to type import Tkinter, then you need to print this statement. Otherwise you can print anything. If it do not return any error in your terminal, in that case it's mean it's working. It installed in your system. Let me show you the demonstration. As you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor. At first I am going to import the module, the Tkinter module. Import Tkinter, Tkinter, this one. Then I am going to print a statement. Print, inside the double quotes I am going to type Tkinter, Tkinter is working. And I am going to save this file. After save this file, if I hit run button, and as you can see it's print Tkinter is working because it's pre-installed with Python. That's why we don't need to install it. If you install Python using the official installer, Tkinter is already available. To verify it, just type Python -m Tkinter. If you type it in your Windows PowerShell, a small demo GUI window should pop up. Let me show you. So as you can see, I am in my Windows PowerShell. If I run this bash code, let me show you, and then I hit enter, as you can see, it will appear a window. It is for the demo purpose. It means Tkinter is pre-installed with Python. At the same way, if your operating system is macOS, for macOS, Tkinter is usually bundled with Python on macOS. If it is not, then just type brew installed python-tk and then type python 3-m Tkinter. It will verify it that is installed in your system. But for the Linux operating system, you may need to install it manually using apt. Just type sudo apt get update, then sudo apt get install python 3-tk, and for testing just you need to type python 3-m Tkinter. This is how you can install Tkinter in your system. For this tutorial series we are going to use Windows operating system. So our upcoming all the videos based on Windows operating. So this is it for this tutorial. In the next tutorial we will build our first Tkinter window. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. So this is the first practical tutorial related Tkinter. And here we are going to build our first Tkinter window. So as you can see in my current working directory, I already created a Python file. At first we need to import the module. We need to import Tkinter. There are two ways we can import TK module. At first we can import everything from Tkinter. For that just we need to type from Tkinter Tkinter I am going to import star. It's going to import everything, every class, every function which is inside the module. But there is another method. This line imports all the necessary classes and functions from the Tkinter library. Also you can import Tkinter using alias name. For that just you need to type import Tkinter Tkinter as tk. So this is the second method to import Tkinter. And for now I would like to go with the first method, so I'm going to comment out this line. Don't worry, I will explain it later in our upcoming tutorials. After that, we need to create the main window. To create the main window, we need to define a variable. In our case, I'm going to type root. Root equal to, here we need to use the instance of tk class. So I'm going to type capital T K and round braces to end the class. Here we create an instance of tk class which represent the root window of your application. Next, we need to start the main event loop. For that, here I'm going to type root dot main loop and round braces. The main event loop method starts the Tkinter event loop, which keep the window open and responsive to user interaction until it is closed. So if I save this file and run this code in my terminal, it's going to open a blank window. Let me show you. So after hit run button, as you can see, here it open a blank window. Now I'm going to assign a title to this window. For that here we need to type root dot title, and inside the round braces I'm going to type, it is simple GUI, so I'm going to type simple GUI. Otherwise you can type your first GUI, and just you need to save the file and run the code in your terminal. After run the code in your terminal, as you can see, now you can see the window name for this window, simple GUI, and you can notice it is responsive because of this main loop. So here we create our first GUI blank window with the help of Python Tkinter. Now let's talk about the main loop function. Root.mainloop function starts the event loop of the GUI. It waits for interaction such as click, typing, etc. It's always keep the window open until it's closed manually. Without it, the window would be flashed or closed instantly. So if I comment out this line and save this file and run this code in my terminal, now you can notice it do not open the window. Basically it opened the window, but instantly it closed the window. If I rerun it again, you can notice, barely you can notice something, because we need this main loop to keep open this window. So that's the usage of main loop, and it's important. So this is it for this tutorial. At the next tutorial, we are going to talk about geometry. So stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related to Python Tkinter. And in this section, we will learn how to manage and customize main Tkinter window. These foundational concepts are essential for building and polish your user-friendly GUI application. So in our previous tutorial, we learned how to create the main window. For that, we need to import the Tkinter module. So I'm going to type import Tkinter as tk. Then using its class name, I'm going to create an instance variable, and I'm going to name it root, R-O-O-T. Root equal to tk dot tk, and tk class, it's a class, and semicolon to end this line, and round braces to close, and round braces. This line create the main window. And as you know, to run this application, we need to call an event loop. For that, I'm going to type root dot main loop. Basically, this will run the application. So if I run this code in my terminal, it's going to create a blank window. This is the blank window. And if you want to provide a title to this window, yes, you can. Just you need to type, let me show you. Between the tk class and main loop, we need to type root.title my Tkinter app. And if I save this file and run this code, as you can see, now this title is assigned to this Tkinter app. Now let's talk about the geometry. I want to set the window size, window position, and window icon. For that, we need to use geometry function. Let me show you. So I'm going to type root.geometry. Here I'm going to define the size of our window. So inside the double quotes, I want to define the size 800 x 600. It's going to set the size of the window. So after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now you can notice this time it opened the much bigger window. After that, with the size of this window, I'm going to define the position of this window, where it's going to open the window. For that, after defining the size with an height, I'm going to addition with 100. It is for x-axis, and for the y-axis, I'm going to addition with 50. It is for y-axis. So after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now you can notice the result. From the x-axis, it will provide 100 pixel gap, and from the y-axis, it will provide 50 pixel gap. At the same way, if I increase the value of y-axis, if I make it 500 and then save this file and rerun this code, now you can notice this time it opened the window from the y-axis 500. This time it provides 500 pixel gap from the top, and from the left it provides 100 pixel. So this is how we can position this window. We can define where it's going to open in our screen. Remember, first we need to provide width, then we need to provide height. After that, we need to use addition sign, and we need to provide the x offset value and then y offset value. You need to follow this order: width, height, x offset and y offset. Now let's see how we can set an icon to our application, our GUI application. For that, we need to use icon bitmap function. Let me show you. So I'm going to type root dot icon bitmap. Then inside the round braces, we need to provide the file path. So inside the double quotes, I'm going to type this icon name, icon.ico. And remember, for icon, always we need to use .ico extension. Otherwise, it will not work. So type ico in icon.ico, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, let's run the code in our terminal. So I'm going to run this code in my terminal, and as you can see, now you can see the icon. This is the icon I used. It is file download icon. So in this tutorial, we learn how we can set a dimension to our window, how we can open our window at certain position, and how we can assign an icon to our application. At the next part of this tutorial, we are going to talk about window resizing, minimum maximum limits, and full screen mode. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, nice to see you back. This is the second tutorial related Tkinter window management. As you can see, now if I run this code in my terminal, you can see the window at that position. Now if I try to resize the window, yes, it is resizable. We can extend its width and extend its height, but we can set a limit. Let me show you. Here I'm going to use a function called resizable. So I'm going to type root dot resizable. Inside the round braces, I'm going to make false, both the value false. It is for width, and next I'm going to pass false value for height, false, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, and this time if I try to resize this window, it is not resizable anymore, because we make both the value false. But if I make one of the value true, so I'm going to make height value true, and then save this file and run this code in my terminal. Now you can notice we can extend the height of this window. But if I try to extend the width of this window, it's not going to work, because this time we make width value false and height value true. So we can extend the height, but we cannot extend the width of this window. Now let's talk about the minimum size and maximum size function. So I'm going to comment out this line, and here I'm going to use minimum size. So I'm going to type root dot min size, min, minimum size, and here I'm going to set the dimension. Here I'm going to set minimum dimension 400 by 300, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and try to reduce the window size, now you can notice at certain point it stopped resizing the window, because here we set minimum size for width we use 400 and for height we use 300. So we cannot reduce the height and width of this window. So this is how we can set the minimum size of this window. At the same way we can set the maximum size. So I'm going to duplicate this line, and instead of minimum size I'm going to use maximum size. So I'm going to type maximum, max size, and here I'm going to set dimension. For width I'm going to take 1200, and for height here I'm going to take 800, and I'm going to set this file, and I'm going to run this code again. Now if I try to increase the width and height, at certain point it stopped increasing the height and width of this window. Now width become 1200 pixel and height become 800 pixel. We cannot go further than it because here we set the maximum limit. So this is how we can set the maximum and minimum size of this window. I hope now it's clear for you. Now let's talk about full screen mode. Now before I apply the full screen, I'm going to comment out both the lines, maximum size and minimum size, because we need to fill the condition. That's why we need to comment out these lines. And also you can comment out geometry, but you don't need it. To apply the full screen, I'm going to type root dot attribute function, attributes. Then inside the round braces, here inside the single quotes I'm going to type dash full screen. Then I'm going to make the condition true, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, there is a problem. Yes, it's going to make our window full screen, but there is no way to exit the full screen. So I'm going to run this code in my terminal, and after run this code in our terminal, as you can see, it creates the full screen. Now it creates full screen window, but there is no way to exit the window because we do not set any condition for that. Otherwise we do not create any function for that. And here I use multiple screens, so from my other screen I can close this window. So from my taskbar I'm going to close the window and quit the program. Now the question is, then how we can use the full screen? How we can exit the full screen? For that we need to create a function. So I'm going to create a function. I'm going to define a function, and our function name is exit full screen. So I'm going to define the function using def, and our function name is exit full screen. Then inside the round braces, here I'm going to make event equal to none. Then inside the exit full screen function, here I'm going to use this method root.attributes. So I copy this one and I'm going to put it here, and I'm going to remove it from this place. Now the question is why I use this optional parameter in this function, event equal to none. Because Tkinter automatically press an event object when a key is pressed. When I press any key, Tkinter think it's an event. So by default we make it none. And now we need to bind it and call the keyboard event. For that, here I'm going to use bind method. Don't worry, I will explain you later why I use bind. So I'm going to type root dot bind method, bind. Then inside the round braces, here inside the double quotes, less than, greater than, then inside it, here I'm going to type escape. It means when I press escape key, then I want to exit full screen. So type exit full screen function. I'm going to call exit full screen function. And I'm going to save this file. And before I save this file, let me correction something. Here we need to exit the full screen. So we need to make it false, not true. False. So it's going to exit the full screen. And then we need to activate the full screen using the same attribute method. So I copy this line, root.attributes, and I'm going to paste it here. and this time I'm going to make it true. So it's going to activate the full screen mode. Then whenever I press escape key in my keyboard, it's going to exit the full screen. So after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, as you can see, first it activates the full screen mode, and whenever I press escape key in my keyboard, as you can see, it exits the full screen. So this is how we can open our window at different geometry. I hope now it's clear for you how geometry works in Tkinter. At the next tutorial, we are going to work on basic Tkinter widgets. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with another tutorial related Tkinter. And today in this tutorial, we are going to talk about label wizard. Label wizard used to display text or images in a GUI application. It is one of the most basic wizard. And if I talk about its key feature, then it is used to display static text and images. Customize appearance using properties like font, color, size, etc. It can serve a placeholder or provide feedback in an application. And if we talk about its syntax, first when you type label method, then inside the round braces, we need to provide the main window, otherwise frame name. Then we can use these properties. Otherwise we can use these parameters, text and other options. And we have various configuration options such as font, background, foreground, etc. Now let's talk about its options. We have total 7 options in label wizard: text, image, font, background, foreground, padding X, padding Y. In our first option, it displays text on the label, and using image option, it displays an image instead of text. Then we have font. We can define font style using it. Then we have background color. Then we have foreground color. Foreground color means text color. Then we have padding X. It is provide horizontally padding around the label content. Then we have padding Y. It is provide vertical padding around the label content. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use this widget. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor. At first, I'm going to import the module, the TK module. So here I'm going to type import Tkinter as TK. Otherwise, you can import all the program using start. And if you want to import all the program from TK module, for that you need to type from Tkinter import star. It's going to import all the method, all the classes from this module. So I'm going to comment out the previous line. Then we need to create the main window. To create the main window, first I'm going to declare a variable root equal to, this time I'm going to type TK. It's going to create the main window. Next, I'm going to assign a title to this window. For that, I'm going to type root dot title. Then inside the round braces, here I'm going to type Tkinter label example. And next, I'm going to define the geometry of this window. So I'm going to type root dot geometry. Inside the round braces, inside the double quotes, I'm going to type 300 x 200. And also we need to run the main loop to run the application. So here I'm going to type root dot main loop, this one. If I run this code in my terminal, as you can see, here it creates a window. And now in this window, I'm going to put a text. For that, we are going to use label widget. So I'm going to delete this window, and here I'm going to type a variable. And our variable name is label. Label equal to, here I'm going to type label wizard. Label, this one. Then inside the round braces, at first we need to provide the window name. And as window name, I'm going to pass root. Then we need to provide the text. The text I want to pass in this label. So we need to type this attribute name text. text equal to, here I'm going to pass hello Tkinter. Then I'm going to use font. For font, we need to type font equal to, inside the round braces, inside the double quotes, first we need to define which font we are going to use. And I'm going to use Arial font. Then we need to define the font size. As a font size, I'm going to define 16. After comma, next I'm going to pass foreground color. For the foreground color, I'm going to use FG. FG equal to, and here I'm going to use white color. White. Then I'm going to use background color. BG. BG equal to, inside the double quotes, here I'm going to type blue color. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, let's run the code. If I run this code, as you can see, it's shown nothing. It do not show the text because we do not tag this label. Now we need to tag this label. So here we need to use a method called label.tag. Then inside the round braces, for now I'm not going to pass anything. And I'm going to save this file. And I'm going to run this code. After run this code, now you can see the text. Here you can notice our font size is 16 pixel and our font style is Arial. And as a background color, we said blue color. And as a foreground color, here we said white color. And now I want to add little padding from the x-axis direction, also y-axis direction. So after comma, here I'm going to type pad x. Pad x equal to 10. Comma, also I'm going to assign padding y. Pad y equal to 5. If we run this code in my terminal, now you can see it add padding. It add 10 pixel padding from the x-axis direction and 5 pixel padding from y-axis direction. Also, you can assign padding when you pad this label. Something like that. Let me show you. Pad y. I'm going to add pad y. And here I'm going to add 20. And I'm going to save this file and rerun this code. After rerun this code, you can see the result. Now it add padding around the label, not inside the label. At the same way, you can add pad x when you pack this label. Now let me explain the code line by line. So at first here you can see we create a variable root equal to tk. It create the main application window. Then we assign a title. Basically it's going to set a title of the window. Then we assign geometry. It specify the window size. After that, we are going to jump into the label configuration. At first, we pass in which window I want to create the label, which is root. Then we use text property. It's going to specify the text which I want to display in this window. Then we use font. It's going to set the font style and font size. Then we have foreground. It's going to set the text color. Then we have the background. It's going to set the background color. Then we have pad x and pad y. Pad x is going to add padding at the x-axis direction and pad y is going to add padding at y-axis direction. After that, we packing the label using label.pack method. It is going to place the label in the window. And otherwise, if you create the label and do not place the label on the window, it's not going to show the label. And also we add little padding from y-axis direction. Now, let's see how we can display an image using label wizard. As you can see in my current working directory, we have total 2 images, one JPG image and another one is PNG image. And if I open this PNG image, it's an icon and its resolution is 512 by 512. So I'm going to use this image, this PNG image. So here I'm going to expand the geometry size. Here I'm going to type 700 by 700 and I'm going to set this file. And now I'm going to display this image in this root window. For that we need to use a method and our method name is photoImage method. So at first I'm going to declare a variable and our variable name is image. Image equal to, we need to use a method called photoImage. So I'm going to type photoImage. It is the method from Tkinter. Then inside the round braces, we need to provide the file, the file path, which image we are going to use. So I'm going to use an attribute called file. File equal to, inside the round braces, as you can see in my current working directory, we have this image. So I'm going to copy this image name, and here I'm going to paste the image name, png underscore image dot png. Basically, in this variable, we load this image using photo image method. And now we need to create a label using this image. For that, I'm going to declare another variable, label, and this one is label 2. Label 2 equal to, we need to use the label method, label, then inside the round braces, at first we need to provide the window name, which is root. Then we need to provide the image. So I'm going to type image equal to our image variable, this one. And to rectify the variable, I'm going to change the variable name. So here I'm going to add underscore, image underscore. Also going to pass underscore here. After that, we need to pack this label. So I'm going to duplicate this line, and here I'm going to add 2. This is label 2, and I'm going to save this file. Now let's run the code and see what it's going to return. After I run this code in my terminal, as you can see, it displays this image using label wizard, and also it add 20 pixel padding at y-axis direction. And one thing you need to remember, by default Tkinter support PNG format, GIF format, but it do not support JPG format images. Let me show you. So I'm going to delete this terminal, and I'm going to replace the file path. So I duplicate this line and comment out previous one, and this time I'm going to use this image, this cat.jpg image. So here I'm going to copy the file name, and I'm going to put it here, and also I'm going to pass the extension .jpg, and I'm going to save this file. If I try to run this code in my terminal, let me show you, it's going to throw an error, because as I told you, it do not support JPG images. To support other format images such as JPG format, you need to use another module, which is pillow module. So let me show you how we can use it. At first, you need to download the module in your system. So I'm going to open the window PowerShell. So as you can see, we are in my window PowerShell. And to download the pillow module, just you need to type pip install pillow, PILLOW, and then you need to hit enter. After hit enter, as you can see, it print requirement already satisfied, because I already download this package. But you need to complete the download process. After that, you are able to use this module. Pillow is a Python imaging library. And from this pillow module, we need to import total 2 methods, image and image tk. And as a short form, pillow known as pill. So here I'm going to type from pill, I'm going to import image. Also I'm going to import image tk, this one. Now I'm going to comment out this line, because at that process we cannot import JPG image. So here I'm going to type a single line comment, and I'm going to type for JPG images. So at first I'm going to create a variable called image underscore. I'm going to use the same variable. Otherwise I'm going to set it image JPG. Image JPG, this is our variable name, and equal to, I'm going to use a method. We need to use a method from pillow module. So I'm going to type image dot, and our method name is open. And inside the round braces, inside the double quotes, we need to pass the file path. And as you can see, we are going to pass this file path, this cat.jpg image. Then here you can see we use a method photo image. It is from Tkinter module, but this time we need to use photo image from pillow module. So here I'm going to type photo equal to image tk dot photo image. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the image file path, which is image underscore jpg. So I copy the variable name and I'm going to pass it here. After that, I'm going to show this photo in this label. So here I'm going to type photo, and I'm going to save this file. After set this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now you can see it display the JPG image. Now, if you want to resize this image, yes, you can. Let me show you how you can resize it. For that, you can use resize method. Let me show you how. So, I'm going to type image underscore JPG equal to image underscore JPG, and here I'm going to use the resize method dot resize. Next, inside the round braces, we need to assign the dimension, and I want to make it 300 by 300. After that, after set the dimension of this image, if I run this code in my terminal, as you can see, it resizes the image. And also, if you want to rotate this image, yes, you can. For that, I'm going to duplicate this line, and here I'm going to type image underscore JPG dot rotate method. Rotate. Then inside the round braces, here I'm going to type 45. And if I set this file and run this code in my terminal, as you can see, it rotates the image at 45 degree. So this is how we can use pillow module with Tkinter. It's going to allow us to display JPG images. And by default, Tkinter support only PNG and GIF image. And you need to remember that. So this is it for this tutorial. At the next tutorial, we are going to talk about another widget. We are going to talk about frame widget. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with another tutorial related Tkinter. And today in this tutorial, we are going to learn frame widget. In our previous tutorial, we learned about label widget. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn about frame widget. A frame in Tkinter is a container widget used to group and organize other widgets. It acts as a rectangular region on the screen where you can place other widgets such as button, label, and text fields. Frames are especially useful for creating complex layout by dividing the window into manageable sections. And if we talk about key feature of frame, we can use it as a container, we can use it for styling, otherwise parenting. Frames are primarily used as containers to organize widget hierarchies. Also, we can use it for styling. You can customize the frame appearance using properties like background color, border width, and relief style. And also we can use it for parenting. A frame can act as a parent to other widgets, allowing you to next frames for complex layouts. And if I talk about its common attributes, such as background, it is used for background color of the frame, width and height. Using it, we can set the dimension of this frame. Also, we can set relief. It specifies the border style, such as flat, raised, sunken, grooved, raised. Then we have another attribute called border width. It says the width of the border. So let's start the practical and see how we can apply these attributes. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor. So at first, I am going to import our module. So I'm going to type from Tkinter Tkinter. I want to import all the programs. So I'm going to import star. Then we need to create the main window using the tk object. So I'm going to type root equal to tk. And also we need to run the Tkinter event loop, the main loop. For that, here I'm going to type root dot main loop. Then at first I am going to set the geometry, root dot geometry. Inside the round braces, inside the double quotes, here I am going to assign 700 by 700x 300. With this 700 and height is 300 pixel. Also, if you want to assign a title to this window, yes, you can. So let's assign a title. So here I'm going to type root dot title. And inside the round braces, inside the double quotes, I'm going to type frame example. Now let's run the code and see what it returned. So as you can see, it create a window, name frame example, and here we set the dimension 700 by 300 pixel. And now I'm going to create the main frame. For that I'm going to declare a variable called frame. Frame equal to, here we need to use a function called frame. Inside the round braces, at first we need to pass the source, in which window I want to display the frame, which is root. This is the root window, comma, then I'm going to assign width to this frame. So I'm going to type width, here I'm going to assign 200 pixel. Then I'm going to assign height. Height, also I'm going to assign 200 pixel. Then I'm going to assign border width. Border width, and here I'm going to assign border width 5. And also I'm going to use another attribute. Here I want to apply border style. To apply the border style, we need to use relief property. Relief equal to grouped. For now I'm going to apply grouped border style. Then as you know, after create the frame, we need to pack this frame. For that I'm going to type frame dot pack method, pack, and inside the round braces. And if you want to apply some padding, yes you can. Suppose I want to apply pad at x-axis direction. Pad x 10 pixel. Then also I'm going to apply pad y 10 pixel. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I run this code in my terminal, here you can see the result. Here you can see this is the frame we create in this window. And if you want to apply background color, for that you need to type BG. So here I have to type BG, background. For the background color, I want to apply gray color. So inside the double quotes, I'm going to type gray. And I'm going to save this file and rerun this code in my terminal. Now you can see the result. This is the frame we create. Now let's add some text in this frame. Yes, you can add text in this frame using label. Let me show you. So here I'm going to type a variable name for the label. So here I'm going to type L equal to label. Label, inside the round braces, first we need to provide the frame, in which frame I want to display this label. So our frame name is, and our frame variable name is frame. So I'm going to type frame. Then we need to pass the text. What text I want to display in this label. So I'm going to type text property. Text equal to, inside the double quotes, I'm going to type hello world. And if you want to assign foreground color, suppose such as 8G, and I want to assign foreground color white. After create the label, also we need to pack this label. For that we need to type L dot pack method, pack. And if you want to assign padding, yes you can. So for now I'm not going to assign any padding, and I'm going to save this file and display this and run this code in my terminal. After run this code in my terminal, as you can see, this is what it create. Now you might have question, what's going on here? As you can see, it put the text inside this frame successfully, but it do not apply the attributes which we apply in our frame, such as width, height, background color, etc. But it apply the border style. Because if you use label inside the frame, then you need to apply these attributes in this label attribute. Let me show you. So for now I'm going to remove background, width and height. I don't need it. And I'm going to apply background color to this label, BG, background. For background I'm going to use gray colored, and I'm going to set this file. If I run this code in my terminal, now you can see it apply the background color to this label. Then if you want to assign padding, yes you can. And now I decide I want to pack this label left side of this window. For that, here we can define the side of this frame when we pack the frame. Let me show you. So here I'm going to type side equal to, and here I'm going to type left. I want to align this frame at the left side of this window. So if I set this file and rerun this code, you can see the result. As you can see, this time it aligned the frame left side of this window. Now I want to fill this frame at y-axis direction from this way to this way. Let me show you how. So here I'm going to use a property called fill. Fill equal to, inside the double quotes, I'm going to use y. I want to fill it at y-axis direction. Now if I close this terminal and rerun this code, but before I run this code, we need to pass comma here and save this file and run this code in my terminal. Now you can see it filled the frame at y-axis direction. And if I remove the padding from all of the direction, let me show you. If I remove these paddings and then save this file again and rerun this code, now you can see it removed the padding from every direction. And if I try to increase the height of this frame, let me show you. As you can see, when I increase the height, also it increase frame height, because here we fill this frame at y-axis direction. Basically here we create a sidebar of a window using frame wizard. And inside this frame wizard, you can pass button, from, etc. If you have knowledge about HTML, then we can compare this frame with a div element. Basically, it is act as a container. And remember, here you can apply different type of border style, such as groove, sunken, flat, raised, and many more. And if you want to move this frame at the right side, just into type side equal to right when you tag the frame. So this is the introduction video of frame wizard, how we can use it and how we can apply it. And in the next tutorial, we are going to talk about button wizard and how we can use button wizard with frame. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hey guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related Tkinter. And today in this tutorial, we are going to learn button wizard. In Tkinter, a button wizard is used to create a button that user can click to trigger a specific action or event in GUI application. The button wizard came with several configurable options, allowing you to customize its appearance and behavior. In a single sentence, we can trigger any action or event using button. And if we talk about button wizard explanation otherwise properties, it comes with text property, command property, width and height property, foreground background property, font property and state property. Using text property, we can display the label on the button. And using command property, a function or method to be executed when the button is clicked. And using width and height, we can define the size of the button. And using foreground and background, we can set foreground and background color of the button. And if you want to define the button text, in that case you need to use font property. And then we have state property. We can define state of the button. It could be normal, otherwise disable. And normal is the default mode. Now let's start the practical and see how we can use button wizard. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor. And at first, I'm going to import our TK module. So I'm going to type import Tkinter as TK. Otherwise, if you want to import all the program, then you can import start. Now, we need to define a function. A function to be called when the button is clicked. For that, I'm going to type def. And our function name is button click. Otherwise, on button click. Underscore button. Inside the round braces, for now I'm not going to pass any parameter. Then inside the function, I'm going to print a label. I'm going to display a label. So here I'm going to type label dot config. Inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the text. Text equal to button click. Now you can see it showing warning because we do not define this variable. Don't worry, I'm going to define the variable later. Then, after create the function, we need to create the main window. So I'm going to declare root equal to tk dot tk function. It's going to create a tk object. Then I'm going to define a title. So I'm going to type root dot title. Inside the round braces, inside the double quotes, I'm going to type Tkinter button example. Next, I'm going to define the geometry of this window. For that, I'm going to type root.geometry. Root.geometry inside the round braces. Here I'm going to define 300 by x 200. Then we need to define the level. So I'm going to declare the level variable. Level equal to tk dot label. Then inside the round braces, I want to display this level in our root window. So I'm going to type the window name root. Then we need to pass the text. Text equal to, here I'm going to type, press the button below. Then I'm going to declare the font. Font equal to, inside the round braces, I want to use Arial font. Also we need to declare the font size, so I'm going to pass 14 pixel. So after create this label, also we need to pack this label. For that I'm going to type label dot pack method, pack. And also I want to define some padding at y-axis direction. So I'm going to type pad y 10 pixel, otherwise 10 points. And to run the application, I'm going to define the main loop. So I'm going to type root dot main loop. And before I set this file and run this code in my terminal, as you can see, here we need to type tk, k in small letter, this one. And I'm going to set this file again and run this code in my terminal. After run this code in my terminal, you can see the window. Press the button below. Here we do not create the button yet. Now I'm going to create the button below the text. For that, I'm going to use button wizard. So at first, I'm going to define a variable called button. Button equal to tk dot button, button method. Then inside the round braces, at first we need to define the window, in which window I want to show the button. In our case, root. Then we need to define the text, the button text. So I'm going to type text equal to, inside the double quotes, I'm going to type click me. Click me. Next, we need to define the command property. Command equal to, here we need to call the function, otherwise the event. And as you can see, we already create an event and our event name is on button click. So here I'm going to type on underscore button click. And remember, when you call this method, otherwise function, you don't need to provide any round braces, just you need to call the function name. After comma, you can define font. So here I'm going to type font. Inside the quotation, I'm going to use Arial font. Arial. After comma, I want to define the font size, so I'm going to pass 12. Then I'm going to set the background color, BG. For background color, I'm going to use light blue. Here we define the background color. After that, I'm going to define the foreground color, FG. Foreground color equal to, and I want to assign foreground color black color. And as you know, after create the button, also we need to pack it using pack method. So here I'm going to type button dot pack, and if you want to add some padding, yes you can. So here I'm going to type pad y. I want to provide padding at y-axis direction, and here I'm going to pass 20 pixel, and I'm going to set this file. Now you might have question, what basically our button going to do? Basically, when I click this button, it's going to replace this label text. It's going to replace press the button below with this text, button clicked, because here I configured this label in this function. Now, let's save the file and run this code in our terminal. After run this code in our terminal, as you can see in our window, we have the button, and our button name is click me. Then, if I click this button, let me show you, As you can see, it replaced the text. It replaced with button click because it triggered the function. It triggered on button click function, and our function configured this text. Next, I'm going to show you how can we use this button wizard with frame wizard. How can we insert the button inside the frame? For that, I'm going to create a frame. After that, label. And our frame name is button frame underscore frame equal to tk dot frame method frame. Then inside the round braces, at first we need to provide the window name, in which window I want to display this frame, which is root. And then we need to set the background color, BG. Background equal to, and I want to set light gray color, light gray. Next, I'm going to set the border style, so I'm going to type relief. Relief equal to tk dot, and I'm going to use raised, this one. And also I'm going to set border width, and I'm going to set it 2. Then also we need to pack this button frame, so I'm going to type button frame dot pack method. Then inside the round braces, at first I'm going to provide padding y, pad y equal to 20, comma, then I'm going to set pad x equal to 20. Next I'm going to fill it, and next I'm going to fill this one, fill equal to, here I'm going to set tk dot both, and the next property I'm going to use expand equal to true. And if I run this code in my terminal, as you can see, here we create the frame, and we need to move this button inside this frame. For that in our button wizard, we need to pass the button frame name. This time I'm not going to pass root. I'm going to replace root with this button frame. So I copy the variable name and I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to save this file. If I save this file and run this code in my terminal, as you can see, this time it adds the button inside this frame, and if I click this button, as you can see, still it's worked. So this is how we can use button wizard with frame wizard. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new tutorial related Tkinter wizard, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn entry wizard. It is one of the most important wizard in Tkinter. The entry wizard in Tkinter is used to accept single line text input from the user. It is commonly used for entering names, password, emails, number, etc. And if I talk about its syntax, you need to type the method name entry, then you need to pass the master. I want to say the parent container name where you want to put the entry, and then you need to pass the options for to configure parameters to customize the widget, such as font, width, background, foreground, justify, relief, etc. And if I talk about entry widget options, you can use background, foreground, font, width, show. It is used to mask characters, such as for password we use star sign. Then text variable. It is associated with Tkinter string variable to set and get values. Then we have states. Here you can pass normal, disable or randomly. Then you have justify for alignment purpose, relief for border style, and at last we have BD for control the thickness of the border. So let's start the practical and see how we can use entry wizard. So as you can see, I am in my Visual Studio Code editor. First I import the module Tkinter. Then I create the TK class. Then I create the main window. After that I assign a title, entry wizard example. Then we set the window geometry, width 300 and height 200. After that we run the main event loop. So whenever we pass any data in our entry field, we need to save it. For that we need a string variable. So here I'm going to declare a variable called name underscore var. Name var equal to, I'm going to define a string variable, string var. That's it. Basically, String variable is a Tkinter variable class. It is used to dynamically link the entry wizard with a variable. Now let's create an entry wizard in our window. So I'm going to type entry. Entry equal to, here I'm going to call the entry wizard class entry. Then inside the round braces, first we need to define, I want to say the parent container. In our case, it's root. After that, I'm going to use the option called text variable. So I'm going to type text variable equal to, here I'm going to assign with this variable called name var. Name variable. Then after comma, at the next line, I'm going to define font. Font, here inside the round braces, I'm going to assign Arial font. And also we need to define the font size, so I'm going to pass 40. Then after comma, we need to assign width. I'm going to assign width, here I'm going to pass 25. Then I'm going to assign foreground color, FG. Foreground, here I'm going to use blue color. After that, I'm going to assign background color, BG. For BG, I'm going to assign light yellow. After that, I'm going to assign justified because we need to align it, and I'm going to make it centered. Then after comma, here we need to define the style of the border. So I'm going to type relief. Relief equal to, here I'm going to use group value. Inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass group. And next we need to define the border thickness. So I'm going to type BD, border thickness equal to 2. And I'm going to save this file. Next, after create the entry wizard, we need to pack the entry wizard. So I'll type entry dot pack method. Pack inside the round braces. Here I'm going to use pad y width. Pad y, and I'm going to pass 20. Basically, it packed the entry wizard and add vertical padding around it. And it add 20 pixel padding. Now, after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, you can see the entry wizard in this window. This is the entry wizard. Now here you can pass any text such as name, password, whatever. Now after create the entry wizard, we need to create a function that can read the entry input. Also we need to create a button. And whenever we press the button, that's going to show the input. So let's create the function that's going to read the input. So after pack it, so I'm going to type def, and our function name is display. Display underscore input. Display input, and inside the round braces I'm not going to pass any argument, and here I'm going to print inside the double quotes I'm going to type enter text. After that we need to get the value from the name variable. So I'm going to type name var dot get method. First we enter any text in this entry field, and it's going to store in this variable name var, and from this name var variable we are going to extract the data using this function, and here we use get method to extract the data. Now let's create a button that's going to show the input. For that, here I'm going to type button inside the round braces. First I'm going to provide the master, which is root. After that, text attribute, and I'm going to type, I'm going to set it show input. Then I'm going to pass the command. It's going to, whenever I press the button, it's going to command this function, display input. And also we need to pack it. So I'm going to type dot pack, and I'm going to assign little padding at y-axis direction, pad y 10, and I want to set this file. So whenever I click this button, it's going to call the display input function, and this function display the entire text in the console. So after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, we have the entry field, and here I'm going to type my name, and I'm going to click this button, show input. If I hit this button, now you can see in my console it print my name. And if you want to use this entry field for password, in that case you need to hide these characters. For that, you need to use another parameter, otherwise another option called show. Let me show you. So here, after that, I'm going to use another parameter called show. Show equal to, inside the double quotes, I'm going to use star character, star, and here I'm going to pass comma, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now if I type anything in this entry field such as my name, now you can see only the star character. It is happened because of this parameter, and if I hit enter, you can see the text in my console, Jayanto. But you cannot read the data in this entry field. So this is how we use this entry field for password. For now, I'm going to comment this line and save this file again. Also, if you want to show the live update in your GUI, yes, you can. For that, you need to use label wizard. Let me show you. So first, I'm going to type a single line comment here, label that also show what is typed. It is live update. So I'm going to create a label. Label equal to, I'm going to use label wizard, label. Then inside the round braces, first we need to pass the master, which is root window. Then we need to pass the text variable. Text variable, here I'm going to pass our variable name, which is name var. Name var. After comma, we need to define the font. Font, I want to use Arial font. With that, my font size is 40. After comma, also we need to define the foreground color, FG. Foreground, and our font color is green. And I'm going to save this file. After that, also we need to tag this label. For that, I'm going to type label dot pack inside the round braces, and also I'm going to assign little padding from y-axis direction, 10 pixel padding, and I'm going to save this file. And after save this file, let's run the code in our terminal. After run the code in our terminal, if I type something in our entry field, let me show you, such as my name, otherwise hello world, you can see whenever I type any text, otherwise any character, it prints the text in our window with the help of label. So these are all basic about entry wizard. I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with another tutorial related wizard, and today in this tutorial we are going to cover text wizard. It is used for multi-line input, otherwise display purpose. The text wizard in Tkinter allow user to enter or display multi-line of text. It's like a notepad style field and supports advanced formatting, tags and scrolling. If I talk about its syntax, first we need to define a variable, in our case text wizard, and then we need to use this class, text class. Then inside the round braces we need to pass the master, I want to say the main window, then we need to pass the options as parameter. And if I talk about its options, these are all options that we are going to cover in this tutorial, such as width, height, background, foreground, font, wrap, pad X, pad Y, relief, border width, state and undo. We are already familiar with most of the options. So let's start the practical and see how we can use text wizard. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and I already created a basic window using TK class. And we set geometry 400 by 300. If you want to increase it, yes, you can. And if you want to change the dimension, yes, you can. It's up to you. Now, at first, let's create the text wizard. So at first, we need to take a variable, and our variable name is text. Text equal to, I'm going to call text class, this one. Then inside the round braces, At first we need to pass the master, and which is root. I want to place it in a root window. Then I'm going to pass the options. First I'm going to pass height. Height equal to 10, comma, at the next line I'm going to define width. Width equal to, here I'm going to assign 40. Then I'm going to use font. Here I want to use Arial font, so inside the round braces, inside the double quotes, I'm going to type Arial, comma, and I'm going to pass font size 12. Then after comma, I'm going to define foreground color FG equal to, inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass blue color, blue. Then I'm going to define background color using BG. Here I'm going to set background color light yellow. After define the background color, then I'm going to use another property, which is wrap equal to, here I'm going to wrap with word. So type word. Then I'm going to change the border style. For that I'm going to take relief. Inside the double quotes I'm going to use grouped, comma. Next I'm going to use border width. Border width I'm going to define 2. In wrap we have total 3 options: none, character, and word. Then we need to pack it. For that we need to type text dot pack. Inside the round braces also I'm going to assign some padding, so I'm going to type pad y 20 pixel, otherwise 10 pixel, it's up to you. So I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now you can see this is our text wizard look like. Here we can pass a multi-line of text, and if you want to get the text and display the text in your terminal, in that case you need to create a button. Also you need to define a function that going to extract the text. So let's do that. So here I'm going to create a function def, and our function name is show underscore text. Show text. For now it's not going to take any argument, and then inside this function we need to get the text. So for that we are going to use get method. Some type content equal to text dot get. Here we use get method to get the text. Then inside the round braces, now we need to define the index. We are going to start from which index we are going to select the text. So here I am going to select it from the very beginning. So I want to say start of the index. So I'm going to pass inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass 1.0. Then after comma, inside the double quotes, I want to grab up to end of the character. So I'm going to pass end. Here 1 stands for line 1 and 0 stands for 0 character. It means start of the index. If you select 2 here, then it going jump into the line number 2, and if you change the 0 value, suppose 3, then from line number 2 it going to grab the 3rd character. Now we need to print the data in my terminal. So I'm type print, and inside the round braces here I am going to type inside the double quotes user input. User input. Here after comma I'm going to pass the variable. Some type content. And now we need to create a button. Whenever we press the button, it's going to display the text in my terminal. So here I'm going to create a button, and inside the round braces, first we need to provide the master, which is root. Then we need to provide text, button text. Text equal to show text. Then we need to pass the command that going to trigger the function. Command equal to, and our function name is show text, show underscore text. Then I'm going to pack it. Pack, and inside the round braces I'm going to type pad y 10 pixel, and I'm going to set this file. But before I run this code in my terminal, we need to make some correction, because we don't need to put it in a double quotes. We need to remove this end keyword out of these double quotes, end, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and put some dummy text in this text area and click on show text, now you can see it print the exact data we pasted here. It print the multi-line paragraph in my terminal. Now the problem is we don't have any scroll bar in this text wizard. I need a scroll bar. For that, we need to create the scroll bar. So let's create the scroll bar. So before the text wizard, here I am going to define the scroll bar. So I'll type a variable name scroll. Scroll equal to scroll bar. Scroll bar, and inside the round braces we need to pass the master, which is where we are going to put the scroll bar, which is root. Then we need to pack the scroll bar. So type scroll dot pack inside the round braces. Here we need to define the side. Side, I am going to move it right side, right, and we need to define the fill, and I want to fill it at y-axis, so to pass y. Now after create the scroll bar, we need to set the scroll bar inside the text wizard. For that, here after define the root, I am going to define the scroll bar. So y scroll command, for that we need to use this option y scroll command equal to scroll dot set. It's going to set the scroll bar to this text wizard. So to save this file, and I'm going to save this file, and then I'm going to configure this scroll bar. For that, here after pack the text wizard, I'm going to type scroll dot config. Scroll dot config inside the round braces command equal to text dot yview, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now you can notice this scroll bar. This is the scroll bar, and if I pass enough data to scroll, now you can see the scroll bar, and if I scroll down it, you can see the text area content. Scroll bar is very important for text wizard. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can use text wizard in Tkinter. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with another tutorial related Tkinter wizard, and today in this tutorial we are going to cover message wizard. The message wizard is similar to the label, but designed specifically for long blocks of text. Unlike label, it wraps text automatically, making it ideal for displaying multi-line static text like instruction or warning. And if I talk about its syntax, you need to use this method message. Then first you need to define the master, I want to say the window where you are going to put the message wizard. Then you can pass your text, and next we need to pass the options. And if I talk about its options, these are all options that we are going to use in message wizard: with, font, background, foreground, relief, pad x, pad y, anchor, and justify. Justify is used for alignment, and anchor is used for text alignment. So let's start the practical and see how we can use these options with message wizard. So finally I am in Visual Studio Code Editor. Now let me show you how we can use message wizard. At first I'm going to define a message text. So type message underscore text. Message text equal to, inside the round braces, I'm going to pass a multi-line message. So here inside the round braces I'm going to type this multi-line message. Welcome to the Tkinter tutorial. This message wizard automatically wraps long text and adjusts the height to fit the content. After that, we are going to use the message wizard. For that we need to define a variable, msg in our case, equal to message wizard. Then inside the round braces, first we need to define the window where we are going to place our message wizard, which is root. After comma, we need to define the text equal to, here I'm going to pass the variable message text. After comma, then I'm going to define width. Width, I'm going to define 300. Comma, next I'm going to define font. Font, here I want to use Arial font. Inside the double quotes, I'm going to type Arial. And we also need to define the font size, which is 12. Then after comma, I'm going to define background color, BG, background, and I'm going to use light blue. Light blue. Then I'm going to define foreground color, FG, and here inside the double quotes, I'm going to type black. After that, I'm going to style the border. So I'm going to type relief. Relief, here inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass raised, comma, and then I'm going to add little padding. So pad X 10, also pad Y also 10. After that, we need to align the message. I want to align it from the left, so type justify, and inside the double quotes I'm going to type left value, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, we need to pack the message wizard. So type msg message dot pack method. Pack inside the round braces. Also I'm going to add little padding, so type pad y 20 pixel. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, let me show you. After run this code in my terminal, here it displays the message. So I hope now it's clear for you what is the usage of message wizard. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related Tkinter. And today in this tutorial, we are going to learn layout management. Basically, Tkinter offered 3 main layout manager: pack, grid, and trace. And you can also nest layouts using frame inside frames. And today in this tutorial, we are going to learn pack layout. Now the question is, what is pack layout in Tkinter? The pack geometry manager is one of the simplest way to position wizard in a window. It's automatically arrange wizards relative to each other in one of 4 directions: top, bottom, left, or right. And if I talk about a basic syntax, we need to type wizards. First we need to type the wizard variable name, then we need to use dot pack, this method. Then inside the round braces, here we need to pass the options such as pad X, pad Y, side, etc. Fill. And if I talk about its options, these are all options that come with pack layout: side, fill, expand, pad X, and pad Y. In side option, we can pass total 4 value. Top is the default value, then bottom, left, or right. Then we have fill. It's going to expand wizard to fill space. It can fill it x-axis or y-axis or both. Then we have expand. It allows the wizard to expand to fill any extra space in the geometry master. Then we have pad X and pad Y, and we are already familiar with that. So let's start the practical and see how we can use pack layout. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio code editor, and I already create a Python file main.py, and here we create the basic layout with dimension of 300 by 200, and I run the main loop. Now here I am going to add some buttons. This is our first button name, btn1. btn1 equal to, I'm going to use button wizard, button. Then inside the round braces, we need to pass the master name, which is root. Then I'm going to set a button text. Text equal to, here I'm going to type its position, which is top button. I'm going to place this button top of this window. Also need to provide comma between the window name and the text. After that, I'm going to provide a background color. So type BG. Background, here I'm going to use light blue color. Light blue. Then I duplicate this button and I'm going to name it button 2. Here I'm going to name it left button. So I'm going to remove top, and instead of top I'm going to type left button. And also I'm going to change its background color. I'm going to make it light green. Light light green. Then I duplicate it again and I'm going to name this button button 3, and this one is right button, and I'm going to make this one light pink, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, now I'm going to use the pack layout method, because we need to pack it in our window. So first I'm going to pack the first button. So type btn button1 dot pack layout method pack. Then inside the round braces, first I'm going to use side option, side, and I'm going to make it top, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, let's run the code in our terminal. After run the code, as you can see, this is where we place the top button. Now I'm going to fill this button at x-axis. For that, here I'm going to type fill, and I'm going to fill it at x-axis direction, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I run this code again, now you can see it fill the button at x-axis direction. Basically it stretch across the top because we have enough space. Now I'm going to add some padding. For that, here I'm going to use pad y property. Pad y. It's going to add padding at a y-axis direction. So here I'm going to pass 10. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I run my code in my terminal, now you can notice it add little padding on it. Instead of 10, I'm going to use 20. And if I run this code in my terminal, now you can notice it provide gap. It add 20 pixel pad at y-axis. From the top, it add 20 pixel padding, and from the bottom also it add 20 pixel padding. So for now, I'm going to remove the padding because we are already familiar with that. So I'm not going to explain it here. Now, I'm going to talk about expand. But before I talk about expand, I would like to show you other side. So I'm going to duplicate this line. This time I'm going to pack button 2. So side equal to left, and fill, I'm going to fill at y-axis direction. Also I duplicate this line, and I'm going to pack button 3. This time I'm going to pack this button at right side, right, and also I'm going to fill it at y-axis, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I run this code in my terminal, this is how we place our button and we expand our buttons. Here we expand our first button at x-axis, and here we expand our second button and third button at y-axis. And we place our second button at left side and place our third button at right side. Now let me show you another example with expand. For that, I'm going to comment out all these lines. So I'm going to put that section in a multi-line comment. So I'm going to type, and I'm going to move this code inside this multi-line comment. Let me show you. And I'm going to create two other button. To create the button, again I'm going to copy this button variable and I'm going to paste it here. And this is our first button, and this one is top button. Then I duplicate this line and our button 2, and I'm going to place it at bottom side. Also I'm going to change its color. I'm going to make it light cream. After that, I'm going to pack both the button. For that, I'm going to type button btn. For that, I'm going to type button btn button1 dot pack. Button1 dot pack inside the round braces. Here, first I'm going to define the side. Side top. I'm going to place it at top. Then I'm going to use fill property. Fill. And this time I want to fill the button at both direction, both. It's going to fill the button at y-axis, also x-axis. Then I'm going to make expand. I'm going to make it true. So our expand condition is true. So please save this file. If I run my code in my terminal, this is how our button look like. Fill both allow them to stretch horizontally and vertically, and expand through tails Tkinter to share any extra space with this wizard. At the same way, I'm going to pack the another button. So I duplicate this line, and this time I'm going to change the side only. I'm going to make it button. Fill both and expand through. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, and also I'm going to change the button name. It's button 2. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, this is how now it's look like. Now what is happening here? Both button 1 and 2 expand equally to fill vertical space. Fill both value allow them to stretch both horizontally and vertically. Now let me show you the difference between expand true and expand false. For that, I'm going to duplicate this section and comment out previous 2 line. Then here I'm going to use fill it at x-axis. Also I'm going to fill button 2 at x-axis. This time I'm going to make one of the value false. I'm going to make button 1 value false. Let me show you. Expand false. Also I'm going to change the side of the second button. I'm going to make it top. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now you can notice if I expand the window size, if I expand its height, you can notice the top button, I want to see the button 1 stay the same height. Even you resize the window vertically, still it stay the same height. But the second button, otherwise the bottom button, it stretches vertically to occupy the extra space when the window height is increased. Because of here we said expand true. And if I make both the value false, let me show you. So if I make both the value false and then set the file and run this code in my terminal, let's run the code in my terminal. Now if I try to expand the window area, now you can see our second button and top button both the fixed to its place. It stay at the same height. If I increase it, still it stay at the same height. So that's the difference between expand true and expand false. I hope now it's clear for you. So this is it for this tutorial. At the next tutorial, we are going to learn another layout example. We are going to learn about grid layout. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related Tkinter layout management. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn Tkinter grid layout. Now the question is, what is Tkinter grid layout? The grid geometry manager arranges widget in a tabular grid-like structure using rows and columns. It gives you fine control over each widget appears. You can get better control if you use grid layout. If I talk about its syntax, this is the basic syntax. First we need to pass the widget name, then dot grid method, and inside the round braces first we need to pass row, we need to define the row position, also we need to define the column position. And if we talk about common grid options, it comes with row, column, row span, column span, sticky, spad x, spad y, iPad X and iPad Y. Using this option, we can place any wizard at any position. Then if I talk about the key advantage of grid layout, it is better for from style layout, such as login from, calculator, etc. You can align wizards precisely using row and column. And the sticky options helps to align wizard inside itself. And remember one most important rule about grid layout. Do not mix pack and grid in the same container or a same frame or same window. So let's start the practical and see how we can use grid layout. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor and I already created a Python file main.py, and inside this Python file I create the basic layout, the basic Tkinter window layout, and my layout dimension is 300 by 150. Now using grid layout we are going to create a login from. So first I'm going to define two labels. First one is for username and second one is for password. So to type labels inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the master name, which is root. I want to place it in a root window. Then we need to define the text. Text inside the double quotes. Here I'm going to type username. At the same way, I'm going to duplicate this label, and after duplicate this label, I'm going to replace username with password. And now I'm going to position the layouts using grid. For that, here I'm going to type dot grid. Inside the round braces, first we need to define the row. Row, here I'm going to assign 0. I want to place it at 0 row position. I want to set the starting position of our window. Then we need to define the column. Column also 0. It means it's going to start this label from the top left corner. After that, we need to define pad x and pad y. So type pad x 10, comma, pad y 5. So here we assign little padding to this label. From x-axis we assign 10 pixel and from the y-axis we assign 5 pixel. Now at the same way, I'm going to place the level 2. And I want to place it, so I use grid layout and I want to place it at row number 1 but column number 0. Column number is still 0. And I'm going to set this file. Now to set this file, let's see where it's going to place these labels. After run this code in our terminal, now you can see it places this label at that position. First it places username at row number 0 and column number 0, then it places the password at row number 1 but column number 0. Now try to understand the row and columns. So let's back to the screen. Now let's try to understand how row and column work in grid layout. Suppose this is our whole root window, and as I told you, row number and column number starting from 0. If I use row 0 and column 0, then it's going to place the wizard at that position, at that cell. At the same way, if we do not change the row number, if I make it 0, but if we change the column number such as 1, then it's going to place this element at that position. But if we change the row number, suppose row number 2 but column number 1, then it's going to place this wizard at that position. Wizard can be anything. It could be a label, also a entry field, button, whatever. Suppose if you want to position a button at that position, in that case you need to pass row number 3 and column number 3. So you can assume row work at y-axis direction and column work at x-axis direction. So according to our code, we place our first label at that position. Here we place username, and we place our second label at that position. Here we place password, and then we need to take total 2 entry field. One is for username and I want to place it beside of it. I want to place it right side of this column. So we need to define the position. So for the first entry field, I'm going to place row number 0 and column number 1, and for the second entry field I'm going to place row number 1 also column number 1. So let's back to the code editor. And now after take the label, I'm going to take total 2 entry field. So here I'm going to type entry, and first we need to define the window where we are going to place the entry, and I'm going to pass root. Then I duplicate this entry, and I'm going to place our first entry field. As I told you, I'm going to place it right side of the username. So I'm going to use grid method to place the entry field. First I'm going to define row, and our row number is 0, but our column number is column 1. Then I'm going to add little padding. I want to add pad at y-axis. Pad y, here I'm going to provide 5 pixel. Then I copy this section and place it here. This time I'm going to put the second entry field beside of label 2. I want to say password. I want to place it right side of the password. So here we need to define the position. This time I'm going to use row 1 and column 1, and I'm going to save this file. After save the file, now let's run the code in our terminal. After run this code in our terminal, as you can see, this is where it places the entry fields, right side of the username and right side of the password. Now let me show you one thing, the one most important thing, which is sticky option. But before, I'm going to reduce some characters from password. I'm going to just type pass and save this file again and rerun the code. Now you can notice the alignment of the content. I want to see the wizard text, it middle align. Now we need to align the text at the right side. For that, we need to use sticky option. So let's try to understand what can we do with sticky options. So let's try to understand what is sticky in grid layout. Now our layout look like that. In our 0 column and 0 row, we place username and then we place the entry field. Now the problem is, it is their alignment. This wizard is middle aligned inside this cell, but I want to move this wizard at right side. For that, we need to use sticky property. If we use sticky option, then we can move this wizard inside this cell, something like that. Here we move the label wizard at each side. I want to say the right side. This is what we can do with sticky. We can move the wizard inside this cell. Basically in Tkinter's grid layout, each cell is like a box, and by default the wizard sits in the center of this box. This sticky option is used to stick the wizard to a specific side. If you want to move the wizard at top, then you need to use capital N. N stands for north. It is pretty similar with map. As we know, top side of this map is always north, then bottom side is always south, and the right side is always east, and the left side is always west. It's worked this way. Also, you can combine directions, such as if we use both the value together, such as sticky WE, it's going to stretch it horizontally. At the same way, if you want to use this value sticky NS, it's going to stretch it vertically. And if you use NS EW, then it's going to fill the entire cell. So let's back to the code. So again, I'm back to my Visual Studio Code, and this time I'm going to use this option. So after pad Y, I'm going to use sticky option. Sticky, and here I'm going to use E value, capital E. And I'm going to copy the same property and value, and I'm going to paste it inside the label 2. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now you can notice it align the text, it align the label text at right side. And this is what we want. Now let's create the login button. So I'm going to type button wizard, and inside the round braces, first we need to define the window name, which is root. Then we need to pass the button text, and here I'm going to type, inside the double quotes, I'm going to type login. And then using grid layout, we are going to place this button. So to type grid, inside the round braces, this time I'm going to use row number 2, comma, I want to span this column. So I'm going to type column span, and I want to span this button up to 2 columns. So I'm going to pass 2 here. Also, I'm going to add little padding at y-axis. Pad Y, I'm going to pass 10. Now it's going to stretch the button up to 2 columns. And to understand it, what basically happened, I'm going to add a background color to this button. So after button text, I'm going to add comma, and here I'm going to use BG. BG stands for background. And for background, I'm going to use yellow color, yellow. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now it's clear for you. Remember, if we do not define the column position, but we define the row position, then it's going to place this wizard at 0 column. Then after that, I'm going to add sticky value. Sticky, and this time I want to stretch. I want to stretch the button at horizontally, and I want to occupy 2 columns. That's why I stretch it up to 2 column span. So here inside the double quotes, for that we need to pass WE, stretch horizontally. After that we need to provide comma, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, here you can see the result. Here we stretch this button up to 2 columns. So I hope now the concept is clear for you how we can use grid layout to place the wizard at any position. At the next tutorial, we are going to talk about place layout. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related window management. And today in this tutorial, we are going to learn place layout. Now the question is, what is place layout? The place geometry manager is used to position wizards explicitly at specific coordinates or relative position inside their parent wizard, like root or frame. Unlike place and grid, which manage layout automatically, place is manually positioning. So manually we can position our wizards at any position using x-axis or y-axis. If I talk about its basic syntax, then first we need to type the wizard name and we need to use this method, place. Then inside the round braces, we need to define the x-axis position and y-axis position. Also, you can use relative positioning in place layout using these options, rel x and rel y. And if we talk about its options, it comes with total 7 options: x, y, rel x, rel y, width, height and anchor. X stands for absolute horizontal position. Y stands for absolute vertical position. Rel x stands for relative horizontal position. And here we need to pass value between 0.0 to 1.0 of the parent width. But in absolute horizontal positioning, we need to use pixel units. At the same way, we have rel y, then we can define width and height of this wizard using these options. And at last, we have anchor. Using anchor, we can control where the wizard is anchored. So these are the options that we can use with place layout. And if I compare with other layouts, if we compare with pack, grid and place together, pack is easy to use, grid is also easy to use, but place is not so easy to use. We need to set up it manually. But if we talk about the precise control, then place have the upper hand. So grid layout is the one of the best layout method in Tkinter if we compare with pack and place. Now when we need to use place layout? When you need pixel perfect layout, then you can use place layout. When designing custom interfaces or games, then you can use place layout. But you need to avoid using it for responsive forms or dynamic resizing because it doesn't adopt automatically. And if we talk about the whole conclusion, then in place layout, you can manually position wizards. It supports both absolute and relative positioning, and use anchor to control how the wizard align with its point. It can give you full control, but it requires more effort for responsive design. So let's start the practical and try to understand how we can use place layout. So finally, as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and here we create the basic layout. And we set the geometry 300 by 200. Now I am going to define a button. So I am going to type a variable name btn button1. Button1 equal to, I am going to use button wizard. Then I am going to place it in a root frame, root window. After that, I am going to set the button text. Text, inside the double quotes, I am going to type button 1. Now I am going to place this button. I am going to place the button using place layout method. So I am going to type btn button dot place. Then inside the round braces, we need to define the x-axis and the y-axis. As I told you, x stands for absolute horizontal position. So here I am going to type x equal to, I am going to pass 20. From the x-axis I want to move it 20 pixel, and from the y-axis I am going to move it 30 pixel, and I am going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, here you can see the result. From the x-axis it take total 20 pixel gap, and from the y-axis it take total 30 pixel gap. So we precisely position any wizard in our window. Now this example is for absolute positioning. Now let me show you the example of relative positioning. So I'm going to create another button. Basically, I'm going to duplicate this section. So I copy this section and I'm going to paste it here. Then I'm going to name it button 2. Also, I'm going to change the name button 2. Now, instead of using absolute units, I'm going to use relative units. Let me show you. So here, I'm going to use RDLX value. It stands for relative horizontal position. And here we need to value between 0.0 to 1.0 of the percent width. So from the x-axis, I want to place the button at the middle of this container. So I'm going to pass 0.5. At the same way, from the y-axis, I want to assign the button at the middle of this page. For that, we need to type REL Y 0.5. Then we need to use another property called anchor. Anchor, and here I'm going to use center value. Center. Insert the single quote, center. After that, also we need to change the button name. It is button 2. And I want to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, this is where we place our button 2, middle of this page. We place the button horizontally and vertically center of this window. Now, I want to move this button at right side. For that, I am going to increase the value of the rel x. Let me show you. Now, I'm going to pass 0.8 and save this file and run this code again. After run this code, as you can see, now it moved the button right side of this window. So using this option, we can place the button anywhere in our window, and it's work relatively, not absolutely. So this is it for this tutorial. I hope now it's clear for you how we can use place layout. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial related Tkinter layout management. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn Tkinter nested layouts. Now the question is, what are nested layouts? In Tkinter, you can nest frames inside each other and assign different layout managers such as pack, grid, or place to each one. This approach is useful when you want to organize the UI into sections, apply different layout to each section, and create complex, clean, and manageable interfaces. If I talk about benefits of nested layouts, we can use it for modular UI. Each section is clean and separated. We can use it for flexible design, and also it is very easy to maintain. It is easier to read and update complex interfaces. But one most important rule you need to remember: never mix pack and grid in the same container. I want to say the same frame. But you can use pack in one frame and grid in another frame. And if we talk about the feature and benefit, the most important feature is frame inside frame. It is used for logical grouping of widgets. Different layout managers apply different layout to each group, and it is ideal for such as from design, dashboard design, and multi-section UIs. So let's start the practical and see how we can use nested layouts. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio code editor, and we already create a Python file main.py, and I create a simple Tkinter window, and I assign width 400 pixel and height 300 pixel. At first, I'm going to create frame 1. I want to say the top frame. As you can see here, I take a variable named top frame, and top frame equal to, we use frame wizard, and we put it in a root window. Then we set a background color, light blue color, and we set a height 100 pixel. Then we place this frame using pack method. Pack, and I fill this one at x-axis. So if I set this file and run this code in my terminal, our top frame look like that. Now let's back to the code again. And now I want to put a text to this top left. And now I'm going to put a text in this top frame. For that, here I'm going to use label. Label, and I want to put that label at the top frame. Then I want to assign a text to this frame. And our label text is top frame. Then we set a background color light blue, and then I tag this label and assign little padding at y-axis. So this is our top frame. At the same way, I'm going to create bottom frame, which is going to contains a grid layout inside it. So here, I'm going to create a bottom frame. Bottom frame equal to frame, and I put it in a root window, then I set a background color light gray. After that, I pack this bottom frame and I fill this one at both direction and I make this expand true. Now if I set this file and run this code in my terminal, now our layout look like that. This is top frame and this is bottom frame, and you can notice the gray color background. Now let's work on the nested frame. We are going to put a frame inside this bottom frame for the from fields. So here I pass a single line comment nested frame inside bottom frame for from fields. After that, I'm going to create another frame, and our frame name is from frame. From frame equal to, here we use frame wizard. Then I put this from frame inside the bottom frame, not to the root window. I put this frame in this bottom frame. Then I assign a background color light gray, same as frame 2. Then I pack this frame. Then inside this nested from frame, I'm going to add a label and an entry field using grid layout method. So here I create a label and I put this label inside the from frame. And our label text is name. And our label background is light gray. So inside this from frame, here we use grid layout method and we paste this label. Then we create an entry, and at the same way, we put this entry inside this from frame, and using grid layout method, we place this entry field. If I save this file and run this code in our terminal, this is where we put the name label and the entry field. At the same way, we need to do the same thing for the password. And we already learned the positioning method, how we can use row and columns. At the same way, I'm going to put another label and the entry field for the email. And we place both of these using grid layout. And at last, I'm going to add a button. I'm going to add this button inside this from frame. So this is the great example of nested grid layout. And remember, we do not use grid and pack together. I want to say inside this from frame, we do not use grid and pack together. But you can notice our from frame placed with pack method. I bind this one with pack method. But inside it, we do not use pack method and grid method together. We use only grid. So at first, we create a first frame, the top frame. Then inside this top frame, we put a label using pack method. Then we create another frame. This is second frame, and this one is for bottom, and this one is bottom frame. And also I pack this bottom frame using pack method. Then inside this bottom frame, I create another frame. But here we use pack method again to place the from frame inside the bottom frame. Then inside this from frame, we create this from. But this time we use grid layout to place the label and the entry field and the buttons. So after set this file, if I run this code in my terminal, this is how our layout look like. So I hope now it's clear for you what is nested layout. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next chapter. Welcome to another chapter of Tkinter Widgets. At that section, we are going to learn Tkinter advanced widgets such as check button, radio button, list box, combo box, spin box, scale, progress bar, menu and submenus, separator, panded window, notebook, etc. These are the most important widgets in Tkinter. Without that, you cannot imagine an efficient GUI application. So from the next tutorial, we are going to start from check button. Then we are going to cover radio button. And one by one, I'm going to cover all of it. So let's get started. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new tutorial. And today in this tutorial, we are going to talk about Tkinter check button widget. The check button in Tkinter lets the user toggle an option on or off. It is similar to checkbox in web forms. And if I talk about its key feature, it can be checked or unchecked. If I checked it, then its value becomes 1, and if I unchecked it, then its value becomes 0. It is used for multiple independent options. Also, it can be linked to a variable to track its state. variable could be int variable, string variable or boolean variable. So let me show you an example how we can use it. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and here I already create a basic Tkinter window. Now at first we need to define a variable, and our variable name is agree_var. Agree_var equal to int variable, int var. Here I'm going to set only the integers. After that I'm going to create a check button. For that I'm going to define a variable, and our variable name is agree. Agree equal to, here we need to use check button. Then inside the round braces, at first we need to provide the master name, which is root, in which window I'm going to paste the check button. Then we need to define the text. So after comma I'm going to type text. Text inside the double quotes I'm going to pass I agree to this term. Next we need to use the important parameter called variable. So I'm going to type variable. Variable going to store the state of the checkbox. It could be string variable or integer variable. In our case here we use int variable, and I'm going to pass the variable name agree_var. In our case, if we check this check button, it's going to store 1 value, and if we uncheck it, it's going to store 0 value. Then we need to pack this variable. So in the next line I pack this variable, and I use some padding at y-axis, and I'm going to save this file. If I save this file and run this code in my terminal, this is how it's look like. It is just a check button, and as you can see, we do not define any width and height to this window. That's why it's look like that. We do not set the geometry, and I don't need it. Next I'm going to define a function that's going to show the value. For that, here I'm going to type def, and our function name is showState. Then inside this print statement, here I use a if condition. If agree_var.get any value, then it's going to print checked, else it's going to print unchecked. So whenever I check this checkbox, then it's going to send 1 in this variable. So it get 1 value. So it's going to print checked. And if I unchecked it, then it's going to fetch the condition and print unchecked. And to execute the function, here we need to use a button. So here I'm going to define the button. First to define the button, then we place the button in a root window, and this is our button text check state. And inside the command parameter, I call this function showState, and I pack it. And I pack it in this window. So I'm going to save this file and run this code in my terminal. After run this code, here you can see the window. So if I click this button check state, as you can see it print unchecked because I unchecked this checkbox. But this time if I check this box and then press the button check state, this time it print checked. Now let's talk about the important parameters that come with this wizard. If I talk about its parameter, it's come with text, and we already know about it. It's going to show the label next to the checkbox. Then come variable, and we know the usage of variable. It's going to define the checkbox state. Then come on value and off value. On value, value when checked, and default is 1. And off value, when value unchecked, and its default is 0. By default it's going to show 1 and 0, but you can change the options. Let me show you. So again I'm back to my Visual Studio Code, and I create another Python file main2.py. Now I'm going to define a variable that's going to hold a default state, and our variable name is agree_var, and it is a string variable, and by default I set value no, and it is the default value. And now I'm going to create a check button with on value and off value parameter, and I'm going to pass on value yes and off value no. So here I create the check button, and I set this check button in this variable called agree, and I place this check button in a root window, and I set this text I agree to this term, and then I set the variable agree_var, and as you can see it's string variable. Now on value become yes. Here I set the on value yes and off value no. So if we select the checkbox, it's going to pass yes to this variable agree_var, and if we unselect it, then it's going to pass no, and it is the default value. So we need to create a function that's going to print the value in our terminal. So after that, I'm going to define a function, and our function name is showState. It's going to print the current value, and here we get the value using get method. So agree_var.get. So from this variable we get the result. After that, we need to define a button. that button going to trigger the function. So here I define the button. That button going to trigger this function show state, and our button text is check state. So inside this button we call the function that going to print the current value, show state. So after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now if I uncheck this checkbox and click on check state, it print current value is no, because it is the default value. But if I check this checkbox and then I click this button, then now you can see it print current value yes. If I click it again it print yes. So that is the usage of on value and off value parameter in check button. Now let me show you another example with multiple check button. So this is our basic simple window, and this time I'm going to give you the example of multiple check button. At first we need to define the variables that going to hold the state. So here I'm going to define total 3 variable, and also I'm going to set the default value no. So these are the 3 variable: Python var, Java var and C++ var, and these are all string variable, and by default their value is no. And for each of the variable I'm going to create the check button. At first I'm going to create the check button for Python var check button, and I place it in a root window, and our text is Python. Then variable equal to Python var, and on value is yes and off value is no. And here we use pack method to pack this check button, and I choose side west side, I mean the left side of this window. At the same way we need to create 2 other check buttons. So here I define 2 other check buttons for Java and C++. After that we need to create a function that going to show all the check button values. So here I'm going to define a function called show selected, and first it's going to print this message, do you like these languages? Then it's going to print their status. If you like it, it's going to print yes, and if you don't like it, it's going to print no. Then we need to create a button that's going to trigger this function, this one. It's going to trigger this function show selected, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, here you can see the options: Python, Java and C++. From these 3 options I am going to check Java. I don't like Python and C++. So if I click on this button check selection, as you can see in my terminal, first it print do you like these languages. For Python it say no, for Java it say yes, and for C++ again it print no. And if I check all the values, then press the button, now all the status become yes. So this is how we can use multiple check buttons. I hope now the concept is clear for you. And if I talk about its use cases, it is used for agree term and condition, selecting feature or preferences, setting toggles like notification dark mode, multiple choice question with multiple correct answer, etc. These are the main usage of check button wizard. I hope now it's clear for you. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new tutorial related Tkinter wizard, and today in this tutorial we are going to talk about Tkinter radio button wizard. The radio button in Tkinter allows the user to select one option from a group. It's just like radio buttons in HTML forms. And if I talk about its key feature, it used when you want the user to choose only one option from multiple choice. And remember, all related radio buttons share the same variable. And usually we use string var, otherwise int variable. And each button has a unique value that gets stored in that variable when selected. To understand it clearly, let's start the practical. As you can see in my Visual Studio Code editor, I create a Python file main.py and I create the basic layout of Tkinter. Now I'm going to define a string variable, and our variable name is gender. Gender equal to a string variable. After that, I'm going to set a default value to this string variable. To set the default value in this variable, we use set method. So I'm going to type gender.set. Inside the round braces, I use this. Here I pass the default value male. And then I'm going to create the radio buttons. and I want to give user to multiple option to select any of it. Our first radio button is for male value. To create the radio button, first we need to type radio button, then inside the round braces we need to pass the window, in our case root, then you can set the text for this radio button. It's the label text of this radio button. Then you need to define the variable. In our case, variable equal to gender. And also we set the value of this radio button, which is male. With that, I pack this radio button in our window. If we select this radio button, it's going to save the value to this variable. And by default, you can see we use the male value, the same value. Now I'm going to create another radio button for female. As I told you earlier, all radio buttons share the same variable. In our case, gender. And each button has a unique value. In our case, male and female. And that gets stored in a variable when they are selected. Now I want to print this selected value in our terminal. For that, I am going to define a function, and our function name is show selection. Inside the round braces here, I print selected gender after comma, then I get the value from this variable using get method. Also, to trigger the function, we need to create a button. So here I am going to create a button, and I am going to place the button in a root window, and our button text is submit. And here, using command parameter, we call this function show selection, and I pack this button in our window. So if I save this file and run this code in our terminal, after run this code in our terminal, you can see it provides two radio button. By default, it select the male radio button, and if I select female radio button and then press submit, you can see the result. Selected gender female. At the same way, if I select the male radio button and press on submit button, now it print selected gender male. Now let's talk about the important parameters. If I talk about its parameter, it's come with total 6 parameters, such as text, variable, value, command, state, and indicator on. Using command, we can call a function when the selection is changed. And using state, we can disable the button, otherwise normal the button. And using indicator on, it is basically used for advanced UI. Now, let me show you another example where I'm going to show you how we can use multiple options with a shared variable. So using a single variable, I want to provide total 3 options. Let me show you how. So again, I'm back to my Visual Studio Code editor, and here I create another Python file main2.py. Now I'm going to show you multiple options with a shared variable. So first I'm going to define a variable, and I'm going to set a default value for this variable. So our variable name is choice, and it's a string var, and I set a default value which is option 1. After that, I'm going to create total 3 radio button. Here I create total 3 radio button with same variable, choice, and we provide different value, option 1, option 2, and option 3. And if you want to print the value, you need to create a function to print the value in our terminal. So I create this function and get the value from this variable choice. Now we need to create a button that's going to call the function. So here I create this button. Now you can notice we have total 3 radio buttons using the same variable. And so we can provide total 3 options for that. And before I save this file, I'm going to change the print statement. I'm going to make it selected gender to selected option. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I run this code in our terminal, here you can see the options. If I select option 2 and press submit button, you can see selected option, option 2. At the same way, if I select the third one, then it print selected option, option 3. And at the same way, it's worked for the first option. Now you might have questioned what is the usage of it. You can create pizza size selector using it. Let me show you the demonstration of it. In this example, I would like to give you the practical use case of multiple radio button. And here we are going to create a pizza size selector. So first I'm going to define a variable, and our variable name is pizza size equal to, it's a string variable. After that, I want to print a label. And here I'm going to print a label, and our label text is select pizza size, and using pack method I pack this label in this window. After that, I'm going to create multiple radio buttons. Here I create the multiple radio buttons for small size, medium size and large size, and I use the same variable pizza size to store the selected value. After that, as you know, we need to create a function that going to print the result in our terminal. So here I'm going to type def show size print selected size pizza size dot get, and it's going to get the current value from this variable. Also, we need to create a button that going to trigger this function. So here I create the button that going to command this function show size, and here I pass the text, and for the button text we use word and now. After run this code in our terminal, here you can see the window. By default it select all the values because we do not set the default value for that. That's why it selects small, medium, large, all of it. Now I want to select only the large option, and I select the large one. After select the large option, if I press on word and now as you can see in our terminal it print selected size large. So that's the one of the usage of radio button in Tkinter. To create the radio button, just you need to type radio button, and inside it you need to pass the parameter, and after that you need to pack the radio button. And if I talk about its common use cases, it is used for detect gender, age group or user role selection. It is also used for quiz or single correct answer. Also used for theme selectors such as light, dark and system. Also we can use it for language selection. So I hope now it's clear for you what is the usage of radio button wizard. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new tutorial related Tkinter advanced wizard, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn Tkinter listbox wizard. The listbox wizard in Tkinter is used to display a list of items. Basically it allowing the user to select one or more option. And if I talk about its key feature, you can allow single or multiple selection. Item can be added or removed or modified, and it is useful for displaying options, menu, files, etc. So without talking too much, let me show you an example. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor and I already create a basic window using Tkinter. And at first I am going to create a list box. To create a list box, I am going to take a variable which is lb list box. List box equal to, we need to type list box, then inside the round braces we need to pass the window name, in which window we are going to put the list box, in our case root. After that, one by one I am going to insert the data. First I am going to insert its index number, then I am going to insert the actual data. Here I am going to insert one data. So I'm going to type our variable name lb listbox dot insert. Inside the round braces, first we need to provide the index number of this list box. Then we need to provide the value, in our case Python. At the same way I'm going to add 3 more list data. So here I'm going to pass Java at number 2, C++ at number 3 and JavaScript at number 4. After that, after create the list box, also need to pack the list box. So I'm going to type lb listbox dot pack. Now after set this file, if I run this code in my terminal, let me show you. This is how our list box look like. Now let's create a function that going to print the active list item in our terminal. So here I'm going to define a function, and our function name is show selection. Then inside this function we need to identify the selected item. I want to say which item is active. For that I'm going to define a variable called selected, then from the list box we get the active item. Suppose if I click on C++, then it's become active. So it's going to select the active item. After that I'm going to print the active item value. So here I'm going to type print selected and I'm going to pass the variable selected. Then we need to create a button that's going to trigger the function. So here I'm going to create a button and I'm going to put it in a root window, and our button text is show. After that, if I save this file and run this code in my terminal and select one of the list items such as Java and click on show, now you can see in my terminal it print selected is Java. At the same way, if I select JavaScript and then press show, now you can see it print selected is JavaScript. Now let's talk about the parameter that we can use with this wizard. These are the parameters that we can use with this wizard, such as height, that going to show number of visible rows. Then select mode, it is the important one, and it comes with various selection modes such as single, browse, multiple or extend. Then we have background and foreground color, and next we have export selection. If I talk about list box selection mode options, the select mode determines how many items the user can select and how they can select them. If I talk about the modes, it's come with 4 different modes: single, browse, multiple and extend. And if I talk about their behavior, single, user can select only one item by clicking. Browse, like single, it allows click, drag or browse selection. Multiple, user can select multiple items clicking each one separately. Extend, user can select ranges using shift and control. We already familiar with single. It is kind of default one, but and now I'm going to show you multiple selection mode option. So let's back to the code editor. So again, I'm back to my Visual Studio Code editor and I create a simple basic window. At first, I'm going to create a list box. LB equal to list box, and I'm going to put the list box in a root window, and here I use selection mode multiple. So now we are able to select multiple list items. Now I'm going to define an array, otherwise a list that's going to hold multiple languages. So I'm going to define a variable languages, and inside this list here I pass multiple programming languages name such as Python, Java, C++, JavaScript and Go. Now we need to put all the programming languages name in this list box. For that we are going to use a for loop. For lang in languages, then inside the for loop here we use insert method. Listbox.insert, first we need to define the index and then we need to define the language. Here n represent a special index, that means add to the end of the list, and lang represent the current language, and this method going to add the list items one by one in this list box with their index number. After that I'm going to pack this list box, lb.pack. Next we need to create a function that going to print the selected items. For that I'm going to define a function, and our function name is show selected. Then inside this function we need to extract the indices. For that I'm going to define a variable called indices. Indices equal to listbox.curSelection. The method curSelection return a tuple of indices of the currently selected items. Next, using a for loop we need to extract the selected items. So I'm going to define a variable selected items equal to, inside the square braces, then inside the square braces for I in indices, listbox.get I. Basically it is a list comprehension used to get the actual selected items value from the Tkinter list box. Let's suppose user select Python, C++ and Go. In that case, this is going to store these 3 value, Python, C++ and Go, and return the result. After that, we need to print the selected items in our terminal. So I use this print statement. Now we need a button that going to trigger this function. So I create this button and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now we are able to select multiple items. Suppose I want to select Go. With that I want to select Java and Python. Now if I press submit button, now you can see you selected Python, Java and Go. So this is how multiple selection worked. And now you decide you want to pre-select the items. So you can do that using selection set method. Let me show you. Suppose by default you want to select Python and C++. For that you need to use listbox.selectionSet method, and then you need to pass the index number, something like that. Here I select 0 index, means Python. Also I select index number 2, means C++. Using this method, selectionSet. Now if I save this file and run this code in my terminal, now you can notice it already select Python and C++. Now if I click on the submit button, you can see in my terminal you select Python and C++. Also you can select other options with that. Suppose I want to select Go and Java. Then I'm going to click the submit button again. And then again it print the selected items, Python, Java, C++ and Go. So this is how we can use multiple selection with list box. Now let's talk about how we can add items to a list box, how we can delete items, and how we can delete all the items together. So as you can see, here I create a simple window and here I create a list box. And in this list box we have total 2 items, Python and Java. And if I run this code in my terminal, you can see the result. In our list box we have total 2 items, Python and Java. Now I'm going to create a function that going to add a new list item to this list. But before we need to create an entry field that's going to take the entry. So here I create an entry field, entry, and we place it in a root window and we pack this entry field. Next I'm going to define a function and our function name is def add item. Then inside this function I want to extract the value from this entry. So inside the function I'm going to define a variable called item and item equal to entry.get. So whatever value we pass in this entry field, we can store it this variable item inside this function. And next we need to set a if condition. If our entry field is not empty, so I'm going to type if item. So if there is a value in this item, then inside this if condition, then I want to insert the item to this list box. For that we need to type listbox.insert method. First we need to define the end and then we need to define the item. End stands for index number. After insert the item to this list box, also we need to delete the entry field. We need to clear the entry field. For that I'm going to type entry.delete. Inside the round braces, I want to delete character from 0 index to end. And remember, instead of using index number, here we use end. Basically end represent constant. That means append at the last index. So whatever value we pass, it's going to append the value at the last index. Then after that, we need to create a button. We need to create a button that's going to trigger the function. So here I'm going to define the button. And I put it in a root window and our button text is add. And I call this function add item and I pack this button. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now you can see there is a entry field. Now I want to add another programming language, Go, and then I'm going to hit add button. After hit the add button, now you can see the list box, it add the Go language at the end. And the same way you can add anything. Suppose this time I want to add C++. C++. If I press add button, as you can see it add C++. So this is how we can add a list item to our list box. Now let me show you how we can delete list items from our list box. But before I'm going to duplicate this line and instead of using Java, I'm going to add C++. So by default, it's going to add total 3 items in our list box. Now to delete the items, we need to create a function and our function name is delete selected. So here I'm going to define the function delete selected. Then inside this function, we need to select the items. So I define a variable called selected and selected equal to listbox.curSelection. And as I told you earlier, it return a tuple of selected indicas. If I select C++ and Python, then it's going to create a tuple and store it in this variable. After that, I'm going to use a for loop. For I in reversed selected, then inside this for loop, I want to delete the list item. Listbox.delete method inside the round braces I provide I. Now the question is, why I use reversed method? Basically, it is used to avoid index shifting. This is very crucial because deleting from the end avoids messing up the index position of remaining items. Next, we need to create a button that's going to trigger this function delete selected. So here I'm going to define the button delete selected, and it triggered this function delete selected, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and select any of the item such as Java and press delete selected, as you can see it deletes the item from the list box. Also, if you want to add the item, just type JAVA and add, and then click add button, and again it add the item at the last, at the end of the list box. Now let me show you how we can delete all the item at once, how we can clear the list box. And it's very easy. Just we need to define a function, and our function name is clear all. And then inside this function, listbox.delete, first you need to define the index number from where you want to delete. So I pass 0 because I want to delete everything. So I started from the 0 index, and then you need to pass the end position of this list. After that, you need to create a button that's going to call this function clear all. So I create this button that's going to call the clear all function. So after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and click clear all button, it's going to clear all the values from the list box. Now we are able to add a new list item. Also, we can delete this list item. Also, we can clear the list item. So I hope now the concept is clear for you. And if we talk about the common use cases of list box, it is used to select multiple files, choose items from a long list, from without multi-option inputs, dynamic content selector, and many more. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can use list box wizard. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial related Tkinter, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn another wizard, and our wizard name is combo box. Now the question is, what is combo box? The ttk.combobox is a drop-down list wizard from the ttk module. I want to say theme Tkinter. It's allow user to choose a single item from a predefined list of options. It is pretty similar with HTML select tag. Basically, it gives you a drop-down option. And to use combobox, you need to import combobox module from ttk, from Tkinter. And if I talk about its key feature, drop-down with autocomplete. It can be editable or read-only. Comes from the ttk module, so it has a modern look. Now, let me show you the basic syntax how we can create a combobox. At first, we need to import tk. From Tkinter, I want to import tk module. Next, we need to import combobox. So, we need to import it from the tkinter.ttk module. From tkinter.ttk, import combobox. So, after import our necessary modules, I am going to create a root window. So, type root equal to tk. Here I use tk class to create an instance variable. Next, I am going to create a combo box. For that, I am going to define a variable, and our variable name is combo. Combo equal to, here I want to create a combo box. And inside this combo box, first we need to type combo box, then inside the round braces, we need to provide in which window we are going to put the combo box. After that, we need to pass the combo box values. Values equal to, it's a list. And here I pass Python, Java, C++ and JavaScript. After that, we need to pack this combo box, combo.pack. Then we need to run the main loop. So type root dot main loop. That's it's going to create a basic combo box. If I run this code in my terminal, here you can see the result. It provides a drop down option. You can see the arrow sign. If I click on it, you can see the values. Python, Java, C++ and JavaScript. So this is a basic and simple combo box. From here you can select any value. Next, I want to print the combo box value in our window with the help of label. So let's do it. Then I'm going to assign a title. So after create the instance variable, I'm going to create a title, root.title combo box demo. Also, I'm going to add little padding when I pack this combo box. So, pad y equal to 10. And if you want to assign a default selection, suppose in our case Java, I want to select default, by default I want to select Java. In that case, you need to type combo dot current. Current, inside the round braces you need to pass the index number. Here I'm going to pass 1. It's going to select the first index. And as you can see, at 1 index we have Java. So by default it's going to select the Java. And I'm going to save this file. Then I'm going to create an empty label at that position. Label equal to label. I want to place this label in a root window, and as you can see, by default the label is empty. We do not provide any text to this label, and then I pack this label. Now after create the label, we need to put the value in this label. For that we need to create a function. So here I'm going to define a function, and our function name is show selected. Then inside this function, at first we need to get the value from this combo box. For that I'm going to define a variable called selected, and selected equal to combo.get method. So it's going to get the selected value from this combo box. After that we need to configure this label, because we need to put the selected option to this label. For that we need to use config method. Label.config, inside the round braces, here we need to select the parameter, in which parameter we are going to configure. In our case, text equal to, here we use f string. Then we type use selected, and inside the curly braces we pass the value, the value we get from the combo box. And I'm going to save this file. Next we need to create a button that's going to trigger this show selected function. So here I define the button equal to root button, and I place this button in a root window, and I place this button in a root window. Then I set the button text show selected. After that I use command. After that I use command parameter, and in this command parameter we call the function show selected. Then I pack this button and I assign some padding at y-axis. Now before to save this file, you can see some warnings, because we need to import everything from here. So I'm going to import star. From Tkinter import star. Also I import combo box. So if I save this file, it resolves the problem. Now after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, let me show you. After run this code in my terminal, this is how our combo box look like. And this is our button show selected. So by default, as I told you, it's going to select Java. And now I'm going to select C++. After select C++, if I click on this button, now you can see it print you selected C++ in our window with the help of label. At the same way, you can select any value, and if I click this button, it print you select Python. It is the example with label update in combo box. So I hope now it's clear for you. And if I talk about combo box common option, it is value, state, current, get and set. Now let me show you example with state. Using state, we can set to read only to prevent typing. If I save this file and run this code, this is the previous code, and if I type manually something in this combo box, yes, you can. Suppose here I'm going to type Go language. And as you can see in our list, we don't have Go language. But if I press show selected, as you can see it print in our label, you selected Go. But in our options, we don't have Go language. To prevent this, you can use state option. Let me show you how. So when I create the combo box, after pass the values, we need to use comma. Then we need to use this parameter, state read only. And if I set this file and run this code in my terminal, now in our combo box, we are not able to type anything. It's not allowed to type anything in our combo box. Now it only allows the selection from the predefined values to prevent invalid input. So I hope now the concept is clear for you. What is combo box? What is combo box? And if I talk about its use cases, it is used for to select country or language, theme or mode switching, and drop down filter option. And remember, if you want to put a new value to this list in this combo box, you can do it manually. Just you need to use combo.set method. Using it, whatever value we pass, it's going to put it in this list. Let me show you the demonstration. So after select the current one, if I set a new value to this combo box, in our case combo.set go. Now I'm going to add Go language to these values. And after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and if I open my drop down option, here you can see the Go option. And if I click on show select, now you can see it print you selected Go. So I hope now the concept is clear for you how we can use combo box and what is the usage of combo box. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new tutorial, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn a new wizard. And today we are going to learn Tkinter Spinbox wizard. This Spinbox wizard in Tkinter let user choose from a range of values using small up and down arrow button. It is often used when input is numeric or limited to specified option. And if we talk about its key feature, it's allow incremental input using arrows, accept only values within defined range or a fixed set of choice, also prevent invalid entries. So let me show you a demonstration what is Spinbox. So we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and here we create a simple basic window using Tkinter, and also I assign a title Spinbox example. After that I'm going to create a Spinbox. For that I'm going to define a variable, and our variable name is spin. Spin equal to, here I'm going to create a Spinbox. Then inside the round braces, first we need to provide the window name where we are going to place the Spinbox. After that we need to pass from value and to value. Using from underscore parameter we can define from where our value going to start. And using to parameter we can set the limit of our value. Then we need to pack the spin variable. So I type spin.pack inside the round braces. I assign some padding at x-axis and y-axis. After that, if I set this file and run this code in my terminal, this is our Spinbox look like. As you can see, by default it prints the lowest value 0, and using this arrow you can increment the value, otherwise decrement the value. Suppose I want to increment the value, so I press up arrow and it increment, and we can increment up to 10 because here we set the limit. Now let me show you another example. Here I'm going to pass the custom value. We are going to select day of the week. For that I'm going to define another variable called days, and it's going to hold a tuple, and inside this tuple we are going to pass all the day name. Let me show you how. So here I create a tuple days and it hold all the day name from a week. After that we need to create another spin. So I'm going to type spin 2 is spin number 2 equal to, again we need to define Spinbox. Then inside the round braces I'm going to pass it in a root window, root, then up a comma, values, and here I'm going to assign values days. So instead of dynamic value, here we use custom values. Now we are able to select value between Monday to Sunday. After that I'm going to pack the Spinbox. So to type spin2 dot pack method, pack. Then inside the round braces I'm going to assign some padding, so I copy this value pad x and pad y and I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now you can notice another Spinbox, but here we can select only the days we pass in this variable. And if we talk about its useful options, let me show you. It comes with multiple parameters, from underscore to values, increment, command, with, state, and wrap. Now let me show you another example with callback function. So we are going to use this parameter command. So let's back to the Visual Studio Code again. So at first I'm going to create a new Python file main2.py. Then I'm going to import the Tkinter module and I'm going to create the basic window. So here I create the basic window. Also we need to run the main loop, root dot main loop, and here I'm going to create another Spinbox that going to call a function with the help of command parameter. So here I create this Spinbox and we place it in a root window and we set value between 1 to 10, and using command parameter we call a function. onChange. We do not define the function, that's why it show the warning. After that, we pack this speed. Then I'm going to create the onChange function. So here I'm going to type def onChange inside the round braces. I'm not going to pass anything. Then inside the onChange function, for now I'm going to type pass. Next, I'm going to create a label before this pin box. So here I'm going to define a label. Label equal to label, and we set this label in a label variable. And inside this label text we type current value. It's going to current value in our window. Next, we need to work on the onChange function. At first, we need to get the value from this pin box, and also we need to store the value in a variable. For that, I'm going to define a variable which is selected value, and selected value equal to spin.get. Using get method, we get the value from this pin box. After that, I want to print the get value in our terminal. So here I'm going to type a print statement. Print inside the round braces, I type selected, and then we print the selected value. Next, also we need to configure the label, because I want to show the selected value in our label also. So here we need to type label.config inside the round braces, and we need to configure the text parameter. Text equal to, and here I use fstring method. Then inside the double quotes I pass current value, and inside the curly braces I pass the selected value, and I'm going to save this file. So whenever I choose any value from this pin box, it's going to print the current value. Let me show you. So after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, here you can see the window, and this is our spin box. If I increase the value, now you can see current value is 2. It print the current value in my window with the help of label. Also it print the current value in our terminal because of this print statement. And here we use callback function with the help of command parameter. So instantly it changed the value when I increase the value. And now let me show you another most important thing. If you try to change the spin box value manually, yes you can. It's allow you to do that. So you can pass any value such as 56. But this is not I want. If you do that, user can pass anything, any invalid key such as text, number, etc. So I don't want it. To resolve the problem, we can use another parameter which is state. So when you create the spin box, then you need to use another parameter which is state. State equal to read only. You need to use this parameter, and it's important. So after save this file, if I run this code again and try to change the spin box value manually, it's not going to work. Now you cannot type anything here, but you can increment the value. So I hope now the concept is clear for you, what is spin box and how we can use it. And if I talk about use cases, it is used to select quantity or count, choosing time, date or rating. So I hope now the concept of spin box is clear for you. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I'm back with a new tutorial related Tkinter, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn Tkinter scale wizard. The scale wizard in Tkinter provides a slider control for selecting a numeric value in a range. It's great for inputting numbers with visual feedback like volume, brightness or speed settings. And if I talk about its key feature, it selects a continuous or stepped variable, can be horizontal or vertical. Also it shows a handle that user can drag, and it supports callback functions when the value changes. Let me show you an example of scale wizard. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code Editor, and I already created a simple basic window. Here we are going to create a horizontal scale. To create it, first I'm going to define a variable, and our variable name is scale. Scale equal to our scale wizard. Then inside the round braces, we need to put the scale in a root window. Then we need to define from where we are going to start our scaling. So we are going to start scale from the zeros. It is the minimum range, and our maximum range is 100. And we define the maximum range with two parameters. Then we need to define the orient. Using it, we can define the orientation. It could be vertical, otherwise horizontal. In our case, we use horizontal. Then we use command parameter. It's going to call this function show value. And now I'm going to create the function. So I'm going to define the function. So I'm going to type def, and our function name is show value. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the value. So I'm type val. Then inside this function, for now, I'm going to type pass. After that, we need to pack the scale in our root window. For that, I'm going to type pack scale.pack. Inside the round braces, I assign some padding, pad y 10. Next, I'm going to create a label that's going to print the current scale width. For that, I define a variable label and label equal to label, and we put it in a root window, and I type this text to this label, and I assign this text to this label selected 0. By default, it's going to print that, and I pack this label. Now in our function, we need to configure this label, and to configure it, here we need to type, so I'm going to remove pass and I'm going to type label dot config. Inside the round braces, I'm going to type text, and I want to config text parameter equal to, and I'm going to use fstring. Then inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass this statement selected. Inside the curly braces, the value. So the value we get from this scale, it's going to print the value in this label, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, here you can see the scale. By default, it's set to the 0, the minimum value. And if I move the slider, as you can see, it prints the value in our level, and we can slide up to 100 value. Now let me show you the options that we can use with the scale wizard. These are the parameters that we can use with the scale: from, to, orient, command, resolution, length, tick interval, and label. Using resolution, we can define the step size, and using length, we can define the length of the slider in pixel, and using tick interval, it marks interval on the scale, and using label, we can show the text above the scale. So let me show you the demonstration of all of these parameters. So again, we are in my Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to comment out this to line, and here I'm going to create another scale. So at first I'm going to define the variable scale equal to scale method. Then inside the round braces, first we need to put it in a root window, root. Then after that, I'm going to use our first parameter from underscore, and I'm going to start it our scale from 0, 10, and I want to scale it up to 10. Next, I'm going to provide the orient value. Using orient, we can define the orientation of the scale. It could be vertical, otherwise horizontal. So I'm going to type orient, and this time I'm going to use vertical value, vertical. After that, I'm going to use resolution, and I'm going to set resolution 0.5. After comma, then I'm going to set length, and here I'm going to set length 200 pixel. Then we are going to use thick interval, and I'm going to set it 2. Next, I'm going to use level, and I'm going to set adjust value. After that, I'm going to use command parameter, command equal to, and I want to call this function show value. So I copy the function name, and I'm going to put it here. Here I use all the parameters: orient, resolution, length, tick interval, label, and command. After that, also we need to pack the scale. So I'm going to type scale.pack method, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, let's run the code in our terminal and see how it's look. And before I save this file, I moved the label above the scale, and I'm going to save this file again and run this code in our terminal. After run this code, as you can see, it is vertical scale. Here we define scale height 200 pixel. Tick interval 2. So after 0 it print 2, then it print 4, then it prints 6, then 8 and then 10. And this is our scale level adjust value. And also you can notice when I slide my slider, it jump direct 0 to 0.5 because this is our resolution. Here we set the resolution 0.5. So in every step it jump up to 0.5. At the same way, if I scroll down it again, now it is jump up to, now it has become 1.5. So in every step it increase 0.5 value to this slider. And if I talk about the use cases of this wizard, it is used for audio volume control, image zoom level, brightness control, game speed or difficulty and many more. So I hope now it's clear for you what is the usage of scale wizard in Tkinter. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with another tutorial related Python Tkinter, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn progress bar. It is another wizard in Tkinter. Now, what is progress bar? The progress bar wizard from Tkinter.ttk provides a visual representation of the progress of a long-running task. It can operate in two modes, and if I talk about its mode, it comes with determinate mode and indeterminate mode. Determinate mode show actual progress from 0 to 100%, and indeterminate mode show motion without indicating how much is done. It basically used when you don't know the duration. Let me show you the basic syntax of progress bar. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor. At first I am going to import the Tkinter module. From Tkinter I am going to import star. It's going to import all the necessary modules. After that we need to import progress bar from Tkinter TTK. So here I am going to type from Tkinter TTK import progress bar. Then I am going to create a root window using tk class. Root equal to tk. After that we need to run the main loop. So after create the basic window, I am going to create the progress bar and I am going to store it in a variable, and our variable name is pb progress bar. pb equal to progress bar. Inside the round braces, first we need to define the root. After that we need to provide the orientation. In our case, orient equal to horizontal. Then length equal to 200 and mode determinate. Next I am going to pack this progress bar pb.pack method, and I am going to save this file. So after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, as you can see, this is how a progress bar look like. But to start a progress we need to define a function. But before I am going to add a button. But I am going to increase the length of the progress bar. I am going to make it 300. Also I am going to add some padding at y-axis when I pack it. Pad y equal to 20, otherwise 10. Pad y equal to 10, and I am going to set this file. Now let's create a button that going to trigger a function. It's going to trigger a function and that going to start the progress. So I'm going to define a variable button equal to button, and I assign this text start progress to this button, and command equal to it going to call this function start progress. Now we need to define this function, but before I'm going to pack this button btn dot pack method. After that I'm going to copy the function name start progress and I'm going to define the function. So here before the tk class I'm going to define a function def, and our function name is start progress. After that inside this function we need to define the current value of progress bar, and to set the current value you need to type pb, then inside the square braces you need to put value keyword, then you can assign the value you want. pb0 means it's empty to begin with. After that I'm going to store the maximum progress value, maxval equal to 100. Then next I'm going to set the maximum value of the progress bar. So again I'm going to type pb, inside the square braces I'm going to set the maximum value equal to maxval. I want to set the 100. After that we need to start a loop from 0 to 100. So I'm going to type for I in range inside the round braces maxval plus 1. Here I use plus 1 to ensure that 100 is included. After that inside this for loop we need to update the progress bar. So PV value equal to I. So every time it's going to update itself by 1. So every time it's going to update the progress bar. Next, we need to force to GUI application to refresh it, to refresh the update value. For that, we need to type pb.update, this method. And to making the progress bar feel smoothly, we need to assign little delay. Here I'm going to assign 20 millisecond delay. So I'm going to type root.after, inside the run braces, I'm going to pass 20. Basically, it's going to introduce a 20 millisecond delay between each update using root.after. Now, after set this file, if I run this code in my terminal, as you can see, this is our progress bar. And if I click start progress, let me show you, as you can see, it start at the progress bar and it's go up to 0 to 100 and fill the progress bar. So this is the example of determinate progress bar. Now let me show you another example of indeterminate progress bar. So as you can see, I already create a basic window of Tkinter. Now I'm going to create a progress bar, but this time I'm going to use indeterminate mode. So here I create this progress bar, pb equal to progress bar, then orientation horizontal and length 300, mode indeterminate. Then I pack this progress bar. After that, I'm going to create this start loading button. So I define this button and our button text is start loading. Then I command this function, run indeterminate. This is our function name. And I pack this button. With that, I'm going to create another button to stop the progress. So here I create another button to stop the progress, and it's called this function, stop indeterminate. Now we need to define both the function. First I'm going to define run indeterminate. So here def run indeterminate, inside the function I use pv.start, inside the run braces 10 millisecond. It's going to start the progress bar in 10 millisecond per step. Next we need to stop the progress bar. For that I'm going to define another function and our function name is stop indeterminate. Stop indeterminate, inside this function we need to type pv.stop method to stop the progress bar. So if I set this file and run this code in my terminal, here you can see the progress bar and start loading button and stop button. If I press start button, now you can see it show motion without indicate how much is done. We use it when we don't know the duration. We don't know how many time it's going to consume to complete our work. And if you want to stop this progress, just need to press stop button. So this is the example of determinate and indeterminate progress bar. Now if I talk about its common option, otherwise parameter, it's come with orient, length, mode, maximum and value. And we already familiar with that. And if I talk about the use cases, it is used for file download, task completion, loading screen, installer or batch operations. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new tutorial related Tkinter wizard, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn menu and submenus in Tkinter. Now the question is, what is a menu? A menu in Tkinter is a drop-down list of options located usually at the top of the window, like file, edit, help in most applications. And submenus are nested menus that appear when you hover over a menu option. If I show you the example of menu, this is the example of menu in any application. This is the menu bar, and it is the one of the most important wizard in any GUI application. Now let's talk about how to create a menu. At first we need to create a menu object. Then we need to assign it to the main window using window.config. After that we need to add top level menus such as file, edit, help, etc. using add_cascade. And you can add commands and submenus using add_command method and add_separator method. Don't worry, I'm going to show you all of this, how we can create a menu and a submenu. And if we talk about the key methods and their roles, these are all methods such as menu, add command, add cascade, add separator, tear off, root.config, etc. This method create a new menu. And using add command, we can add actionable items. And using add cascade, we can add submenus. Using add separator, we can add horizontal lines. Using tier of 0, we can remove dashed line at the top of the menu. It's optional. And using root.config, we can link the menu bar to the main window. So let me show you the demonstration how we can create a menu. So let's jump into the practical. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and I create a Python file main.py, and I create a Python file main.py, and here I create a basic simple window. At first we need to create a menu bar. For that I'm going to define a variable called menu bar. Menu bar equal to, here we need to use this class menu, and inside it we need to mention the window, in our case root. After create the menu bar, I'm going to create the file menu. For that I'm going to define a variable called file menu. File menu equal to main, and I'm going to move this menu into this menu bar. Then we use another parameter tier of 0. It means it's going to remove the dashed line at the top of the menu. It is optional. If you want to use it, yes, you can. Next we need to add the label for this file menu. Also we need to put it into menu file. For that we need to type menu bar dot add cascade method. Then inside it, first we need to provide the file name. I want to say the menu item file, and then menu equal to file menu, and I want to save this file. At the same way, I'm going to create two other menu items such as file, then I'm going to create edit, after that I'm going to create help. So here I'm going to create the edit menu. First I'm going to type edit menu equal to menu, and I'm going to put it in a menu bar, and also I said tier of 0. After that menu bar dot add cascade label edit, and menu equal to edit menu. At the same way, I am going to create another one, which is help menu. So type help menu equal to menu. Then menu bar dot add cascade label help menu equal to help menu. Next we need to attach the menu bar to the window. For that we need to use root.config method. Root.config. Inside the round braces, menu equal to menu bar, this one, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I run this code in my terminal, this is how our menu look like. Now if I hover my cursor on the file menu, you can see nothing here, because inside the file menu we do not create any option for the user. Now inside the file menu I am going to put new file, open a file, exit, etc., save, etc. I want to say if I click on file menu, here you can see other options such as new file, new window, open file, open folder, save, save as, etc. Also you can see a separator line. So we are going to create that. We can do it using add command method. First we need to type the menu name, in our case file menu. So I'm going to pass file menu dot add command. Using add command, we can add a new item. We can add a new item inside the menu. In our case, new, and it commands this method. So whenever we press the new label, it's going to execute this function new file, and our function going to create a new file. It's up to you what your function going to do. So for now, I'm going to define a function new file. So I copy the function name. So I'm going to define this function. So after import the module, here I'm going to define the function called new file. Date new file, and this function going to print this line in our terminal. New file created. We are not going to create any new file, because here I just try to show you how we can create the menu. After that, after create the new, I'm going to create another label. I want to create open. So at the same way, we need to type file menu dot add command label open, and this is going to call this function open file. And also we need to create this function. So here I'm going to define another function open file, and it's going to print file opened. Basically just I try to mimic a menu, something like that. After that I want to add a separator like this. So if I open file menu, here you can see a separator. So at the same way, we can create separator in Tkinter. To create the separator, we need to type file menu dot add separator method. After define the separator, as you can see, after define the separator, next we are going to create the exit. So here I'm going to define another label, file menu dot add command label exit, and it's going to call this function exit app. Now we need to define this method. So here def exit app inside it root.quit, and I'm going to save this file. So whenever user press this button, it's going to close the window. Now let's save the file and run this code in our terminal. So I'm going to hit the run button. So as you can see, this is our menu bar, and if I click on file, here you can see new, open and exit. If I press new, as you can see in my terminal, it print new file created. At the same way, if I press open, it's going to print open file opened. And if I click exit option, also you can notice the separator here, and if I click the exit option, it's going to exit the window, it's going to exit the program. Now at the same way, I'm going to add some other options for edit, such as copy, cut and paste. I'm going to add these three options. So here inside the edit menu, I'm going to add all the options using add command method. First we need to type the menu name, in our case edit menu dot add command, and inside the round braces we need to use the label parameter, label equal to cut, and I'm going to save this file. Now if I save this file and run this code in our terminal, this time if I open edit and if I click on this edit option, here you can see both the options, cut, copy and paste. Now let's jump into the help menu. Here I'm going to create a submenu inside it. So inside the help menu, here I'm going to define another menu, which is about menu. About menu equal to menu, and I'm going to put it inside the help menu. So this is our help menu, and here I'm going to put the about menu inside the help menu. After that, inside the about menu, I'm going to add the labels. Label such as about us, version info, etc. Then also we need to put this about menu inside the help menu. So we need to use add cascade method. So we need to type help menu dot add cascade inside the round braces label. Here we assign this label about and menu equal to about menu. So here we create the about menu. Then we need to put this about menu inside the help menu using add cascade method, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now you can see a fully functional menu. If I click on help menu, now you can see a submenu which is about, and if I hover my cursor on this about menu, here you can see it's open another window and you can see about us and version info. So here we create a fully functionable menu, and we know the process how we can create it. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new tutorial related Tkinter advanced wizards. Here I am going to explain three important layout structure wizard in Tkinter: separator, pan window and notebook. These wizards are mainly used to organize and improve the UI layout in more complex application. Now let's start with the first one, separator. ttk.separator. It is a thin line used to visually separate different sections of your GUI. It could be horizontal or vertical. And if I talk about its syntax, you need to type ttk.separator class, then inside the round braces, here we need to pass the parent div element, in our case root, then we need to provide the orientation, such as horizontal otherwise vertical. So let's see the demonstration how we can use it. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor and I create a Python file named separator.py. First we import our Tkinter module and we import everything from the Tkinter. Then we import ttk from Tkinter. After that we create a root window. This is the basic window. Now I'm going to define a label. I'm going to define a label to this root window. Label inside the round braces, here I'm going to pass the main window name root. Then I'm going to assign this text above the line and then I pack this label. After that, I'm going to create the separator. To create the separator, we need to type ttk.separator class. Then inside the round braces, first we need to provide the window name, in our case root, then we need to provide the orientation. Orient equal to, here I want to draw a horizontal line, so I pass horizontal. Then I pack this separator using pack method, and I fill this one at x-axis, and also I assign little padding at y-axis direction. After that, I am going to define another label, and I'm going to put the label below this horizontal line. And here I set the label text below the line, and then I pack this label. After set this file, if I run this code in our terminal, let me show you. This is the line I am talking about. Here I draw a line between these two labels. If I talk about it use cases, it's separating from section, toolbars or grouping areas within a window. Now let's talk about panned window. Basically, it is a container that divides the window into movable, resizable pans. You can add multiple widgets inside it. And if we talk about its syntax, first we need to type panned window, then inside the round braces we need to provide the window name, in our case root, then we need to provide the orient, then we need to pass the orientation. In our case, it would be horizontal, otherwise vertical. Now let me show you the demonstration what is panned window. So as you can see, I create another Python file pannedwindow.py, and here I create a basic simple window of Tkinter. At first, I am going to define a pan window. For that, I am going to define a variable pw equal to panned window, and then inside the round braces, here root is the parent of pan window, and we use orient horizontal. It means we are going to place the pan side by side, and if you want to place it top and bottom, then you can use vertical. After that, we need to pack this one, pw.pack, and inside the round braces, here we use two parameters, fill and expand. If we use fill both, then it's going to expand the wizard both the direction. I want to say horizontally and vertically, if the free space is available. And expand equal to 1 means it's going to allow the wizard to grow when the window is resized. And now I'm going to put a label to this pan window. I want to place it at left side. For that, left equal to label, and here I put the label inside this pan window, and I type text left pan, and our background color is light blue. After that, we need to add the left label inside this pan window as a pan. For that, I'm going to type pw.add inside the round braces left, and at the same way I'm going to create the right label. Also, we need to put it at right side. For that, again we need to use add method pw.add right. Now after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, this is how our panned window look like. And if I increase this window size, as you can see, according to the window size, it resizes the pans. Basically, we use it for side-by-side editors like File Explorer and Editor. Also, we can use it for setting panels, preview area, etc. Now, let's talk about the last one, which is Notebook. Basically, we use it to create a tabbed interface similar to browser tab or setting dialog. Using it, you can jump a tab to another tab. And if I talk about its syntax, first you need to define the variable name, then you need to type ttk notebook, and then you need to pass the parent window name. After that, you need to use add method. Next, you need to pass the child frame and the text, the tab name. So let me show you the demonstration how notebook look like. As you can see, here I create another Python file notebook.py. At first we import the Tkinter module, and here we import all the necessary functions, classes and constraints. Then we import ttk. ttk stands for themed tk module, which contained modern themed wizards such as notebook, progress bar and tree view. And we create the basic window. At first, I'm going to define a notebook. For that, I'm going to declare a variable notebook equal to ttk.notebook, and we put it in a root window. After that, we need to pack this notebook. Notebook.pack inside the round braces. Here we use expand equal to 1 and fill equal to both. Expand one means the notebook will expand to use all available spaces in the window. And fill both means the notebook will stretch both horizontally and vertically when the window is resized. Next, I am going to create total 2 frame for 2 tab. So, I am going to define 2 variables, tab1 and tab2. Tab1 equal to frame, and I put this frame into the notebook, and tab2 equal to frame, I also put this one into the notebook. Next, I am going to assign a label text for the tab1. So here I am going to type label, and I am going to put it in a tab1, and I am going to type welcome to tab1, and I pack this label. At the same way, we need to create another label, and this time I am going to put this one into tab2. Next, we need to add each frame as a separate tab to the notebook. For that, we need to use add method. I am going to add both the tab, and I want to add it separately. So I type notebook.add tab1 text tab1 and notebook.add tab2 text tab2. Here tab1 will appear with the title of tab1 and tab2 will appear with the title of tab2. Now let's set the file. Let's set the file and run this code in our terminal. After run this code in our terminal, here you can see the result. This is tab1, and inside this tab1, here we print welcome to tab1 with the help of this label. And if you hover on it, you can see it's become blue. And if I click on it, now we jump to the tab2, similar to browser. And here we print this is tab2 with the help of this label. And if we try to expand it, still it's work, because here we expand it in both the direction. It is very similar with browser tab, and it is used for organizing settings, multiple views or categorize content. So I hope now the concept is clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next chapter. Hey guys, good to see you back. This is the first tutorial related Tkinter event handling. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn command binding simpler method in Tkinter. Command binding is the most basic and beginner-friendly way to handle events in Tkinter. It's typically used with wizards like button, check button, radio button, and main. You can assign a function to a wizard using the command parameter. When the user interacts with that wizard, the function is executed. And if I talk about its syntax, first you need to type command parameter, then you need to assign the function name. And remember, when we pass the function name, we do not use parentheses. It means it's not going to execute immediately. And the function cannot take argument unless it's wrapped. You can use it with lambda function also. Lambda is a one-liner function. So let me show you the first example, basic button command. So as you can see here, we create a basic simple GUI window. And here I assign a title, command binding example. We know we already familiar with this event, but we need to learn it step by step. That's why I'm going to show you that. So I'm going to define a button equal to button, and button text is greet. And here I use the command parameter. Command equal to our function name is greet. Now we need to pack this button. So here we type button dot pack method. Then we need to define this function. So I'm going to define that function at that position. So I'm going to put it here, and I'm going to set this file. Def greet print hello Tkinter. This is the basic button command, and we already familiar with that. So if I run this code in my terminal and press the button, let me show you. If I press greet, as you can see in my terminal, it print hello Tkinter. Now let me show you another example. Now whenever we call the function, I want to pass an argument. For that we need to use lambda function. Let me show you. So again, I'm back to my Visual Studio Code editor, and I create another Python file main2.py, and I create a basic simple window. At first, I'm going to define a button, and I set button text click me. Then after comma, I'm going to use a lambda function. Command equal to, we need to type lambda, then colon. Then we need to call the function, and inside the parentheses here, I'm going to pass the value. I want to say an argument. Now we need to process this argument. So we need to define this function show message. So here I'm going to define the function. So I'm going to copy the function name show message. I'm going to type def and our function name is show message. Then inside the round braces as an argument we are going to pass my name. So name. Then inside the function here I'm going to type print statement print. Then inside the round braces I'm going to use f string here. F string inside the double quotes hello comma, then inside the curly braces I'm going to pass the variable name and semicolon to end this line and exclamation sign, and I'm going to subdisplay. Now instead of my name you can pass anything here. You can pass any name here. Now we need to pack this button. For that I'm going to type btn button dot pack method pack. Now after pack this button, I'm going to save this file and run this code in my terminal. After run this code, here you can see the button click me. If I click this button, as you can see it print in my terminal, hello, my name Jayanto. Basically, lambda is used to create an anonymous function that wraps the original one with parameter. And if we talk about limitation of command, no event info and no advanced control. No event info means you did not get details like which key or mouse button was used. Also, you don't have advanced control such as mouse position or keyboard input. And if I talk about its use cases, we use it with buttons such as submit, save, cancel, etc. Also, we use it with menus such as file, exit, etc. And also we use it for simple quick action that don't need event data. So this is the simpler command binding method. And that's how we can use it. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with another tutorial related Tkinter event handling, and today we are going to use bind method. It is an advanced method. The bind method lets you attach an event handler to a widget, so it can react to mouse events, keyboard events or other special triggers. And if I talk about its syntax, we need to type widget.bind method. Then inside the round braces, we need to pass the event description in angle brackets. Then we need to call the handler function. Events such as mouse event, keyboard event, etc. These are all common mouse event. If we use button -1, then it's mean let mouse click. If we use button -2, it's mean middle click. If we use button -3, it's mean right click. And if we use double dash button -1, it's mean double left click. And if we use P1 motion, it's mean mouse drag with left button. If we use enter, it's mean cursor enter wizard. If we use leave, cursor leave wizard. So these are all mouse events that we can use with Tkinter. Now let me show you an basic example with left mouse click. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor and I create a Python file main.py, and here I create a basic Tkinter window. And here first I'm going to define a basic label. Label equal to label, and here I assign a text click inside me. This is the label text. And I set background color light blue and width 30 and height 5. Then we need to pack this label. To pack this label I'm going to type label.pack method. Then inside the round braces I'm going to add some padding. Pad at y-axis and equal to, I'm going to add 20 pixel padding, and I'm going to set this file. After that, then I'm going to bind this label with an event. For that I'm going to type label dot bind method bind. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to use this event button 1. So inside the double quotes and inside the angle bracket, I'm going to type button 1. Then I'm going to type comma. After that, I'm going to call a method, and our method name is onClick. On underscore click. Next, we need to define the method. Basically, here we use left mouse click event. Now, when we press left mouse click event on this label, then I want to execute this function on click. So we need to define this function. So let's define the function. So here I'm going to define the function def on click inside the round braces event. Then inside the function, now here we pass the mouse event as parameter. Then we need to extract the clicked position, the clicked x-axis and y-axis position, and print it in our terminal. For that, I am going to type print statement. Print, here I use f-string, then I type mouse clicked at inside the round braces, inside the curly braces event dot x-axis and event dot y-axis. It's going to print the position of the click. So after save this file, if I run this code in our terminal, now here you can see the label. Now if I click anywhere in that label, as you can see, it prints a statement. Mouse clicked at 177 from the y-axis and 23 pixels from the x-axis. And if I click at that position, now you can see x-axis value 28 and y-axis value 33. This is the mouse click coordinate. So this is the example of mouse event. Now let me show you another example. But before I show you the keyboard event example, I would like to show you some keyboard events. These are the common keyboard events. First one is key. It's mean if we press any key, then it's going to trigger this event. Next one is return. It is for enter key. Then come escape. It is for escape key. Then come up. It is for up arrow. Then come down. It's for down arrow. Then come Ctrl A. It is for Ctrl plus A. So let's start the practical and see how we can use keyboard event. So as you can see, we are in a Visual Studio Code editor and already I create a Python file main2.py. At first, I'm going to create an entry field. I'm going to take an entry field. So I define a variable entry equal to entry, and we put it in a root window, and I pack this entry field. After that, I'm going to bind this entry field with keyboard event. For that, I'm going to type entry.bind inside the round braces key, and it's going to call onKey method. We are going to call this function. This method key triggers on any key press. Next, we need to define onKey function. For that, here we type def onKey inside the round braces event. Then inside this function, I'm going to type print statement. Print. Then inside the round braces, here I'm going to use f string f, and inside the double quotes, I'm going to type key pressed. Then inside the curly braces, here I want to print the actual character. So I'm going to type event.char. It's going to print the actual character. I want to say the actual character produced by the key press. Next, I want to print the name of the key. For that we need to use event.keysym. Let me show you that. So here I type symbol, then inside the brackets, then inside the curly braces event.keysym. Basically, it's going to print human readable name of the key. Now let's run the code in our terminal. So let's set the file and run this code in our terminal. Now we have an entry field, and if I type something such as A, now as you can see in our terminal it print key pressed A, symbol is also A. Now if I press shift, now you can see for non-printable characters it print nothing. In our key pressed it print nothing, but in our symbol it print backspace and shift. To remove the A character, I use backspace. That's why it print backspace. And then I press shift. That's why it type shift. At the same way, if we type alt key, now you can see it print alt L. And if I press alt from the right side, now you can see it print alt R. At the same way, if I press escape key, it print escape. And if I press 1, 2, 3, 4, otherwise any number, now you can see key pressed 4, symbol is also 4. So this is the example of common key event. Now let me show you the final example where I'm going to use multiple events in a button. We are going to use multiple events in a single button. So let me show you that. So as you can see, again I create a simple basic window, and at first I'm going to define a button. So first I'm going to define a button and I pack this button. Then I'm going to use some events with binding. Then I'm going to use multiple events. At first I'm going to use mouse enter event. So I'm going to type button.bind method. Here I'm going to use enter, and then I use lambda function. Lambda e print mouse entered. Next I'm going to use leave event. So I'm going to type button.bind leave, lambda mouse left, and at last I'm going to use button click event. So I'm going to type btn.bind button1 print button clicked. So if I save this file and run this code in our terminal, let me show you. So whenever I hover my cursor above the button, if I enter my mouse cursor in this button, now you can see it print mouse entered. At the same way, if I remove my cursor from this button, it print mouse left. And if I click this button, then you can see it print button clicked. And if I remove the button again it print mouse left, mouse entered, and button clicked. So this is how multiple events work together. And if you want to unbind any event, yes, you can. For that you need to type button btn dot unbind button 1. I want to say, now if we click on this button, it's not going to print anything. Let me show you. So to set this file, if I run this code in my terminal and if I hover my cursor, now you can see it print mouse entered, mouse left. But if I click on it, as you can see, it not work because here we unbind this event. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can use it. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the last tutorial related Tkinter event handling, and in this tutorial we are going to learn focus, grab and wizard state. Now let's talk about focus. Focus determines which wizard receive keyboard event. Only one wizard can have focus at a time. And if I talk about common focus methods, then we have focus set. It gives keyboard focus to this wizard. Then we have focus get. It's return the wizard that currently has focus. And at last we have focus force. Force focus work even the window is not active. So let's start the practical and see how focus worked. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor and we already create a Python file focus.py, and we create a simple basic window using Tkinter. Now I'm going to take total 2 entry field. So here I'm going to take total 2 entry field, and I already packed these 2 entry field, entry 1 and entry 2. Next I want to create a button, and whenever we press the button, it's going to set the focus on entry 2. For that I'm going to define a variable button equal to, I'm going to define button, and I paste this button in a root window, and our button text is focus entry 2, and after comma in our command parameter we use a lambda function, lambda entry 2 dot focus set. Here we use focus set method to set the focus on button 2. So whenever we press the button, this lambda function going to set the focus on entry 2. After that I'm going to pack this button. So I type button dot pack method, and I'm going to set this one. Now let's run the code in our terminal. After run this code in our terminal, here you can see by default there is no focus in our entry field. But if I click on focus entry 2, as you can see, after click this button, it start focusing on entry field 2. And if I click on outside of this window, anywhere outside of this window, it lose its focus. Now let's set the focus on entry field 1. When I click on this outer body of this window, I want to set focus on entry field 1. So let's back to the code. For that I'm going to type entry1.setFocus, and I'm going to set this file. And if I rerun this code, now you can see by default it's set focus on entry field 1. And if I click this button, now it focus on entry field 2. Now let's bind with a key press to display the current focus. For that, I'm going to use root.bind method. So here I'm going to type root.bind and I use any key method and I call this function show focus. Next we need to define this function. So I'm going to define the function def show focus event equal to none. Then inside this method, here we need to get the current focus. For that I'm going to define a variable current equal to root dot focus get. Here I use get method, focus get method to get the which one is focused. Next I want to print the current status, so I'm going to type print current focus is on, comma current, and I'm going to set this file. So if I run this code in our terminal, now if I press any key such as I'm going to press A, now you can see print current focus is on entry. And if I press this button and press any key such as G, now it print current focus is on entry 2. Here we bind the focus with keyboard event and we get the focus value, which one is focused, which entry field is focused. Now let's talk about grab. Grab capture all events for a specific wizard. It is useful for modal dialogues where you want to block interaction with other windows, otherwise wizards. It means it's going to create another window, another different window to execute something else. And until you close this one, you cannot return to the original one. And if I talk about its method, we have grab set method, grab release method, grab current method. Grab set method capture all events until released. Grab release the grab, and grab current return the wizard that has grab. So let me show you the demonstration how we can use it. So again I am back to my Visual Studio Code editor and I create a Python file grab.py and I create the basic window. At first I am going to define a button that going to command to open a new modal box, otherwise modals. So I'm going to define the button equal to button. Inside it we place it in a root window, then our button text is open modal and it's going to command this method open modal, this function open modal, and I pack this button. Now we need to define this function. So here I'm going to define the function def open modal. Then inside this method, here I'm going to define the modal box. For that, to create the modal box, I'm going to define a variable modal equal to top level, and I'm going to place it in a root window. Then I'm going to set title and the geometry of this modal. So after define the modal title and the modal geometry, I'm going to set a label, and I place this label inside the modal and I set text, and I set label text close me before returning to the main window. So we need to close the modal before we return to the main window. After that we need to create the close button. So here I'm going to define the close button, and as you can see inside the command we use modal.destroy method. This method going to destroy the modal. Next we need to capture all events for this window. For that we need to use modal.grabset method. So here I'm going to define modal.grabset. It capture all events for this window. After that, after open the window, we need to give focus to this modal. For that we need to use modal.setFocus method. So here I am going to define modal.setFocus to give focus to modal. After that I am going to assign a pause execution until modal close. For that we need to use wait window method, some type modal.wait window, and I'm going to place it inside the modal, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in our terminal, and as you can see in our window we have a button name open modal. If I press this button, as you can see it open a modal window. By default also it set a focus to this modal window, that's why it's highlighted. And as I told you, here I use grab.set method. The grab.set method force all clicks and key press to the modal window, not to this window. If I try to click this button, as you can see it not work. Now this one is active. Now we have all the focus on this window. Until you close the window, so if I press close button, otherwise close it, then we have regained the focus in the main window. Now again we can click this button and open a new model. So this is what we can do with grab set method. Now let me show you another demonstration of grab. Here we are going to use grab release method. So here I create another Python file grab2.py, and here I'm going to explain how we can use grab set and grab release method together. At first, inside this window I'm going to define a button. So here I define a simple button using this variable btn, and I type click me. Then I'm going to define another button which is going to trigger log event. So I define this button and I press this button in a root window, and our button text is grab event, and this one and this button command this function log event. Now we need to work on this function. We need to define the function, but I'm going to define it later. Let's create another button. Here I'm going to create another button which is going to release the grab event. For that, again I define this button, and our button text is release event, and it's going to command this method release event. After that, I'm going to use a label to print our status. So I define a variable status equal to label, and I place it in a root window, and our text is no grab active, and I pack this status. After that, I'm going to define log event function and release event function. So let's do that. In our log event function, I'm going to set the grab. So inside the log event method, button dot grab set. Now after grab is active, clicks work only on this button. So I want to show the status in our label. For that, we need to configure this status. So I'm going to tag status.config, and I change the text of the status equal to text equal to grab is active. Click only work on this button. At the same way, we need to work on release event method. So here I'm going to define this event release event, def release event, button dot grab release. After grab released, also we need to change the status. For that, again we need to type status.config text equal to grab released. You can click anywhere, and I'm going to save this file. Now let's run the code in our terminal. So I'm going to hit the run button. As you can see, it opened this window, and we have multiple buttons. Now you can see in our status, no grab active. Now I'm going to click on release event. If I click release event, now it print grab released. You can click anywhere. Now we are able to click anywhere. We can press release event button again. But if we click grab event button, now our status is changed. It print grab is active. Clicks only work on this button. Now if I try to release it, it's not work. Even I try to press the same button grab event, still it's not work. It's only work on this click me button. I want to say without grab, all buttons are work fine. But with grab, only click me button respond. This one. If I click anywhere in our window, still it press click me button. Until we release the grab, other buttons are ignored. So this is what we can do with grab. So this is it for this tutorial. At the next tutorial, we are going to talk about wizard state. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hey guys, good to see you back. This is the another tutorial related Tkinter event handling, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn wizard state. The state option in Tkinter wizards control whether a wizard is usable, disable or a special hover state. And if I talk about the common states, normal, disable and active. Normal is fully functional. Disable, grayed out, cannot be clicked or typed in. And active is specially used for styling, when I mouse hover on it. Now let me show you an example with button wizard state. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio code editor, and here we create a simple Python file. Button state, button_state.py, and we create a basic Tkinter window. At first, I'm going to define a button. So here I'm going to type btn equal to button, and I'm going to put it in a root window, and here I said button text enable. Also I call a lambda function using command parameter. lambda and it's going to print this statement, button clicked. Then I tag this button. So whenever we press this button, it's going to print this line button clicked in our terminal. Next, we need to create another toggle button that's going to trigger a function. So here I'm going to define another toggle button equal to button, and our button text is enable and disable, and this button going to trigger this function toggle button. Now this function going to disable and enable this button, the first button. So here I'm going to define the function def toggle button, and inside this function I'm going to use if condition. Here I'm going to type if button inside the square braces state equal to normal. If the state is normal, then inside this if condition I'm going to configure the button. I'm going to configure this button variable. Here I'm going to configure total 2 parameters. So I'm going to type btn.config inside the round braces. First I'm going to assign a new parameter state, and I'm going to make it disable, and also I'm going to change the text of this button which is disabled. It's work if the condition match with this, if it is normal. Then in our else condition here I configure button.config state become normal again and text enable again. Now our toggle button use like a switch. First time if we press on it, then it going to disable the button, and if I press the toggle button again, it going to normal the button. So let's save the file and run this code in our terminal. After run this code, as you can see, we have a button called enable. And if I press on enable button, now you can notice in our terminal it print button clicked. Now it's work fine. But if I click on disable, now this button status become disabled. Also you can see in this button text. Now if I try to press the button, it's not going to work. But if I press the second button again, now it become enable again. Now it's work fine. This is the example of button state. Now let me show you another example with entry widget state. So as you can see, I create another Python file entry widget _state.py, and I create a basic simple window. At first, I'm going to take an entry wizard. So I'm going to type entry equal to entry, and I pack this entry. Then I'm going to define a button which is going to call lock unlock function. So I'm going to define the button equal to button, and our button text is lock entry, and command is, and it's going to call this function lock unlock, and then I pack this button. After that we need to define that function. So I'm going to define the function def lock unlock. Then inside this function I'm going to use if condition. So here I'm going to type if entry state equal to normal, then I want to configure the entry wizard. So here we need to type entry.config state equal to disabled. I'm going to make it disabled. Also I'm going to change the button text. I'm going to make it button.config text equal to unlock entry. Then in our else part, so I'm going to type else. Inside the else condition, I'm going to make this one normal. Entry.config, I'm going to make it normal. And also I'm going to change the button text. So I type button.config text equal to lock entry. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, I'm going to run this code in our terminal. After hit the run button, here you can see our entry field. Now, if I try to enter anything such as A, B, C, D, whatever, it's work fine. But if I log this entry, if I click on this log entry button, now you can see now we are unable to put anything or delete anything from this entry field. And if you want to unlock it again, and again you need to press this button, unlock entry. Now it become unlock again. Now you can do whatever you want to. So this is the example with entry wizard. Now let me show you the last example. Now in this example we are going to talk about active state. So I create a Python file active_state.py. As I told you earlier, the active state is mostly for styling button when hovered or clicked. So let me show you the example. At first I'm going to define a button. So as you can see here I define a button, and our button text is hover me. and our button background color is light blue, and I pack this button with 20 pixel padding at y-axis. Now after save this file, if I click on this button, here you can see the button. If I click on this button, you can see when button become active, the button background color become gray. You can see the gray background color in this button because it is the default color. But I want to change the color when the button become active. Now the button is in active state because I press my left click of my mouse over the button. And if I release it, again it become normal state and its background color become light blue. So I want to change the active background color. For that, we need to use a parameter called active background, and here I assign light green color. Now after save this file, if I rerun this code and try to click this button, if I active this button, now you can see the background color become green, light green. So this is what I am talking about. This is the usage of active state. I hope now it's clear for you. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next chapter. Hello guys, good to see you back. Today we are going to create a simple Tkinter app using bind method. Basically, I want to show how we can use bind method in our projects. Here we are going to create a simple drawing app. You can draw lines using your mouse. Using mouse drag, draw line on the canvas. Also, you can change pen color when you press a particular key. So let me show you the demonstration what we are going to build today. So as you can see, this is our main root window. In this window, we have a canvas and then we have a label. Now current color is selected black. This is the default color. If I try to draw a line, now you can see it draw a line in our canvas. To draw a line, we need to move our mouse inside the canvas area. Then we need to press left key and drag our mouse. That's going to draw a line. Now you can notice it draw the line in black color. Now you want to change the color. Now you decide you are going to use red color. So if I press R, as you can see in our label, it print current color red. Now if I try to draw a line, you can see red color line. At the same way, if you want to use green color, then you need to press G. Now you can see it draw a line in green color. If you want yellow, you need to press Y. Now current color is yellow. You can see the yellow line. For blue, you need to press B. Now current color is blue. At the same way, if you want purple, now current color is purple and it draw line with purple color. And if you want to black color again, in that case you need to press K. So as you can see, we can change color and we can draw line. It is a very simple drawing app, and I create this app with the help of bind method to understand how bind method work, how keyboard events and how mouse drag events work. So let's start the practical. So finally we are going to start coding. As you can see, we create a Python file project.py. First we import the Tkinter module. We import everything. Then we create the main window. At first here we create an instance variable of tk class and the variable name is root. Now root become the main window. Then we set root.title and here we set our project name. Draw and change color with bind method. Next we set a geometry to this window. Width 500 and height 400. At last we run our main loop. Now at first we need to create a canvas for the drawing area. For that I'm going to define a variable and our variable name is canvas. So I'm going to type canvas equal to canvas. Then inside the round braces I'm going to put this canvas in the root window. Then I set background color. Our canvas background color is white. Then we define width of this canvas. Width 480 pixel and height 320 pixel. After that I'm going to pack this canvas. So I'm going to type canvas.pack and here I assign some padding at y-axis and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in our terminal, this is how our canvas area look like in this window. Next, I print a status label for the background color. So here I'm going to define a label. So I'm going to type status label equal to label. and we put it in a root window. And here I'm going to put this text, current color black. Then I pack this status label. If I set this file and run this window in our terminal, now you can see this status label, current color is black. This would be the default color for our brush. After that, we need to store the current color. We need to store the current color in a mutable list, so it can be changed in function. So first I'm going to type a single line comment, current color stored in a mutable list, so it can be changed in functions. So I'm going to store the current color in a list, and I'm going to change the current color using a function. Next, we need to bind the canvas, and we need to call an event that's going to draw in this canvas. For that, here I'm going to type a comment bind mouse drag to draw. Then I'm going to type canvas.bind method, and inside the round braces, here I use this common event. Here I use this mouse event, b1-motion. It's mean mouse drag with left button. So when we trigger this event using our mouse, then it's going to call this function, draw. So here I use mouse event. Next I'm going to use a keyboard event to change the color of our brush. For that we need to type root.bind, and inside the round braces here we use this event, key event. It's mean any key event, and it's going to trigger this function, change color. Now according to the mouse position, this draw function going to draw the line. For that I'm going to define the function. So here I'm going to define draw function, def draw, and I'm going to pass the event. In our case, b1-motion event. It's triggered when mouse click and drag on this canvas. Next, we need to extract the x-axis and y-axis position of our cursor. For that, I'm going to define two variables x and y. X equal to event.x and y equal to event.y, and we store the coordinates at that variable. Next, we need to draw lines. For that, we need to use createLine method. So I'm going to type canvas.createLine, this one. Then inside the round braces, at first we need to define the start point. So I'm going to pass x-axis value and y-axis value. So I'll pass x, y. This is the starting point. Also we need to pass the end point. For that, after comma, and I want to create the end point just 1 pixel away to creating a tiny dot. For that, I'm going to plus x with 1. I'm going to add 1 value with every coordinates, comma, y plus 1. Then after comma, I'm going to define the fill color. For fill color, fill equal to, here I'm going to use current color, this one, the current color we defined. So I copy the value current color variable, and here I'm going to assign current color, Ctrl V. Then inside the square braces, I'm going to define the index. As you can see, at a time, it's going to pass only one value. So I'm going to pass index number 0. Then we need to define the width of the line stroke. For that, I'm going to type width. I'm going to use 3 pixels, and I'm going to set this file. At the same way, I'm going to define another function. So I'm going to type def, and this function is for changing the color, change color. And inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the event, the actual keyboard event. Then inside the colon, here I'm going to type, for now I'm going to type pass. And I'm going to set this file. Now I'm going to save this file and run this code, because we need to check, is it draw our line properly or not. By default, as I told you, it's going to select the black color, because here is set black, current color black. So I'm going to run this file. And if I hover my cursor on it and in this canvas and press click and drag, as you can see, it draw a line. So here we successfully draw a line. Now just we need to change the color. So let's back to the code. Now you can notice here we use keyboard event. So whenever we press any key from our keyboard, it's going to trigger this function. Now we need to get the key value, which key is pressed. To get the value, here I'm going to define a variable called key equal to event.character, and I'm going to convert this character in a lowercase. So if user type capital R, it's going to convert it in a lowercase. After that, I'm going to define a dictionary of color. For that, I'm going to define a variable called colors equal to inside the curly braces. Here we assign a dictionary. For R, dictionary value is red. For G, it's green. For B, it's blue. For Y, it's yellow. For P, it's purple. For O, it's orange. And for K, is black. Now, we need to change the current color with selected colors. For that, I'm going to use if condition, if key in colors. Then inside this if condition, current color equal to colors.key. Here we select the current color index, which is 0. And I'm going to replace with whatever value we pass. Suppose if user press G, then it's going to replace the current color black with G. Here we access the color using dictionary, colors, and inside the square braces we pass the key value. So from this dictionary it's going to get the value and replace the current color with that. After that, also we need to change the status color. For that, here I'm going to type status label.config method. And first I'm going to change the text, and I use fstring current color inside the curly braces. Inside the curly braces, here I would pass the current color. Current color inside the square braces 0 index. Now if it become green, otherwise blue, it's going to replace the black with blue, otherwise green. Also, we need to handle the error. If user pass any other key such as escape key, shift key, otherwise any other key, we need to handle it. We need to print the value. For that, in our else part, else, inside the else block, I'm going to type status level.config text equal to unknown key, and here we are going to print the key, which value user type. Suppose user type A, it is not matched with our dictionary. Then it's going to print unknown key A, and I'm going to save this file. After save the file, let's run the code in our terminal and see is it work properly or not. So I run this code in my terminal, and here you can see the canvas window. By default, current color is black. So if I draw any line, it draw the line in black color. But I want to use red color. For that, we need to use R. I'm going to press R command. So when I press R, now you can see current color is red. Now if I draw a line, now you can see the line color is red. At the same way, if you want to change the color, such as if you want to use green color, then you need to press G. Now if I draw a line, you can see the green color line. If you want blue, then you need to press B, and here you can see the blue color line. If you want orange, then you can press O. Now you can see the orange color line, and if you want black again, then you need to press K. After press K, now you can see the black color line again. So this is how you can change color in our canvas. I hope you like this small project. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorials. Hello guys, nice to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn Tkinter variable and data binding. Tkinter provide special variable classes such as string var, int variable, double var, boolean var, etc. We already familiar with that. Basically, it is act as a wrapper around the normal Python values, and these allow two-way data binding between your Python code and wizards, meaning when the variable changes, the wizard updates automatically. When the wizard's value changes, the variable updates automatically. And if I show you the variable classes, these are all variable classes. We already familiar with that, and we already use it in our previous tutorials. String var, int var, double var, boolean var. String var store text, otherwise string, such as hello. Int var store integers only, such as 42. Double var store floating numbers, such as decimal number 3.14. And boolean var stored true and false. Now let me show you an example where I'm going to use all type of variables. So as you can see, here I define a basic simple Tkinter window in this Python file, and our Python file name is Tkinter_variables.py. At first, inside this window, I'm going to define some variables. I'm going to define string variable, integer variable, double variable, and boolean variable. At first, I'm going to define string variable. String var equal to tk.stringvar, and inside the round braces here I set value hen. Next, I'm going to define integer variable. Int var equal to tk.intvar, and I'm going to set the value, and here I'm going to set the value 10. Next, I'm going to define the double var. I want to set the decimal value. Double var equal to tk.doublevar. Inside the round braces, value equal to 3.14. And at last, I'm going to define the boolean value. Boolean var equal to tk.booleanvar, value equal to true. Next, I'm going to define some widgets that bound to the variables. For that, I'm going to type a single line comment, widgets bound to variables. Next, I'm going to take an entry field for the string variable. So I'm going to type tk.entry, and I'm going to place the entry field in this root window. Then, text variable equal to string var, and I pack this variable. For integer variable, I'm going to use spinbox. So I'm going to type tk.spinbox, I'm going to place it in a root window. And here I'm going to set minimum value. I want to set from value 0 and highest value 100, to value 100. And I'm going to set the text variable int var. It's mean 10. So by default, it already select 10. Next, I'm going to take another entry field for the double var. So I'm going to type tk.entry, and I'm going to place it in a root window, and text variable equal to double var, and I pack this entry field. After that, for the boolean var, I'm going to take a check button. tk.check button, I'm going to place it in a root window, and our check button text is agree. And here I set the variable. Variable equal to boolean var. It's mean true or false. Now you can notice every wizard bound to a variable. Now after set this file, if I run this code in our terminal, you can see the result. This is our first entry field, this is the spin box, this is our second entry field, and this is check button. After that, I'm going to define a button that's going to trigger a function, and it's going to print all the value in our terminal. So here I'm going to define the button. tk.buttons, and I'm going to place the button in a root window, text equal to show values. Then command equal to show values, and I pack this button. And now we need to define show value function. So to copy the function name, and I'm going to define it here. Def show values. Then inside this function, I'm going to print all the variable value, such as string variable, int variable, double variable, and boolean variable. So for the first variable, I'm going to type print string, and here I'm going to type stringvar.get. Using stringvar.get method, we can get value from this variable. We already know that, just I try to show you that. And at the same way, I get all the variables value, such as int variable value, double variable value, and boolean variable value. We need to use get method to get the value from a variable. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and press the button show value, now you can see in my terminal it print all the variable value. String hello, int 10, double 3.14, and boolean is true. If I disagree this check button and press show value again, now you can see in our boolean variable it print false. So this is the example with all variable type. I hope now it's clear for you. Now let me show you another example. With the real-time update using .traceAdd method. Tkinter variable object such as string var, integer var have a method called .traceAdd that run a function automatically whenever the variable changes. It's run automatically. So let me show you how we can use it. So first I'm going to define a string var. For that I'm going to define a variable text var equal to tk.stringvar, and here I'm going to set nothing as value. After that I'm going to take an entry field. Here I take the entry field in an entry variable, and I bound this entry field with this text variable. Next, I'm going to define a label that's going to print the current value. So I'm going to type label equal to tk.label and I place it in a root window and I set text, type something above. And I use Arial font and font size is 14. And then I pack this label. Now, to trigger the trace add function, I'm not going to use any button. Just I'm going to type textvar dot trace add. Here I use the method textvar dot trace add, and inside the run braces write, and I call this function on text change. So when I write something in the entry field, it's going to put the current value to this variable. Basically, text variable linked to the both entry and the callback function. And when the variable change inside the entry field, this method trigger and call this function. And now we need to define the text on change method. This function, so I'm going to type def text on change. Inside the round braces, here I use star args. If you don't care about extra parameter, you can use star args. After that, we configure this label. Label.config, and I want to change the text value. So I select the text parameter. And inside it, I use fstring. Current value inside the curly braces, we need to get the current value using get method. So I type textvar.get. And if I save this file and run this code in my terminal, here you can see the window. Now, if I type anything to this entry field, suppose 1, 2, 3, 4, as you can see instantly it print in our label. It show in our label. You can type anything. It could be a character, dot, whatever. So this is the example of real-time update with trace add method. It triggered the function when the variable value is changed. It works only with variables. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial, and today in this tutorial we are going to working on dialog boxes. Tkinter come with 3 type of dialog box: message box, field dialog and color chooser. Using message box, you can display info, warning and error. And using field dialog, you can open and save files. And using color chooser, you can choose any color. And today in this tutorial, I am going to talk about message box. The Tkinter message box module is used to display pop-up dialog with message and optional button. If I talk about its common function, it comes with show info function. It is used to show information pop-up. Then show warning. It is used to show warning pop-up. Show error. It is used to show error pop-up. Ask question. It's written yes or no. Then ask OK cancel. It's written true or false. Then ask yes no. It's written true or false also. At last we have ask retry cancel. It is written true or false. So let's start the practical and see how we can use message box. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor and I create a Python file main.py, and here we create a basic Tkinter window. Next, to use message box, we need to import message box. So I'm going to type from Tkinter import message box. After import the message box, I'm going to define a button that's going to trigger a function. So I'm going to type tk.button and I test this button in this root window, and our button text is show message boxes, and this button command this function show on. Now we need to define this function show on. Now let's define the function. So here I'm going to define def show all. Inside the function, here at first I want to show information in our message box. So I'm going to use this method message box.showInfo. At first we need to pass the title, in our case info. Then we need to pass the information message. If I save this file and run this code in our terminal and press this button show message boxes, here you can see the information message window. And if I press OK, it closes this window. So this is the first example of message dialog box. Now let me show you a warning. So I'm going to comment out this line, and here I'm going to type message box dot show warning. First we need to pass the title, then we need to pass the warning message. This is a warning message. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and press show message boxes, here you can see the warning sign and this is warning message. Next we have error message. So I comment out this line and I'm going to display the error message, and I'm going to display show error, message box dot show error. First we need to provide the title, then our error message. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and press this button, here you can see the error message with cross sign, this icon. Now let me show you ask question. But before, we need to comment out this line, and to use ask question, first I'm going to define a variable, and our variable name is answer1. Answer1 equal to message box dot ask question. First we need to provide the title question, then we need to ask the question, do you like Python? After that user have two options, yes or no. To print the answer, I'm going to type print statement inside the round braces ask question, and I'm going to pass the answer, yes or no. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and press this button, now this dialog box asks question with question mark sign. Do you like Python? Yes or no? If I pass yes, as you can see in my terminal it print ask question yes. Now let me show you another dialog box. But before, I'm going to comment out both this line, and here I'm going to declare another variable answer2. Answer2 equal to message box dot ask yes no, and as a title I'm going to pass yes no. Do you want to continue? In ask no, if you press yes, it means it's true, and if you press no, it means it's false. Let me show you. So I'm going to print the value answer2, and I'm going to save this file and run this code in our terminal. After run this code, if I press this button, now it asks, do you want to continue? If I press yes, as you can see, here it print true. But if we press no, then it's going to print false. At the same way, we have ask okay cancel. So I define another variable answer3. Answer3 equal to message box dot ask okay cancel. It is used for save changes, and also it return true false value. So if I print the value in our terminal and save this file and run this code in our terminal, if I press this button, as you can see, do you want to save changes? If I press cancel, now you can see answer is false. If I press yes, then it's going to print true. Basically, we use it for save settings. And at last, we have ask retry cancel. So I comment out both the line, and I am going to type answer4. Answer4 equal to message box dot ask retry cancel, and as a title I'm going to pass retry. Connection failed, retry. It is asked for retry, and then I print the value. Also this one going to return true and false in my terminal. Let me show you. If I run this code in my terminal and press this button, it shows a warning message. Connection failed. It asks for retry. If I press retry, it's going to pass true. So these are the example of common function of message box. At the next tutorial, I'm going to talk about another dialog box, which is file dialog. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with another tutorial related dialog box. And today in this tutorial, we are going to learn file dialog box. In our previous tutorial, we learned message box. We use message box to display information, warning, error, etc. But in our file dialog box, we can open file, we can save file, we can open multiple files at once, everything. Tkinter's file dialog let the user select files or folders. And if we talk about its common functions, it comes with total 4 functions. Ask open file name. It select a file to open. It is used for single file, and it's going to return the file path as a string. Then we have ask open file names. It select multiple files. It's return tuple of file path. Then we have ask save as file name. We use it for select location to save a file. It's return a string file path. At last we have ask directory. It is used for select a folder and it return a folder path as a string. So let me show you the demonstration of all of these functions. What can we do with that? So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor. At first we import Tkinter as tk. Then we create the basic GUI window. Root equal to tk.tk. Then we set a title to this window, file dialog example, and we set the geometry 300 by 200. And at last we run the main loop. At first I am going to create a button. So I'm going to type tk.button class. Then inside the round braces we place this button in a root window. Then text equal to open file and command equal to, I call this function open file and then I pack this button. After that we need to define this function open file. So I copy the function name. Here I'm going to define the function def open file, and inside this function at first I'm going to define a variable called file path. File underscore path. File path equal to, here we need to use file dialog. For that we need to import the file dialog. So I'm going to type from Tkinter I want to import file dialog. Now I want to use ask open file name. First we need to define file dialog dot, from file dialog I want to use ask open file name. Then inside the round braces at first we need to assign a title for the dialog window. So I'm going to type title equal to open a file. Then after comma we need to define the file types. It is important. So I'm going to type file types. Then inside the square braces we can define particular file types. Suppose if you want to select .txt file, text file, then you need to define the label of the file, text file, then you need to mention the extension. I want to say the file pattern. For that you need to type star.txt. .txt is the extension. And here we use star. It means anything. It could be anything. It could be 123.txt, it could be text, it could be symbol, whatever. At the same way, if you want to select other file types, suppose if you want to select Python file, in that case, first you need to provide the label name, in our case Python files, and then you need to pass the extension such as star.py. It is for Python file. And if you want to access all the files, in that case you need to type all files, it is the label, and for the extension you need to type star.star. It's mean after dot it could be anything. It could be txt, it could be py, it could be Illustrator file, PSD, whatever. Basically here we create a drop down filter that user can select file type between text file and Python file. After open the folder, if user select Python file, then it's going to show only the Python file from the folder. And if they select all files, then it's going to show all the files from the folder. Let me show you the demonstration. Now as you can see in my document directory, we have multiple type of file such as PDF file, JPG image file, PNG image file, Adobe Illustrator file, text file, Python file, CSS file, script file, and HTML file. Also we have Photoshop file. Now let's back to the code. So after set this file, if I run this code in my terminal, let me show you, and now you can see our file dialog box and we have a button open file. Now I try to open any file, so after click open, it open a open file window. This is our file dialog box and we name it open a file, and I want to access document folder. If I open document folder, now you can see only the text file, because in our filter section we select the text file. Now I want to select the Python file. After select the Python file, you can see only the Python file from this folder, in this folder. And if I select all file, now you can see all type of files together. Now you are able to select any file from this folder. And here we use total two type of filter, text for text file filter and Python file filter. Now you can select all the Python files. Now you can open this file. You can select this file, also you can open this file. After open this file, you can see nothing here because we don't do anything after opening it. So after open the file, let's print the file path. For that, I'm going to type if condition. If file path, then inside this if condition, I want to I want to print the file path. Then inside the round braces, inside the double quotes, here I'm type open file, then after comma, I want to print the file path variable, and I'm going to save this file. Remember, this function is used to select only one file. So after save the file, if I run this code in my terminal and try to select one file, such as I want to select a Python file main.py, so I click open. Now you can see in my terminal, it prints the exact file path from where we open the file. It prints the exact file path of this file as a string. Now using the file path, we are able to open the file. And to open it, we need to create file pointer and open method, etc. I'm not going to use that in this tutorial. I just try to show you how we can use file dialog. Next, I'm going to show you how we can open multiple files at once, how we can select multiple files. For that, I'm going to define another button, tk.button, and our button text is open multiple file, and I command this function open multiple files, and I pack this button. After that, we need to define this function. So I copy this function, and I'm going to duplicate that section. Then after duplicate it, I'm going to replace the function name open file with open multiple files. And instead of using file dialog.ask open file name, I'm going to use file names, MES, this one. Also, I'm going to change the title of this window, open a file, to open multiple files. And now I'm going to remove this filter. I don't need it. And instead of using one filter, I'm going to use multiple filter at once. Let me show you. So here I'm going to define images. Our filter label is images, and at the same time I want to access PNG image, JPG image, JPEG image. With that, if you want to add Adobe Illustrator file or PSD file, yes, you can. Just you need to type space and you need to type star dot AI, Adobe Illustrator file, space. Also, if you want to open PSD file, then you need to type star dot PSD, Photoshop document file, and I'm going to save this code. After that, also I'm going to change the print statement. I'm going to make it selected files, then file path. But before I run this code, also I'm going to change the variable, because I duplicate this file, so I don't want to use the same variable name. I don't want to overwrite it. For that, I want to use a separate variable name. So I'm going to make it file path files, this one, and I'm going to save this file. Also, if files, then print selected files, and it's going to print a tuple. It's going to print a tuple with multiple selected file path. Let me show you. So to save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and try to open multiple files, now you can see the result. Here, as you can see, it selected images and it opened all type of image file format. I don't have any JPEG file format, that's why it do not show that. We have the JPEG file, we have the Adobe Illustrator file, we have the Photoshop file, and we have the PNG file. And I'm going to open all of it at once. If I open it, as you can see in my terminal, it print a tuple. And every tuple item is a file path. Here is our file located. So this is the first part of this tutorial. At the second part of this tutorial, I'm going to use two other functions, such as ask save file name and ask directory. It is used to save the file, and next one is select the folder. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. In this tutorial, we are going to learn ask save file name method and ask directory method. It is used to select location to save a file, and next one is used to select a folder. So let's start the practical. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio code editor. Now I'm going to create another button that going to command a function save file. Let me show you. So I'm going to type tk.button and our button text is save file, And in our command parameter, I call this function save file and I tag this button. And after that, we need to define this function save file. So I copy the function name and I'm going to duplicate this section. At first, I'm going to change the function name. I'm going to change open multiple files to I'm replace with save file. After that, I'm going to change the variable name. I'm going to make it save path. Save path equal to file dialog dot ask save file name method. So I'm going to replace ask open file names with ask save file name. Then I'm going to set a title. I'm going to make it title equal to save as. After that, you can mention the default extension of the save file. For that, we need to use this parameter default extension equal to .txt. So automatically it's going to save the file in txt format. Also, you can mention in file types. So I'm going to remove these file extensions and with all type of files, I'm going to use txt file. So I use this label text file and then I use start.txt. After that, we need to print the chosen path after select the path. For that, we need to use the if condition if save path. If save path is true, then I want to print the save path variable. Also, I'm going to change the text of this print statement. Here, I'm going to type file save at save path and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now you can see the save file button. If I click on it, from here, you can use the save file location, in our case document. Also, you can use file save as type, such as by default it select text files. Also, you can choose all files. And you can select your save location. After save it, it's going to replace this one. It's going to replace the new one. Also, if you want to put your own name, such as anything, such as new file, and choose the text extension, text file, and then press save. Now you can see a terminal, it print the save file location. File save at the exact this location with this new file name. Remember, it do not create a real file. It's just create a save file location. Now let's talk about our last function. For that, I'm going to define another button. Here I'm going to type tk.button. I'm going to place it in the root window and our button text is select folder and it's going to command this method select underscore folder. The function select folder going to define a handler to pick a directory. You can select any folder using that. So let's define the function. For that, here I'm going to type our function name dev select folder and inside the function I'm going to type the folder path, otherwise folder equal to file dialog dot, and here we are going to use ask directory. Then inside the round braces, at first we need to provide the title and our title name is title. I'm going to type select a folder. This is it. You don't need to pass other parameters such as default file extension, file types, etc. Just we need to pick the folder. And if you want to set condition, is it picked correctly or not, we are going to define a print statement using if condition. Some type if folder, then inside this if condition, I'm going to print. Here I'm going to print inside the round braces selected folder. I want to select the folder path, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and try to select a folder path, let me show you. You can see the button select folder. If I click on it and select one of the folders such as downloads, otherwise you can select folder from any drive, such as if I open this drive, such as we select the Tkinter folder, then if I click on it, here you can see the folder path, selected folder. This folder is in my F drive and our folder name is Tkinter. So these are the most common file dialog function and you can see their purpose and what they return. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hey guys, good to see you back. This is the final tutorial related dialog boxes and in this tutorial we are going to learn color chooser. The color chooser module let the user pick a color from a palette. It's written both RGB color values and hexa color values. So let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor and we create a simple basic window. Then we set the geometry 300 by 200 and here we are going to use color chooser. So we need to import color chooser. For that we need to type from Tkinter import color chooser. Then we need to create a button that's going to call a function. For that I'm going to type tk.button and I'm going to paste the button in a root window and our button text is chose color. And in our command parameter I call this function chose color. And now we need to define this function. So here I'm going to define the function def chose color. Then inside this function we need to open the color chooser dialog. For that I'm going to define a variable and our variable name is color. Color equal to from color chooser I want to use the method called ask color, this one. Then inside the round braces here I'm going to define a title and I'm going to type pick a color. After that I'm going to use if condition. As I told you, after choose a color it's going to return hexa value also RGB value. So here I'm going to set a condition if color from the color I want to select from the color I want to select index 1. Here I use index 1 and index 1 stands for hexa value. It means if there is an hexa value in this variable at index number 1, then inside this if condition I want to print inside the round braces I'm going to type. First I want to print the RGB value, so type capital RGB colon and I'm going to print the RGB color value. For that, to access RGB color value, after type the variable name, we need to access the index number 0. It's going to print the RGB color value. Then I'm going to print the hexa value. So I duplicate this line. Instead of using color 0, I'm going to use index number 1. And I'm going to replace RGB with hex. And I'm going to save this file. Now, after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, let me show you. We have a button called color chooser. If I click on it, it opens the color chooser dialog box. And if I select any color such as kind of green color and press OK, now you can see the color value. This is the RGB value of this color and this is the hexa value of this color. Now, let me show you another example. I want to change our window color. Whatever color we select from this color chooser, I want to apply it in our main window. For that, I'm going to type root.config method, config. And inside the round braces, I want to change the background color, so I'm going to type BG. Background equal to, I'm going to type colored and I want to apply the hexa value. So I'm going to type color 1, index number 1. And I'm going to save this file again. Now, if I rerun this code and open the color dialog box and select any color such as this kind of blue and select and press OK, now you can see in our main window, it reflects with this color, this blue color. So whatever color we select from this color chooser, it's going to apply the color in this window. So this is how we can use color chooser dialog box. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn about toolbars. Toolbars with icon. Basically, a toolbar is just a frame placed at the top of the window that holds button wizard with icons. So toolbar is not an object, not a different object, it's made with frame. So let's create the toolbar and clear the concept. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor and I create a Python file tool.py, and we have a folder, icons folder, and inside this icons folder we have multiple icons such as new icon, this image, open icon and save icon, and I'm going to use these images. These images are very low resolution image, such as 16 by 16 pixel, otherwise 24 by 24 pixel. According to your needs, you can assign any resolution to these images. So let's start the practical. At first, I'm going to create a toolbar. For that, I'm going to define a variable toolbar. Toolbar equal to tk.frame. Here we create a frame object. Then inside the round braces, we place the frame in a root window. Then we use border 1 relief tk.raised. This is the border style. Now after create the toolbar frame, also we need to pack this toolbar. So I'm going to pack it here. So I'm going to type toolbar.pack and I'm going to place it at top. And I want to fill this toolbar at x-axis. We already know the process how we can place an object anywhere and how we can stretch it. Now after define the toolbar, we need to load the images, icon images. First I'm going to load new icon, this new image. So I'm going to define a variable new icon equal to, here I'm going to type, here we need to type tk.photoImage method. Now this one is new method to you. Using photoImage method, we can import image in our window, and as you can see, as a parameter we need to provide the file path. So from the icons folder, I want to access new.png. Then I store it in a variable new icon. At the same way, I'm going to import to other image, open and save. So here I import to other image, open icon and save icon using photoImage method. Don't worry about that. In our next chapter, we will talk about photo images. And one thing you need to remember, load icon must be PNG image, otherwise GIF image. Next, we need to create the buttons, and I'm going to replace the button icon with this PNG image. So at first, I'm going to create the new button. So type new button equal to tk.buttons. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to place the button inside the toolbar frame. Then image equal to new icon. Now I assign new icon image to this button, and command equal to new file. It's going to command this function new file. Don't worry, we will create our new file function later. After that, we pack this button new. So as you can see here, we define a variable button new, and button new equal to tk.button, and I place this button inside this toolbar frame. Then we assign an image equal to new icon, the new icon image to this button. After that, we command this function new file. Don't worry, we will create the function later, and we pack this button dot pack, and inside the round braces, and I place this button at left side. Also I assign some padding to this button at x-axis and y-axis. At the same way, I'm going to create two other buttons. I just fast forward the process to save your time. At the same way, I create open file button and save file button. Now, one by one, I'm going to define all the functions: new file, open file and save file. Basically, I'm going to show a information message when we click these buttons, nothing else. For that, we need to import a message box. So type from Tkinter import message box. After that, I'm going to define the functions. Our first function is def new file. Then inside this new file function, I'm going to print this message. I want to print this information message. So I type messagebox.showInfo method. Then as label, as a title of this window, here I type toolbar action. And as the information message, we pass new file created. At the same way, I'm going to create two other functions. So here I'm going to define two other functions, open file and save file. For open file, I pass this message, open file, and for save file, here I pass file save message. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, and as you can see, here we create a toolbar. Here we create a toolbar with icons. We replace the buttons with these icons. And if I click one of the buttons such as open file, now you can see it show a message, open file. At the same way, if we click on save file, it show this message, file saved. Basically, in this tutorial, I try to show what is toolbar. Most of the cases we use toolbar with menus. But I already teach you how we can create menus and how we can create submenus. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial, and today in this tutorial I would like to show you how we can add image in Tkinter window using photo image method. To add the image, we are going to use photo image method, and it supports only GIF image and PNG image. The photo image class in Tkinter allows you to display images, but it's only support PNG and GIF format. It do not support JPG format image. So let's see an example how we can use this class photo image. I already used this one in my previous tutorial, but this is the separate tutorial for this class photo image. So let's start the practical. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor. At first I am going to import a module, and our module name is Tkinter. So I'm going to type import Tkinter Tkinter as tk. After that we need to create the root window. For that, I'm going to type root equal to tk class. Also, I'm going to assign a title to this root window. Root.title photo image example. Then you can assign geometry to this window. You can skip it if you want. Then I'm going to type root.mainloop. I'm going to run the main loop. Here we are going to use photo image class to access the image. For that, we need to type tk.photoimage. Photo image. Then inside the round braces, you need to provide the file path, otherwise file. File equal to inside the double quotes, and our image file name is add file. This one, this PNG image. I want to add file.png. That's it. Then I'm going to store this image in a variable. For that, here I'm going to define a variable ing image equal to tk.photoimage. Now I want to display this image inside a label. For that, I'm going to define a label equal to tk.label. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to put the label in a root window. After that, I'm going to define the image. So here I'm going to use image option. Image equal to, I'm going to pass the image variable img image, and I'm going to set the file. After that, I'm going to pack this label. So I'm going to type label dot pack method. Then inside the round braces, I want to add some padding at y-axis. So I'm going to type pad y 20 pixel, and I'm going to set this file. Now if I set this file and run this code in our terminal, here you can see the PNG image. As I told you, it support the photo image method support only PNG and GIF image. It do not support other format like JPG, JPEG, etc. Now if you try to show an JPG image, so I duplicate this line and comment out previous line, and I'm going to replace this file path with css.jpg. css.jpg. Save this file and run this code in our terminal. Now you can see it's written an error. Also, one thing you need to remember. Always you must keep a reference to the image. Otherwise, it may not display. I want to say you need to assign it in a variable. In our case, img. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So this is the first example. Here I display PNG or JPG images. And if you want to use other format images such as JPG, JPEG, BMP, PNG, WEBP, in that case you need to use a module called pillow. So let me show you the demonstration. Now let me show you another method that you can show other format images using PIL library. PIL stands for pillow. It is used for JPG, PNG, all type of images. Tkinter's photo image only support PNG or GIF, but with pillow you can load almost all format like JPG image, JPEG image, BMP image, PNG image, TIFF image, and WEBP image. So let me show you how we can use it. So as you can see in my Visual Studio Code editor, here I create another Python file, main2.py. At first I am going to import the Tkinter module. So I'm going to type import Tkinter as tk. After that, I'm going to open my Windows PowerShell. As you can see here, I open my Windows PowerShell and I'm going to install a module, and our module name is pillow. So I'm going to type pip install and our module name is pillow, and I'm going to hit enter. After hit enter, as you can see, requirement already satisfied because I already download this module. But if you do not download this module, you need to complete your download process. Now let's back to the code. After that, from PIL module, we need to import image and image tk. So I'm going to type from PIL, I want to import image and image tk, these two class, image tk, that's it. Then I'm going to create a root window object using this class tk.tk. After that, I'm going to define a title. So here I type root.title pillow image example. Then I'm going to run the main loop. So I'm going to type root.mainloop. Now I want to open the JPG image, css.jpg. For that, I'm going to define a variable, and our variable name is image. Image equal to, here I'm going to use image class, image dot open method, open. Then inside the round braces, here inside the double quotes, we need to pass the image name, css.jpg. After that, we need to convert the image into Tkinter compatible image. For that, I'm going to define another variable img image equal to, I'm going to use this class image tk dot photo image method. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the image variable image. After that, we need to display this image in a label. For that, I'm going to define a label, and label equal to tk dot label, and I paste the label inside the root window, and here image equal to image img image variable. Then I'm going to pack this label. So I type label dot pack method. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to type pad y 20 pixel, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, here you can see the result. You can see the image. Our JPG image resolution is too big, that's why it covered the area. To resolve the size problem, we can use another method. Let me show you. So I'm going to quit the terminal, and here I'm going to provide a specific dimension to this image variable. So I'm going to type image equal to, here I'm going to use image.resize method. So I'm going to type image.resize method, resize. Then inside the round braces, we need to provide the dimension of the image. So we need to provide the dimension inside the round braces. So I'm going to type 400 by 400. It's a square image, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now you can see the result. It resized the JPG image. Basically, Pillow module extends Tkinter's capability by supporting more formats. You can resize, crop, rotate, and apply filter on this image. And remember, always use image tk dot photo image method to convert a PIL image into a Tkinter compatible format. So this is it for this tutorial. At the next tutorial, I'm going to show you how we can crop the image, how we can rotate an image, also how we can apply different filters such as Gaussian, grayscale, blur, etc. So stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with another tutorial. And today in this tutorial, we are going to learn resize, crop, rotate, and filter images with the help of Pillow and Tkinter. In our previous tutorial, I already show you how we can resize images. For that, we need to use this method, image.resize. Then we need to provide width and height. And if you want to crop image, in that case you need to type image.crop method. Then you need to provide the sides, left side, top side, right side and bottom side. At the same way, if you want to rotate the image, then you need to use rotate method and you need to provide value in angle. And if you want to apply filters such as grayscale filter, then you need to type imageops.grayscale. And for the blur filter, you need to type image.filter. Here you need to apply imagefilter.blur. So don't worry about it, I am going to show you all the examples practical. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor and I create a Python file main.py. And in our previous tutorial, we already learned how we can open image using the help of pillow module. Now, also we learn how we can resize our image. Here we use a different image, light.jpg. If I run this code in my terminal, as you can see, this is the image of a light. And this image dimension is 512 by 512. Now I am going to resize this image. For that I am going to define a variable and our variable name is resized. Resized equal to, here I am going to use image.resized method. Then inside the round braces we need to mention the dimension, width and height. So I am going to set width 300 and height 200, 200. Also I provide a single line comment with 300 and height 200. Now I am going to replace this image variable with this resized variable. So I copy the variable name and replace image variable with resized. So after import the image, we resize the image. Then we pass the image in this class, image.tk.photoimage. And I am going to set this file. After set this file, if I run this code in my terminal, you can see the result. It resized the image with 300 and height 200. Now let me show you another example with crop, how we can crop an image. So I create another Python file crop.py and I open this image with the help of pillow module. Now I want to crop this image, the light image, the exact light image. For that I am going to define a variable cropped. Cropped equal to, here we need to use crop function. So type image.crop. Then inside the round braces, here we need to provide the values. Left value, upper value, right value and lower value. So for the left value, I'm going to pass 50, comma, for the upper value, I'm going to pass 50 again. And for the right value, I'm going to pass 250. And for the lower value, again I'm going to pass 250. Then I'm going to replace this image with cropped image. So I copy cropped variable and replace with that. And I'm going to set this file. Now after set this file, if I run this code in my terminal, here you can see the cropped version of this image. From the left side I crop 50 pixel, from the top I crop 50 pixel. And from the right side, here I crop 250 pixel. And from the bottom I crop, from the lower part I crop 250 pixel. And after crop this amount of area, we get this picture. Also to understand the cropping values, I'm going to pass a single line comment. First we need to pass the left, then we need to pass the upper value, then right, then lower value. Now let me show you another example, how we can rotate an image. So as you can see, we create another Python file rotate.py and I import the image. Now to rotate the image, first you need to define a variable and our variable name is rotate. Rotate equal to, here we need to use image.rotate method. Then inside the round braces we need to mention how much we rotate. I want to rotate it up to 60 degree. So I pass 60. And then in our photo image, I'm going to replace with that rotated image. And I'm going to save this file. After I save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, you can see the result. As you can see, it rotated the image at 60 degree. And it rotated the image at anti-clockwise direction. So this is how we can rotate an image with the help of rotate method. Now let me show you another example. Here I'm going to show you how we can apply filters on image. For that To apply the filter, here we create another Python file, filters.py. Now, before we apply the filters, with image tk class, we need to import two other classes, such as image filter. So after comma, I'm going to type image filter and image ops. For blurring the image, we use image filter method, and to convert it into a grayscale image, we use image ops method. Now, let's convert this image into the grayscale image. First, I'm going to convert it into grayscale image. So here I'm going to define a variable gray equal to I'm going to type image ops dot grayscale. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the image variable image. Then I'm going to replace the image with gray image. Gray. Now after save this file, if I run this code in our terminal, here you can see the result. It converts this image into grayscale image. Now let's see how we can add blur, how we can apply blur filter. Let me show you. So here I'm going to type another single line comment, apply blur filter, and then I'm going to define a variable blur equal to, here I'm going to type image dot filter inside the round braces, and here I'm going to call this method image filter dot blur. That's it, and I'm going to set this file. After that I'm going to replace the gray image with the blur image. So copy the variable name and I'm going to replace the gray with blur, and I'm going to save this file. And this time if I run this code in my terminal, here you can see the blur image. This is how you can apply a filter. You can apply multiple filters. We have multiple filters in Tkinter such as blur, contour, detail, edge enhanced mode, emboss, fine edge, sharpen, smooth more, and many more. I'm not going to show you all of the filter in this tutorial. Without blur, I'm going to apply another filter, which is contour. So I'm going to duplicate this section and name it apply contour filter, and here I'm going to replace the blur variable name with contour, and I'm going to use the short form CUNTR, and I'm going to replace blur filter with contour. Then I'm going to show the contour filter, and I'm going to set this file. Also, we need to comment out this line, otherwise it's going to overwrite it. So I comment out this line. Now the question is, what contour filter going to do? Basically, this filter going to detect the edges and outline the edges. So after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, you can see the edges of this bulb. It detects the edges and draw the outlines. This is what contour filter do. Now we have multiple filters. I'm not going to apply all of it. It is up to you, experiment with that. Below the code, I will provide all the filters name in a comment. Here I provide all the common filters name and that you can use with image filter method. Blur, contour, details, edge enhance more, emboss, edge, sharpen, smooth more, cushion blur, box blur, rank, maiden, minimum filter, maximum filter. You can apply one by one all of it in this image. So I'm not going to show you all of that. And remember, these are the filter from pillow module, not from the Tkinter. Without pillow module, you cannot apply this filter, and you need to remember that. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorials. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn theme wizards with TTK. Now, what is TTK? What is theme wizard TTK? Tkinter TTK module provides modern, native-looking wizard with theming capabilities. Unlike classic Tkinter wizards, TTK wizards are more consistent with the platform's look and can be customized using styles and themes. Now, instead of using TK module, we are going to use TTK module. We are going to learn how we can use TTK module, styling wizard with TTK style. Also, we are going to learn about custom themes. And at last, I would like to give you an example of TTK module. We are going to build a custom theme for a mini app. And in this tutorial, we are going to focusing on using TTK module. At first, we need to understand what is TTK module. The TTK module is an extension of Tkinter that provide modern looking widgets, which adapt to the operating system's theme. Unlike the classic Tkinter widgets like button label entry, their TTK counterparts like TTK button, TTK label, TTK entry automatically use system consistent styling. You can call it more update and upgrade version of TTK module. Now let's start the practical and see how we can use TTK module, basic TTK widgets. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor and I create a basic simple Tkinter window. Here we set geometry 300 by 200. Now at first we need to import TTK module. So here I'm going to type from Tkinter, I'm going to import TTK. After that, I'm going to create a TTK label. I want to say we are going to create a label but not using TK module. We are going to use TTK module. I want to say we need to create a label but I'm not going to use any TK class. We are going to use TTK class. So here I create a variable label equal to, instead of using TK, here I use TTK, TTK.label, and we put it in a root window. Then our label text is enter your name. Basically in this tutorial I'm going to create multiple TTK widgets. Then I'm going to pack this label.pack, and I provide some padding at y-axis direction. After that I'm going to create an entry field using TTK module, using TTK class. For that I'm going to define a variable entry and entry equal to TTK dot entry, and we put this entry field in our root window. Then I pack this entry field. At the same way I'm going to create a submit button. So I define a variable button equal to TTK button, and I put it in a root window and our button text is submit. Also I'm going to create another widgets using TTK class, and our wizard name is combo box. So here I'm going to type combo equal to, I'm going to type TTK dot combo box. Then inside the round braces I'm going to place it in a root window and I'm going to pass the values. Then inside the square braces, here we need to define all the combo box values. Basically we need to create a list of combo box values, and as values I'm going to pass the programming languages name: Python, Java, C++ and JavaScript. After that we need to pack the combo box. So I'm going to type combo dot pack method, and I'm going to add some padding at y-axis, 5 pixel padding. Then I'm going to set this file. So here I use multiple widgets. Now after save this file and run this code in my terminal, this is how our TTK widgets look like. It's look professional and modern. If you use that, then same Python code gives platform specific native look. I want to say, if you own Windows, then buttons are look like Windows button, and if you own Mac OS, then it's look like Mac buttons. That's why we prefer TTK more than TK. So this is the first tutorial about that. At the next part of this tutorial, we are going to style the widgets using TTK.style methods. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with another tutorial related theme wizard. And today in this tutorial, we are going to learn about TTK.style method. Now, what is that? The TTK.style class controls how wizards look. With it, you can customize font, color, border, padding, and even how wizards behave in different states, such as hover, press, and disable. It is quite similar with CSS styling. At first, you need to create a style object. And in our step 2, we need to configure a wizard style. Every TTK wizard has a default style names. Examples: for button, we need to type T button. For label, we need to type T label. For entry, we need to type T entry. And for frame, we need to type T frame. And in step 3, you can create a custom name style. Instead of modifying the global style, you can create your own. And in step 4, we are going to style with .map function. Here, according to multiple state, we can design our wizard, such as active, pressed, disable, focus. So let's start the practical and see how we can apply TTK.style method. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and here I create a simple basic Tkinter window, and also I import TTK class from the Tkinter. At first, we need to create a style object. For that, here I am going to define a variable style. Style equal to ttk.style. So using style class, we define an object. After that, we need to choose a theme. For that, I'm going to type style dot theme. Style dot theme use. Style dot theme use inside the round braces. Inside the single quotes, I'm going to type CLAM. Here we use clam theme for this type. Next, I'm going to define a button in this window. So I'm going to type btn or variable name equal to, and we are going to define the button using ttk class. So I'm going to type ttk dot button. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to place it inside the root window, root, and our button text is text equal to inside the double quotes. Inside the double quotes, here I'm going to pass styled button. Also, I want to apply this style. For that, we need to use style parameter, otherwise style attribute. Then inside the single quotes, here I'm going to apply my dot t button. This style, I want to apply this style. Now we need to define that style. Basically, here we define a custom name style. We name it my.t button. If we did not define a custom style for this button, then it's going to apply the same style to the other buttons. It is pretty similar with class. Here we define a particular class to this button. Next, we need to pack this button. For that, I'm going to type btn button dot pack method. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to add some padding at y-axis. Pad y, and I'm going to add 20 pixel padding. After that, we need to configure this button. I want to say we need to style the button. So here I'm going to define a single line comment style button. Then below that, we need to type style dot configure method. Configure. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the button name, which is my button. So I copy the button name, and inside the single quotes, inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass the button name, a comma. Then we need to use the properties such as font. Font equal to, here I want to apply Arial font. So inside the double quote, I'm going to type Arial. After that, I'm going to define the font size, and I want to use 12 pixel. Then I'm going to provide the font weight, which is bold. At the same way, I'm going to apply foreground color. Foreground white. Then I want to apply background black. After that, I'm going to add some padding. Padding equal to, and I'm going to add padding from all of the directions. So from all of the direction I use 10 pixel. And between the values, we need to provide a comma, otherwise it's going to throw an error. So after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, this is how our style button look like. Now you can see foreground color means the font color is white and the background color is black. If I make it blue, if I want to make it blue and reset this file and rerun this code, you can see the result. Now let's talk about state. How we can apply state using .map method. Such as when our button is active, I want to say when I hover my cursor on this button, I want to say when it is in active state, then I want to change the properties such as background color and foreground color. So let me show how we can use map method. For that, I am going to use the map method, but before I'm going to define a single line comment, and I'm going to type using .map method. Name should be small. Now here I'm going to type style dot map method. Map. Then inside the round braces, at first we need to target the particular button using its custom name style. So inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass my button. Now to select that button, I want to change the font color when I hover my cursor on this button. Otherwise, press the button. For that, first I'm going to target the foreground color. So I'm going to type foreground equal to, and here we need to pass a list. So inside the square braces, when our button is pressed, so I'm going to type PRESSED pressed, then I want to change the color of this font. I want to make it yellow, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and when I press the button, now you can see our button color change into yellow color, white to yellow color. Next, I want to change the background color. So after comma, I'm going to select the background. Background equal to inside the square braces, if our button is pressed, then so I copy this statement, and if our button is pressed, I want to change the color of this background. I want to make it red, R-E-D, red, and I'm going to save this file. Now here we change the foreground color and background color when we press the button. So after save this file, if I run my code in my terminal and click on this button, now you can see our background color become red and foreground color become yellow. Next, when I hover my cursor on this button, I want to change the background color. I want to make it pink. For that, in our background section, after comma, I'm going to use another style state, which is active. So inside the round braces, inside the double quotes, I'm going to type active. Active, when our button is active, then I want to change the background color, and our background color is pink, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and when I hover my color on this button, you can see the result. Now it's become pink color. If you want to make it green, yes, you can. Just replace pink with green and set the file. If I rerun my code and hover my cursor on this button, you can see the result. Now it has become green. So this is how we can apply style state with map method. I hope now the concept is clear for you. So in this tutorial we learn how we can style widgets with ttk.style method. I hope now the concept is clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new tutorial, and today in this tutorial I am going to talk about custom themes. Custom themes in TTK. The TTK style class let you manage widget style and switch between built-in or custom themes. Available theme you can select Win Native, Clam, Alt, Default, Classic, Vista, XP Native, etc. These are the available theme that you can select. We already used one theme in our previous tutorial, which is Clam. You can use Vista also, Classic also, whatever you want to use. Also, you can create your own theme by cloning and modifying the existing theme. So let's start the practical and try to understand what I am talking about. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and here I open my previous Python file, where we learn how we can use map method and how to style buttons and how to configure widgets. Now you can notice here we apply a theme, claimed. If I save this file and run this code in my terminal, now after apply this theme, this is how it's look like. This is how our button look like. But if I change the theme, let me show you. If I make it Vista, some type VISTA, then set this file and run this code in my terminal, now you can see the different result. After apply the theme, it's changed the button according to the theme, according to the theme style. At the same way, if you want to apply another one such as Classic, so instead of using Vista, I'm going to apply Classic. And then set this file and rerun this code. Now you can see little different result for this button. This is how it's look like after apply the Classic button. It's all about theme. But in this tutorial, I try to show you how we can create our own theme, our own custom theme. For that, I'm going to define another Python file, and our file name is custom_theme.py. At first, I'm going to import the necessary modules tk and ttk. After that, I'm going to create the root window using tk class. Also, I assign a title custom theme example. Then I run the main loop, root.mainloop. After that, we need to define the style object using ttk class. So I'm going to type style equal to ttk dot style class. And now style become an object which is created by style class. Now I am going to create some widgets. Basically, I want to create a login form, custom themed login form. And to create the login form, we need to take a label. So I type label, ttk label, because here we use ttk class. For that, ttk.label, and we put it in a root window, and our label text is username, and I pack this label with y-axis padding. Next, I'm going to take an entry field. So I'm going to type ttk.entry, and I put this entry field in a root window. Then I'm going to pack this entry. After that, we need to define another label for password. We need to define another label and another entry. So our next label is password, and I create an entry for this password. And in our entry field for the password, instead of showing the characters, here I show the stars. So whatever character we pass in this entry field, it's going to display it as a star sign. Then we need to create a login button. For that, I'm going to take a button, ttk.button, and I'm going to place it in a root window, and our button text is login. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, this is how our login button and password look like. Now I'm going to create a custom theme, and I'm going to apply this custom theme to these buttons. Not only the buttons, I'm going to apply it in a label entry also. So after define the style object, I'm going to type a single line comment, create custom theme. And here, to create the custom theme, we need to type style object dot, we need to use this class, theme create. And inside the round braces, at first, we need to provide custom theme name. So inside the double quote, I'm going to pass my theme. After comma, then next we need to pass the parent theme name. So I'm going to type parent, and for the parent theme, I'm going to type claim. Also, we need to define the settings. And this is the main one. And inside the settings, I'm going to provide a dictionary. Basically here, we are going to modify the existing theme, which is claim. And in our own custom theme, which is based on the claim theme, first I'm going to style the buttons. For that, inside the setting dictionary, our first key is T button. So inside the double quotes, I'm going to type T button, then colon. Then inside the curly braces, here I'm going to configure. So inside the double quotes, I'm going to type configure, then inside the colon, I'm going to create another dictionary. Here you can see inside the setting dictionary, we have T button value. It's a dictionary item. And inside this T button dictionary, here we create another dictionary, which is configure. Now I'm going to configure the properties, such as foreground. Now inside the double quotes, I'm going to type foreground white. After that, I'm going to define the background. And for the background, I use this color. Then I'm going to define the font. And for the font, here I'm going to type font Arial 12 pixel and bold. Then after configure the T button with these properties, I want to change the background color whenever I active this button. Also, I want to change the background color whenever I press the button. For that, inside this T button dictionary, here I am going to take another item, which is math. Then inside the curly braces, I want to change the background. I want to change the background when I active this button. When I active the T button, I want to change it to this color. And when I press the button, also I want to change it to this color. Also, we need to provide a comma between these two values, because these are all dictionary value, configure and map. So after comma, I'm going to pass this value map. Now inside this setting dictionary, we have T button key. Then if we trigger the T button key, it's going to move to the two other dictionary, configure and map. In our configure section, we configure the foreground color, background color, font, etc. And in our map section, we just change the background color when the button is active and when the button is pressed. This is for the buttons. and we use TTK style, that's why we need to type T buttons. Next, after comma, at the same way we need to style the labels, T labels. Then inside the curly braces here I'm going to configure the foreground color for the label blue, and also I'm going to change the font color. Here we use Helvetica font and we make its font size 12. Then after comma, I'm going to style the entry field. Here I configure this entry field. So for that we need to type our key T entry and we configure it and add some padding, 5 pixel padding, and I'm going to save this file. So this is how we can create our custom theme, and our theme name is my theme. So if I run this code in my terminal, you can see any changes. Nothing is going to happen because we just create the theme, we do not apply the theme. Now we need to apply the theme in this window. For that we need to use a method. Here we need to type style dot theme use. Then inside the round braces, inside the double quotes, this time I'm going to use our own custom theme, my theme. That's it. And I'm going to save this file. After I save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, here you can see the result. Here you can see we successfully apply our own custom theme. Basically we customize our existing theme, plain theme. We customize this theme and change foreground color, background color for the button, also for the T label, also for the entry. For the entry just we add some padding. That's why it look much larger than previous one. I hope now the concept is clear for you. How we can create our own customized theme and how we can apply predefined multiple themes such as WinNative, Claim, Alt, Default, etc. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new tutorial, and today in this tutorial we are going to start a new chapter. We are going to apply object-oriented programming in Tkinter. We all know the importance of object-oriented programming in our project. It make our code cleaner, it make our application scalable, also reusable. And in this section we are going to creating GUI apps using classes. Instead of writing everything in a procedural style, you can structure your GUI inside a class. This make your code modular and reusable. And at the next part of this tutorial, we are going to learn structure larger application. For bigger apps, you can create frames as separate classes and then switch between them like pages. After that, we are going to talk about inheritance. Inheritance with wizard reusability. You can build custom wizards by inheritance from Tkinter Widgets. So step by step I will guide you all of these. And today in this tutorial we are going to talk about how we can create GUI apps using classes in Tkinter. If you do not have any knowledge about object-oriented programming, you can check out my previous section. It is optional, but in that section I cover everything about object-oriented programming in Python. And if you already have knowledge about object-oriented programming, then you can start with this lecture. So this is usually the first step when teaching object-oriented with Tkinter, because it helps students move from procedural style code to class-based structure code. Now, why classes in Tkinter? It keeps our code organized, makes it easier to reuse wizard and logic, suitable for larger application, allow event handling methods to stay inside the class. And if you talk about the benefit over procedural style, it's give you cleaner code. All logic is inside a class. Also it is scalable, easy to add more wizard and methods. Also it is reusable. You can extend the class for new feature. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. How we can use classes in our project. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio code editor and I create a Python file main.py. At first I'm going to import our Tkinter module. So I'm going to type import Tkinter as tk. After that, I'm going to define a class, and the class inherit from the tk class. So I'm going to type class, and our class name is my app. My app, and this my app class inherit with tk class. So I'm going to type tk.tk, and inside this class, for now I'm going to type pass. After that, After that, here I'm going to call if name equal to main function. So type if underscore underscore name underscore equal to inside the double quotes underscore main function, main underscore. Then inside this function, here I'm going to create an object. The object using this my app class. So here I will type app equal to my app. We are creating this object using this class, my app. Then I'm going to run the main loop. So I'm going to type app dot main loop to create the window. Now your first question, why I use if name equals to main, this method, why I use this condition, if name equals to main? Because here we running the file directly. We do not import the file from the another file or another module. That's why we need to use if name equals to main function, and it's important. This code block lets you write reusable modules while still allowing the script to run its own. Now what? If I run this code? If I run this code, it's going to create a basic Tkinter window. Let me show you. So after run this code, as you can see, it creates a basic Tkinter window. Now let's back to the class. The myApp class inherit with Tk class. Now inside this class, myApp class, at first we need to create a constructor. So I'm going to type def underscore init underscore. It is init constructor, and inside the round braces, here I pass self property. Self stands for object itself. I want to say the app itself. We already know that. Now you can notice this class is derived to the Tk class. So it's inherit from the Tk class. And the Tk class itself has its own init constructor. And here we override the constructor. And now we are not able to use Tk class properties such as variables, Tk class instance variable, class variable, etc. To resolve the problem, here inside the init constructor, we need to create a super constructor, super init constructor. So I'm going to type super, then we need to use round braces, then we need to type dot underscore init constructor. If we do that, now we are able to use Tk class variables such as instance variable, class variable, whatever, and other functions and methods. Then here I'm going to define a title. To define the title to this application, to this window, we need to use self dot title method, and inside the round braces, inside the double quotes, I'm going to type object oriented programming Tkinter example. Now I'm going to set this file and run this code in my terminal. Now you can see it successfully add a title to this window, object oriented Tkinter example. But what if I comment out the super constructor and then set this file again and try to run this file? Let me show you. It's through an error, because as I told you, when I create the init constructor, it override the app. It override the parent class constructor, and this app is made with Tk class. To use it, we need to use super constructor, super init constructor. Now again, we are able to use all the properties from Tk class, and you need to understand that. In our previous example, we use the object name such as root, but in that case, if we use class, inside the class we need to use the self. So at the same way, I am going to define the geometry. So I'm type self.geometry 300 by 200. After that, after set the geometry, I'm going to create a wizard. I'm going to create a label. So I'm going to type self.label tk equal to tk.label. Then I want to place it in a self window. Selves mean in our case the app. And then I set the text for this label, hello Tkinter with OPP, object oriented programming, and I use font, Arial font, and our font size is 12 pixel. Then we need to pack this label self.label.tag inside the round braces pad y 10 pixel, and I'm going to set this file. Now I'm going to define a button. So I type self.button equal to tk.button, and we put it in a self window, and our button text is click me. And as you can see, here we use command parameter, but you can notice To call the function, we use self. Every time you need to use self. If you create variables, otherwise any functions, otherwise any functions, you need to call self because we are inside an class, and here we use a constructor, init constructor. So I type command equal to self dot onClick method. Next I'm going to pack this button. For that, again we need to type self dot button dot pack method. After that, we need to handle this function for this button. And here I'm going to handle the button inside this class. So for that, I'm not going to use any def command. Just going to type on underscore click. On click equal to, here inside the round braces, we need to pass the self keyword. Then inside the onClick method, here I want to configure this label. So I'm going to type self dot label dot config method, config, and inside the round braces, text equal to, inside the double quotes I'm going to type button clicked. That's it. Oops, we need to create it outside the indentation label, outside the init constructor. So I cut that portion and move out to the outside the indentation label of the init constructor. Otherwise it's not going to work, which is inside the class, but outside of the init constructor. So after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, here you can see our label hello Tkinter with object oriented programming, and we have the button click me. If I press the button, you can see button click. Our function worked perfectly. Just one thing you need to remember, all GUI elements such as label, button are initialized when the class is created. All of this initialized with self object. The self objects mean the application itself, which is made by my app. So this is the first example with object oriented programming, where I teach you how we can use classes to create a GUI application. I hope now it's clear for you. At the next tutorial, we are going to structuring a larger application. For bigger apps, you can create frames as separate class and also switch them between like page. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hey guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial, and today in this tutorial we are going to learn how we can structuring larger application with the help of classes. For bigger apps, you can create frames as separate classes and then switch between them like pages. Basically, when your app grows, keep everything in one file or one class become messy. A good practice is to use frames as individual pages and then switch between them inside a main application window. So let's start the practical and build a multi-page Tkinter app. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and I already created a Python file main.py. At first, I am going to import Tkinter module. So here I am going to type import Tkinter as tk, and next I am going to define a class. So here I am going to type class, and our class name is main app, and this class, the main app class, inherit through this tk class. So tk class is the parent class of the main app class, and inside it for now I'm going to type pass. After that we are going to set this condition, if name equal to main, because we use it to ensure that your app runs only when the file is executed directly, not when it's imported elsewhere. After that, inside this condition, I'm going to create an object using this class. So I'm going to type app equal to main app. Here we create the app object using the main app class. After that, I'm going to run the main loop. So I'm going to type app dot main loop. It's going to create a basic Tkinter window. We already learned about that in our previous tutorial. Now let's back to the main app and let's create the constructor. So here I create the constructor def underscore init, and here, as you know, we need to pass the self as parameter. Then we need to make it super init constructor. So to type super round braces dot underscore init constructor underscore round braces. In our previous tutorial, I explained why we need to use super constructor. As you can see, our class is inherited by Tk class, and the Tk class itself have init constructor. Also in our main app, we have init constructor. So here we override the constructor. But we need to use our parent class constructor, method, functions, variable, etc. So if we do not use it, we are not able to use parent class constructor properties and methods. That's why we need to use super init constructor, this super method. After that I'm going to set a title. So to type self.title multi-page Tkinter app. Then I'm going to set the geometry. So here I'm going to type self.geometry inside the round braces 400 by 250 pixel. Next I'm going to create container for pages. So here I'm going to type container equal to tk.frame. Container equal to tk.frame method, and we put it inside the self window. Self in the object itself, app, this variable. After that, I'm going to pack this container. So I type container.pack and I set field both and expand true, and I'm going to save this file. So basically we create a main empty frame, and inside this frame, main app frame, here we are going to put two other pages. For that, I'm going to use classes to create the pages. So here I'm going to type a single line comment, page 1. Now let's create the page 1. So I'm going to define a class, and our class name is page 1. Class page 1. Then inside the round braces as a parent class we use tk.frame class. So page 1 class is derived through tk.frame class. It is inherited from tk.frame, which means page 1 is a type of frame wizard in Tkinter. And as you know, a frame is like a container that can hold other wizards such as label, buttons, etc. Then inside this class we need to define the init constructor. So I type def init. Inside the round braces we need to pass the self parameter and two other variables, such as these are all class variables such as parent and controller. Here parent represent the container, usually a master frame or window, where this frame will be placed, and the controller variable is a reference to the main application class. So you can call methods like show frames and other methods. Then inside this constructor I'm going to use the super method, super init constructor, and here we pass the parent. As you know, now we are able to access the constructor of the parent class tkFrame. Next I'm going to create a label wizard inside this frame. So I create a label equal to tk.label, and we put it in a self window self, and then text equal to this is page 1, and font size is 14 and our font style is Arial. After that we need to pack this label. Next I create a button equal to tk.button and I place it in a self window, and our button text is go to page 2. Then I pack this button. As you can see, we do not use any command parameter for this button. We are going to use it later. So this is our page 1. Now at the same way I am going to create another page. So I duplicate this section, and here I'm going to type a single line comment. This one is page 2. Also I'm going to change the text. This is page 2. This is page 2. And also I'm going to change the button text, and I'm going to make it go to page 1. Now let's back to the main app class. Here I'm going to define a dictionary. That dictionary going to store all the frames. I want to set the pages. So I'm going to type self.frames equal to round braces empty dictionary. Here key represent the class's name and value represent the actual frame object created from that class. Next we need to loop through these pages such as page 1 and page 2. We need to make it 2, not 1, it's 2. So here I am going to type for f in page 1 and page 2. F stands for frame. Then inside this for loop, frame equal to f inside the round braces container and self. It's mean this loop iterates through all the page classes, and frame equal to f inside the round braces container and self creates an instance of that page. Remember, container is the parent wizard where the page will sit, and self is the main controller. I want to say the main app. It's mean when f equal to page 1, this become frame equal to page 1, and when f equal to page 2, it's become frame equal to page 2. Next, we need to save the new frame object in a dictionary using the class. I want to save in this frame dictionary. For that, here we need to type self.frames inside the round braces. I'm going to pass the variable frames equal to frame. It saves the new frame object in a dictionary. Basically, it makes it super easy to fetch a frame, and later we can easily show it. After that, we need to pack this frame. For that, I'm going to use grid method. So I'm going to type frame.grid row number 0, column number 0, sticky NSEW, north, south, east, west. Here we place the frame in a container at the same position, row number 0 and column number 0. Basically, all the frames overlap each other in the same space. And as you know, sticky NSEW means fill the entire window. It means it's going to expand it at north side, south, east and west. Next, outside the for loop and inside this class, I'm going to define another method. So I'm going to type def, and our function and our method name is show frame. And here inside the show frame, here I'm going to pass the self parameter and the page classes. So whenever we call this function, we need to pass page class name here, such as page 1, page 2. After that, inside this method, we need to fetch the requested frame object from the dictionary. For that, here I'm going to type self.frames, and here I'm going to provide the variable page class, and I'm going to store it in a frame variable. So I'm going to type frame equal to self.frames, and here we need to pass the exact frame name whenever we need to call the function. Next, I'm going to use an important Tkinter method, a Tkinter method that lifts the selected frame above the all other frames in a same container and making it visible. It's a kind of z-index. If you know how z-index work in HTML and CSS, you understand it easily. For that, we need to use a method called takeArrays. So I'm going to type frame.takeArrays. It's going to move the selected frame in front of other frames. After that, we need to call that function show frame. For that, we need to jump into our pages, such as page 1 and page 2. And here we need to use command parameter, command. And I'm going to use one-liner, so I'm going to type lambda, and here I'm going to type controller dot show frames method. I'm going to call the show frame method show frames underscore frame. Then inside the round braces, in our first page, I'm going to call page 2. So I'm going to pass page 2 here. So copy the class name page 2, and I'm going to put it here, page 2. So in our first page, if we click the button, then it's going to shift to the page 2. And at the same way, when we are in page 2, then we need to access the page 1. So I'm going to copy the exact same command and move to the next page, and I'm going to provide a comma. After that, I put the command and I'm going to change the page name. Here, I'm going to pass page 1 class. So I'm going to replace page 2 with page 1. And I'm going to save this file. Now, before I save this file and run this code, I'm going to add some properties to our frames. I want to change their background colors. So here, in our super init constructor, after comma, I'm going to type BG. BG stands for background color. And I want to use light blue color. So type light blue. At the same way, I want to use different color for the page 2. So I copy the line and paste it here, and I'm going to change the color name and I'm going to make it light green. That's it. That you can identify the pages perfectly. So if I save this file and run this code in my terminal, now you can see in our Tkinter window we have a frame. We have frame inside it, and inside this frame we have another frame. This is page 2. If you want to jump into the page 1, then press go to page 1 button. So if I press the button, now you can see it's jump into the page 1. This is page 1. And again, if I press the button, it's going to jump into the page 2. Now there is another problem. And let me show you the problem. If I rerun my code, now you can see it opened the last page. I want to say it opened page 2 first. First it opened the page 2, but I don't want it. I want to open our page 1 first. For that, we need to select that. Let me show you where. To select the page 1, here we need to call the showFrame function. So outside the for loop, here I'm going to type self.showFrame method. I call this function, and by default I provide the class name page 1. So after set this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now you can notice it opened the page 1 first because here we select this one, showFrame page 1. So by default it's going to open page 1. And if I press on this button, go to page 2, now you can see it jump into the page 2. And if I press the button again, it is back to page 1. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can structuring larger application with the help of classes. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. At the next tutorial, we are going to talk about inheritance, how we can use inheritance in Tkinter applications. Once again, I am back with a new tutorial related object-oriented programming with Tkinter. And in this tutorial, we are going to learn inheritance and wizard reusability in Tkinter. Instead of rewriting similar wizard code, we can use inheritance to extend Tkinter wizard and make custom reusable components. We can use it for buttons, labels and reusable forms. And today in this tutorial, I am going to show you the first example, custom style button. We are going to define a custom button class, and we are going to use this class, and we are going to use the same class multiple times to create the button. So let's start the practical and see how we can create it. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor and I create a Python file main.py. At first we need to import the module. So I type import Tkinter as tk. After that we need to define a class for the app. So I'm going to type class my app, and this class is inherited by tk class. And inside it, for now, I'm going to type pass. Then we need to pass if name equal to main function. And inside it, here, I'm going to create the object which is used by this class. And our object name is app. Then I'm going to type app.mainloop. And I'm going to save this file. It's going to create a basic Tkinter window. After that, let's back to the my app. And here I'm going to create the constructor. Inside the my app, I'm going to remove pass and I'm going to create the constructor. So I'm going to type def init constructor. After that, inside this constructor, we need to make it super constructor. So here I'm going to type super.init constructor. Next, I'm going to assign a title to this app. So I'm going to type self.title inside the round braces custom button example. Now I'm going to create a class that's going to create a custom buttons. So for that, here I'm going to define another class, and our class name is custom button. Custom button inside the round braces, our class is inherited by this class, tk.button class. Then inside this class, I'm going to create the constructor. So I type def init, and inside the round braces, I use self, and also I'm going to pass some variables such as parent, text, and command equal to none. Then inside the init constructor, we need to make it super init constructor. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to call the parent variable parent. After that, I am going to type text equal to text. I assign this variable to this value, and command equal to command. So whenever we create the button, we need to pass the button text, also the button command just. Then after that, I'm going to apply some styling to this button, such as background color, BG, background color. For the background color, I'm going to use inside the double quotes light blue. Then after After background color, I'm going to apply foreground color FG. Foreground color equal to, here I'm going to use black color. Then I'm going to apply font. So I'm going to type font equal to, here inside the round braces, I am going to use Arial font 12 pixel and bold. Next, I'm going to add some padding at x-axis, some type pad x 10, comma pad y 5 pixel, and I'm going to set this file. Then after that, we need to pack this button. So type self dot pack method, and also I'm going to add little padding when I pack this button. Pad at y-axis 10 pixel, and I want to send this file. You can notice here we set command equal to none. So by default, it's not going to execute any command. Whenever we press the button, it's going to execute that command which we defined. So let's create a custom button. For that, we need to call the class custom button, and we need to pass the self parameter because it's necessary, otherwise it's not going to work. Self means object itself, and our button text is hello, say hello, and in our command option, here we pass this function, say hello, self dot say hello. At the same way, I'm going to define another button. I'm going to define another custom button then going to exit our program. For that, just want to type the class name custom button. We need to place it in a self, and our button text is exit, and here a command self dot quit. This method, quit method. Now after defined both the custom buttons, we need to define the function say hello. We need to define the say hello function. For that, here I'm going to type def say hello, and inside the round braces we need to pass the self, the object itself. After that, I'm going to type the print statement, and inside this function I'm going to type a print statement, and our print statement is hello from custom button, and I'm going to save this file. And our self.quit function automatically exit the app. Self stands for the exact object. So it's going to kill the my app application. So after set this file, if I run this code in my terminal, as you can see, it creates a window, and you can see the buttons. These buttons are custom buttons. We do not create the buttons multiple times, just to use its class. Here you can see their font style, background color, foreground color, size, padding, whatever. It's already is in a template of this class, custom buttons, and we use it twice in this ad. So if I press say hello, now you can see in our terminal it print hello, hello from custom button, and if I press exit, it kill the window. It kill the my app window. So this is how we can use classes for wizard reusability. I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. At the next tutorial, we are going to create a custom input field. We are going to create entry and label together. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. Once again, I am back with another tutorial related inheritance and wizards reusability in Tkinter. And today in this example, we are going to create custom input field. We are going to create label and entry together. Sometimes in GUI forms, you always use label and entry as a pair. Instead of writing the same label and entry code over and over, you can create a custom reusable class. That class going to create the label and entry together. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can use it. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code Editor, and I already create a basic template using class, my app. Now we need to create the label entry. We need to create the class. So I'm going to define a class. Here I'm going to type class label entry, and this class is inherited by tk.frame class. Then inside this class, here I'm going to create the constructor. So I'm going to type def init. First inside the round braces we need to pass the self, the object itself. Then here I'm going to pass the parent and label text. So whenever we need to use the label entry class, then in that case we need to pass the self object and the label text. Then after that, inside the init constructor, here we need to use super method with parent. Basically it's going to inherit from the frame. Parent is inherit from the frame. Next, inside the constructor, we need to create a label. So I'm going to type self.label equal to tkled, and we need to put it in a self window. Also, our label text is this variable label text. So whatever text we pass in this class, it's going to put it in that label, and then we define the font. After create this label, also we need to pack this label. So I pack this label self.label.pack, and I place it at left, and also I add some padding at x-axis. After that, I'm going to create an entry field. So I'm going to type self.entry equal to tkentry, and here we put it in a self window. After that, we need to pack the entry field. So to pack this entry field, we need to type self.entry.pack method. After pack the entry field, I am going to pack the self object. I want to say the whole frame. For that, I'm going to type self.pack method, and I add little padding at y-axis. Now let's jump into the my application. Here I'm going to define two objects which is created by the label entry class. Our first object name is name field. So I'll type self.nameField equal to label entry, our class. Here we call our class, and at first we need to provide the self variable value where we are going to put our label entry field, which is the object itself, and then we provide label text name. And next I'm going to use the same class again, and this time I'm going to create a age field. So self.ageField equal to label entry, and this time I'm going to pass this text, and this time I'm going to pass this text in our label age, and I'm going to save this file. Now after save this file and run this code in my terminal, here you can see it creates the label, also the entry field. And as you can see here, we call this class two times. One is for name field and one is for age field. That's why it used the label entry pair. Now we need to create a button. But before I create the button, before I create the submit button, we need to get the value from this entry field. For that, I'm going to define a function. So outside the init constructor, I'm going to define a function getValue, def getValue. Then inside this function, I want to return the entry field value. So I'm going to type return self.entry.get method. So whatever value we pass in this entry fields, it's going to get the value, and we need to move it inside the indentation level, otherwise it's going to throw an error. That is good. Now let's create a submit button inside the main app. So here I'm going to define a submit button. Submit button equal to tk.button, and we test it in a self window, and our button text is submit, and it's going to command this function show data. After that, we need to pack this button. To pack this button, I'm going to type submit underscore button dot pack method, and now we need to define the function that going to print the name and age value. For that, outside the init constructor, I'm going to define the function def show data, and inside the round braces we need to pass self. After that, at first I want to print the name. To print the name, we need to get value from this getValue method, which is in our class. So from the label entry class, we need to access the getValue function. So I'm going to type print name, here self.nameField.getValue. So from the getValue, we are going to extract the name field value. As you can see, we create the name field object here using this class. So whatever value we pass in the entry field, it's going to get the value. At the same way, I'm going to print the age field value. So I'm going to type print age self.ageField.getValue function, and it's going to get the value. So after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and fill this entry field name, add 1 and age 29, then submit that button, you can see the result in my terminal. Name add 1, age 29. So this is the example with custom entry field. Here we create label and entry field together. We create a class of it, and using this class, we create total 2 objects, name field and age field. At the same way, you can create as much you want. It's up to you. You don't need to type the same code again and again. So that's the benefit of using class. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. This is the most important part of this tutorial because in this tutorial we are going to learn how to convert our Python file into exe file. Imagine you build a great Python GUI application. Maybe it is a calculator, text editor or a game. And now comes the big question. How do you share the file to others who don't know Python and don't even install Python in their computer? Then how he can use the GUI application that you build? So in this tutorial, we are going to learn how we can convert the Python program to a executable file with the help of a module, PyInstaller. By turning your code into an executable, your code becomes portable, also professional and user-friendly. Anyone can double-click on it and execute the program without worrying about installation, dependency, and Python version. User need convenience, and today we are going to learn how we can give it. So let's start the practical and jump into the computer screen. As you can see side by side, I open my Windows PowerShell and my current working directory. And in my current working directory, we have a Python file. And I'm going to convert this Python file into exe file. So in our first step, we need to install a module. We are going to use PyInstaller to convert this Python file into exe file. So here I'm going to type pip install PyInstaller. Then you need to hit enter button. As you can see, requirement already satisfied because I already downloaded this module, but you need to complete the download process. Then you need to use the cd command. So here I'm going to type cd. After that we need to provide a space and I'm to copy the exact location of this folder. So I copy the folder path and here I'm going to paste the folder path. After that, to open the folder GUI to exe, we need to pass a / and I'm going to hit enter. Now we are in that folder, this particular folder. And now I'm going to convert this main.py file into one distribution file. For that, here I'm going to type PyInstaller space -- and I want to make it one file. After that, I'm going to provide a space and we need to pass the file name main.py. If I hit enter, it's going to convert it into an exe file. But there is a problem. The problem is whenever we open our exe file, it's going to open the terminal. Let me show you. So I'm going to convert this main.py file into a distribution file. So I'm going to type enter. As you can see, it starts processing. And now you can see in my current working directory, it creates some folder, build folder, distribution folder, and such, and some file. It's still working. We need to wait some time to complete the process. Let me show you. So finally, it completes the process. And if I open distribution file, the dist file, now you can see our application. We successfully convert it into a exe file. If I try to open this file, as you can see, directly it executes. But the problem is, it open a terminal. But I don't want it. I don't want to open terminal when I execute this exe file. To resolve the problem, we need to use no console command. Let me show you. So I'm going to delete this console. Also I'm going to delete all the files such as build file, distribution file, and the main specs file. To resolve the console problem, we need to add this command. PyInstaller one file, then we need to type -- no console. And after space, we need to pass our file name main.py. Then I'm going to hit enter. After hit enter, as you can see, it start working. We need to wait for some time to complete the process. As you can see, it complete the process. Now, if I open my distribution folder and click on this exe file, as you can see, now without opening the console, it directly open the application. Now you can share your application to anyone without hesitate. Now anyone easily open this application without open the console. This is our to-do list application, and now I want to assign an icon to our application, to our exe file. By default, it assigns this icon, this file icon. Now I want to assign something related to this application. So as you can see, I am in my browser and here I search for icon file download. It's going to provide multiple websites that provide icons, .ico files. And here I'm going to open the first website, this one. Then I'm going to jump into the more section, see more. And here I'm going to search for file. I want to download a file icon. From here you can select any of it. So instead of using file icon, you can use any icon such as a calculator. So I'm going to search for calculator. So I'm going to search for calculator and I'm going to download this icon, otherwise that icon. I would like to go with this one. So I select this one. After select this one, I'm going to select file type and I want to select icon. Then I'm going to select the resolution. And remember that you need to select as much low you can. So I'm going to use this one, 32 pixel by 32 pixel. This one. And I'm going to click on download ICO button. Download ICO. It's going to automatically download your file to the download folder. If I open this folder, here you can see the icon. And I'm going to cut this icon from this folder and I'm going to put in my current working directory. This one. Also, I'm going to rename this icon. I'm going to name it app. A-P-P. Now, if I show you the file extension of this file, you can see it's a ICO file, app.ico, and this is what we need. Now, I am going to execute the bash command that's going to assign the icon to our exe file. At first, we need to open the current working directory in my Windows PowerShell. You can do it by cd command, but here I'm going to press shift command and then inside the folder, I'm going to press right click and here you can see an option, open PowerShell window here. If I click on it, it's going to directly open the Windows PowerShell in this folder. And then I'm going to type my code. Now, here we need to type the bash command that's going to convert the Python file to a exe. Also, I'm going to assign this icon to this application. For that, here we need to type PyInstaller. After type PyInstaller, then we need to define, I want to make it one file. After that, I don't want to open console, so I type -- no console. Then I'm going to type -- I'm going to assign the icon. To assign the icon, we need to type icon equal to app, our icon name, app.ico file. And then at last we need to pass the Python file. And our Python file name is main.py. After that, if I hit enter, as you can see, it start working. And we need to wait for some time to complete the process. So as you can see, it successfully completed the process. Now, if I open my distribution folder, and now you can see in our application, in our exe application, it assigned the icon. Now our application look much more authentic than previous one, because here we assign an icon to this application. Now, if I click on this application, as you can see, it do not open any console and it directly open our application to-do list. In this tutorial, I just try to show you how we can assign icon in our application. So here we learn how we can assign icon to our application. So welcome to our first project related Tkinter GUI, and today in this project we are going to build a to-do list, a simple to-do list. So let's see the demonstration how our to-do list is going to work. As you can see, here I open my application and this is our application look like. First we have a entry field, then we have a add task button, then delete task button. After that, to display the list item, we have a list box. And inside this list box, we are going to display all the list items one by one. And inside this list box, we can add the list items. Also, we can delete the list items with the help of this button. So at first, I'm going to add a list item. The first task I'm going to add in this list is cleaning. So if I type cleaning and click on add task button, as you can see, it adds the task in our list. At the same way, I'm going to add 2 more tasks. After cleaning, I'm going to add laundry. So I'm going to type, and then I'm going to add the task in our list, to-do list. Then in my to-do list, I'm going to add grocery shopping, and I'm going to press add task button, and it's going to add the task in our list. Now in our to-do list, we add total 3 items. Now if you want to delete one of the items from this grocery list, so I'm going to delete laundry. So I select laundry and press on delete task button. After press delete task, as you can see, it removed the item from the list box. It is a very simple and best project to start GUI development with Python Tkinter. Here we are going to learn how we can extract data in entry field, how we can process the data, how we can delete the data, how we can show the data in our list box, etc. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and I create a Python file main.py. At first, I'm going to import the tk module. So to type import Tkinter as tk. Then I'm going to import another module. We need to import message box from Tkinter. For that, I'm going to type from Tkinter import message box. After that, I'm going to create the main window. So I type root equal to tk.tk class. Here we create an object using tk class to create the main window. Then I'm going to add a title. So I type root.title to-do list. Also, I'm going to set the geometry, and I'm going to set it root.geometry 400 by 400. It's a square box. Next, I'm going to create an entry field, which is going to take input from the user. For that, I'm going to define a variable entry equal to tk.entry. And inside the round braces, we place it in a root window. Then we define the width 30 pixels. After that, we need to pack this entry field. So I type entry.pack method, and here I add some padding at y-axis, and I assign 10 pixel padding. After that, we need to define 2 buttons. So first we need to define the add button, and then we need to define the delete button. So I'm going to define a variable called add button. Add button equal to tk.button. Here I use button class from the tk module. Then inside the round braces, we place the button in a root window, and our button text is add task, and we define, and here we define width to this button 15 pixel. Then we need to pack this button. So I'm going to type add button dot pack method, and I'm going to add some pad at y-axis 5 pixel. At the same way, I'm going to define another button. Here I'm going to define delete button. So I'm going to type delete underscore button equal to tk.button class, and we place it in a root window, and our button text is delete task, and we assign this width 15 pixel. Then I pack this button. So I type delete button dot pack method. Pack inside the round braces, I'm going to add pad y 5 pixel, and I'm going to set this file. And to display the list item in a to-do list, we need to create a list box. So I'm going to define another variable list box. List box equal to, here we need to use list box method. So I type tk.listbox. We place it in a root. Here we place it in a root window, and we define width 50 and height 15. And our selection mode is tk.single. And remember, selection mode is allow selecting only one task at a time. So we can select only one task at a time from the list box. After that, I'm going to pack this list box. So I type list box dot pack method. Path inside the round braces, I'm going to add some padding. Pad at y-axis 10 pixel, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, I'm going to add the main loop, because we do not add the main loop. Without the main loop, it's not going to work. It's a Tkinter event loop. So I type root.mainloop, and I'm going to set this file. Basically, these loops keep the window opened and responsive until user close it. So after set this file, if I run this code in my terminal, This is how our to-do list look like. We have the entry field where we are going to put our task. We have add task button and delete task button. Now if I try to fill anything such as homework and try to add the task in this list, it's not going to work because we do not create the function for that buttons. We need to create a function for add task button, also we need to create function for delete task button. So let's create the functions. So I close my terminal and back to the code. At first I'm going to define a function called add task. So I type def add task. Then inside this function, at first we need to get the value from this entry field. I want to set this entry field. So whatever user type in that entry field, we need to get that. For that, I'm going to define a variable, and our variable name is task. Task equal to entry.get method. Using this method, we can get the value. Now we need to set a if condition. Here I'll type if task not equal to blank. Then inside this if condition, I want to put data in this list box. For that, we need to use insert method. So I'm going to type listbox.insert. If our entry field is not empty, in that case it's going to add the list item to this list box. And as you can see, inside it we use total 2 parameters, tk.end. Using that, we can add the element end of the list. So whatever value we pass, it's going to add end of the list. So if there is existing data in our list box, then it's going to add the new data end of the list. Then we pass the task, the exact task we get from the entry field. Now after add the task successfully, we need to clear the entry field. For that, we need to use delete method. So I'm going to type entry.delete and I'm going to delete everything. So I pass from 0 to tk.end. Then also we need to handle the error. So in our else part, in our else block, I want to show a error message. So from the message box, I want to show the warning. Show warning inside the round braces, inside the double quotes, I'm going to type warning. Then after comma, our window name is warning, and then after comma, and here I'm going to type please enter a task, and I'm going to save this file. Now after create the add task function, we need to call the function in our button using command parameter. Let me show you. So in our add button, here after comma, I'm going to type command, and I'm going to pass the function name add task, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and try to add a task, suppose homework, and press add task button, as you can see, it add the task in our list box. Also, it cleared the entry field. At the same way, I'm going to add another task. Then I'm going to add another task such as eat a healthy breakfast. Then I'm going to add the task in our to-do list. So after press add task button, it add in our to-do list. Now I want to delete one of the tasks from this to-do list. So after select the task from the list box, I want to delete it. So if I press delete button, it's not going to delete it. So we need to create a function that's going to delete the list item. So let's define another function, delete task. So below the add task method, I'm going to type def delete task. Then inside this delete task method, I'm going to use try and exit block. Try to handle the error perfectly. Try, inside the try block, here I'm going to define a variable called selected task. Selected task equal to listbox dot card selection. The card selection method return a tuple of selected indexes. If you want to select multiple items at once, yes, you can. It's going to create a tuple of that. Then we need to delete it. So here I'm going to type listbox.delete method, and inside it I'm going to pass the selected task tuple. And if you do not select anything but you press the delete button, in that case we need to show a error message. So in our except block, inside this block I want to show a warning message. So I'm going to type message box dot show warning, and our window name is warning, and our warning message is please select a task to delete, and I'm going to save this file. Now after create the method delete task, we need to call the method in our button, delete button. So I copy the method name, and here I'm going to use command parameter. So comma, I'm going to type command option, command equal to our function delete task, and I'm going to save this file. Now to save this file, I'm going to run this code in my terminal, and here is our to-do list. At first I'm going to add some tasks in this to-do list. Our first task is wake up and make your bed. So I add the task in this to-do list, and as you can see, after press add button, it clear our entry field. Now our entry field is that. If I press add task button again, here you can see a warning message. Please enter a task. So we cannot leave it blank. Then I'm going to add another task, eat a healthy breakfast, and I'm going to add the task. After that, I want to delete one of the tasks from this list, such as wake up and make your bed. So after select the task, if I click on delete task button, as you can see, it delete the task from the to-do list. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can create a basic to-do list. This is our first exercise, so I make it very simple. In our upcoming tutorials, we are going to do lot of things. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. So this is the second part and advanced part of this tutorial. And in this section, we are going to learn how we can save the data in our to-do list permanently with the help of JSON. As you can see, here I open my previous application, and our application do not save the data permanently. If I, after add the data in our list, if I delete the application, otherwise kill the application, and if I rerun my application again, now our application become empty again. So we need to save the data. We need to save the data permanently in our list box. Now let me show you another application. And this is the updated version of this application, where we are save the data permanently with the help of JSON, JavaScript object notation. Now, if I kill this application, otherwise delete the terminal, then rerun this code. Let me show you. As you can see, still we have the data in our list. It do not delete the data permanently. So this is what we are going to build today in this project. Basically, we are going to update our existing project. So let's get started. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and I open my previous Python file main.py. In that file, we create to-do list app using Tkinter. And now we need to save our to-do list value permanently. For that, we are going to use JSON, JavaScript object notation. Now, first I'm going to import JSON. So here I will type import JSON. After that, I'm going to import OS module. So I'm going to type import OS. To save and load the task, we are going to use JSON file. So I'm going to create a JSON file with JSON extension. So in my current working directory, I'm going to type task.json. For now, it's completely empty. After that, I'm going to load this JSON file in a variable. For that, I'm going to define a variable, and our variable name is data file. Data underscore file equal to task.json. Now we need to create total two functions to save the JSON data and to load the JSON data. So at first, I'm going to create how we can save the JSON data in our list box. I want to say we need to save current list box task into JSON file. For that, I'm going to define a function. So here, I'm going to define a function, and our function name is def save task. After that, inside this function, I'm going to retrieve all the items in the list box as a tuple. For that, I'm going to define a variable, and our variable name is task. Task equal to listbox.get method. Then inside the round braces, here we select all the list items, all the list box items. Next, we need to open this JSON file, which I stored in a data file. For that, I'm going to use withOpen method. With open, inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the data file, and I want to open it as write mode. So W mode, so I'm going to type W. As I'm going to create a file pointer which is app. Then inside this file, I want to use dump method. So I'm going to type JSON dot dump. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to provide the task. And I want to write the task in our f file pointer, f. Then after comma, I'm going to type indent 4. Now the question is, why we use indent 4? Indent equal to 4. Because when saving data to a JSON file, Python can write it all in one line. It is very hard to read. So to make it human readable format, we use indent 4. It tells Python to format the JSON with an indentation of 4 space per label. It is up to you, you can use it or not. But if we use it, then you can read the data easily from the JSON file. So after getting the value from the list box, we save it in a JSON file. Now I'm going to call this function. So I copy the function name, save file, and I'm going to call it when I use add task method. So after that, I'm going to call this method, save task, and I'm going to save this file. So whenever we press the add button, this button, add button, it's going to command add task method, this function, add task. And as you can see in our add task method, here we call save task method. And this method going to save the data to this JSON file. So let's try it. But before I run this code in my terminal, I'm going to show you the task.json file. For now, as you can see, it's an empty file. Now let's run the code. And here I'm going to add a task. So our task is homework. And I'm going to press add task button. After press the button, as you can see, it add the task in my list box. Now, if I show you my task.json file, let me show you, then I'm going to kill this window. So I close this window and close this program. Now if I going back to task.json file, here you can see the result. It saved the data in our JSON file, homework. Now if I back to my code and rerun this code, but you can see nothing here because we just saved the file. We do not load the file in our list box again. Now we need to create another function that going to load the file to our list box again. So let's back to the code. Now I'm going to define another function called load task. So I'm going to type def load task inside the function. Inside this function, if the file path is exist, I want to say if the JSON file is exist in our directory, so I'm going to type if os.path.exist data file, then inside this if condition, I want to open this file. To open this file, here I type with open, then inside the round braces, here I open the data file and I open this file in read mode as f is file pointer. Then inside the open method, then inside this file, I want to use try and except block. Try, it's going to try inside the try block. Here I'm going to define a variable called task. Task equal to, I want to load the task. So I'm going to type JSON dot load method, load. And inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the file pointer f. Then I'm going to run a for loop. For item in task, inside this for loop, then I want to insert the item to the list box. So I'm going to type listbox.insert method, insert. Then inside the round braces, and I want to add the list item end of the list box. So I type tk dot end method, end, comma, and I want to add the item. And as you can see here, I type a wrong spelling item, not intem. Item is item. And I'm going to save this file. Then inside this try block, first I'm going to load the JSON file. For that, I'm going to define a variable called task. Task equal to JSON dot load method, load. Inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the file f. Then I'm going to run a for loop. Some type for task in task. Then inside this for loop, I want to insert the task. I want to insert the task into the list box. For that, I'm going to type list box dot insert method, insert, and inside the round braces, here I'm going to type tk dot end. I want to add the task end of this list box, and then I'm going to pass the actual task. So after opening the file, it's going to try this code. After that, in our except condition, except JSON decoder error, then inside this block, I want to type pass. Now the question is, when it's going to throw an error? When our file is completely empty, then it's going to throw an error. So when it's going to throw an error, I type pass. It's not going to throw any error message. Just it's going to skip that portion. So I type a single line comment, empty file case, and I'm going to save this file. And now I'm going to call the load task function. So I copy the function name load task, and I'm going to call it before the main loop at that position. Also, we need to call the set task function in our delete task method. So after delete the task, also we need to save the task in our JSON file, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now you can see after run this code in our terminal, now you can see here it print the existing task from the JSON file. If I add a new task, suppose music, and add the task and close the app, after close the app, if I rerun this code, now you can notice it do not delete our task permanently. It save our all the task in a JSON file, in that file. So with the help of JSON, we are successfully helped to save the data for our to-do list. I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new project, and today in this project we are going to build simple calculator GUI with Tkinter that perform basic arithmetic operations such as addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. As you can see, we have number buttons from 0 to 9. Then we have clear option, also evaluate with expression. So let's test the calculator, is it work properly or not. So I'm going to type 3, 2, and I'm going to multiply with 5, 2. And if I press equal to sign, as you can see, it returns the result. With that, I want to minus 356. Then if I press equal to sign, it's return the result. And if I divide it by 3, then press equal to, here you can see it return the result. Now, if you want to clear the input field, just you need to press C, this button, and it's going to clear the entry field. It's a basic simple calculator. So let's see how we can create this simple calculator. Let's start the coding. So finally, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor. At first, I'm going to import the Tkinter module. So here, I'm going to type import Tkinter as tk. After that, I'm going to define the root window. So I'm going to type root equal to tk.tk class. Then I'm going to define the title. So I type root.title, and it's a simple calculator. At last I'm going to define the geometry. So I'm going to type root.geometry 300 by 400. And finally I'm going to start the main loop, root.main loop. Now at first I'm going to define an empty string. So I'm going to type expressions equal to, it's an empty string. That empty string going to hold the mathematical expressions. And then I'm going to create an entry variable to store the entry field value. So I'm going to type entry underscore var equal to tk dot string variable, string var. After that, I'm going to create an entry field. So I'm going to type our variable name entry equal to tk.entry method, tk.entry class, and we put it in a root window. And here we assign text variable equal to entry var, and we set font Arial and font size is 20. And here we align our text right side. So I type justify right. Justify right, align the text to the right, like a normal calculator. After that, we need to pack this entry field. So I'm going to type entry.pack field equal to both. And here we use some internal padding from the x-axis direction, ipad x. Then we use outside padding. Now for the calculator buttons, we need to take a frame. We need to take a button frame. So here I'm going to type button frame equal to tk.frame, and we place the frame in a root window. And then I pack this button frame variable. Now inside this button frame, we are going to put all the buttons, such as from 0 to 9, clear button, equal to, plus sign, divide sign, multiplication sign, etc. And to define the buttons, here I am going to use a nested list. So I'm going to define a variable buttons. Then inside the square braces, I'm going to use nested button values. In our first row, we print 7, 8, 9 and divided sign. Then after comma, I'm going to pass another nested value. I want to pass another nested list value. Here I'm going to put 4, 5, 6 star. And at the next row, I'm going to type 1, 2, 3 and minus sign. And in our last row, I'm going to type, in this list, I'm going to pass 0, clear, equal to and plus sign. It's a basic calculator structure. Basically, it is a nested list that defines the layout of buttons row by row. Now, using this list, we need to create the buttons dynamically. For that, I am going to use a for loop. Let me show you how. So here, I'm going to type for row in buttons, each of the row in buttons, then inside the for loop, then I want to create new frame for the rows. So here I'm going to type frame equal to tk.frame class, and inside it I'm going to pass button frame. So here we put our new frame inside the button frame. Then we need to pack this frame. So I'm going to type frame.pack expand equal to true and fill both. Expand true and fill both, make sure it stretch nicely. Next, we need to look through each of the list items. So inside a list, we have row of list. And in this row, we have multiple list items. So we need to look through each of the list item. For that, again, I'm going to use for loop. So I'm going to type inside this for loop for button in row, then inside this for loop, then I want to create the buttons. So using this for loop, we target each of the characters and we store it in a button variable. Then b equal to tk.buttons and we place it in a frame window. And our button text is exact the button. And our font is Arial and the font size is 18 and relief is raised. Basically, it's give a raised border style. Then we set width and height. Next, I'm going to pack this button. So I'm going to type b.pack method. And we define the side left. Also expand is true and fill is both. Next, I'm going to attach all of this button with bind method. For that, I'm going to type b.bind method. Then inside the round braces, and inside the round braces, first we use the button one event. It's mean the left mouse button click. And after left mouse press on the buttons, it's going to call this function click method. So we need to define the function click. So I'm going to define the variable. So after import the module, here I'm going to define the function def click inside the round braces event. For now, inside it I'm going to type pass and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, now our structure look like that. It's a beautiful calculator, simple calculator structure, and this is what we want. Now we need to handle the event handler function click. At first we need to get the exact button value. For that, I'm going to define a variable text equal to event.wizard.cget, and inside the round braces we define the text. We want to get the text value. So from the particular event, suppose if user press 1, then from this one event we are going to extract the wizard value, and using cget here we are going to extract the label text value. So one label text is 1. So we get the value and store it in this variable. Basically, we extract the button value. At the same way, if we press plus sign, then it's going to get the plus value and save it in that variable. Now, remember that variable expression, it's a global variable and it's an empty string. We need to use it inside the function. For that, we need to make it global. Otherwise, our function thinks it's a local variable. So here, I'm going to type global, and our variable name is expression. We make it global variable. This variable going to store the mathematical expression that user is building. Suppose 2 plus 4, 2 divided by 1, something like that. Now I'm going to set a if condition. I want to say case 1. So I'm going to type if text equal to inside the double quotes, if we press equal sign from the calculator, then inside this if condition, I'm going to jump into the try block, try. So if user press equal sign, suppose user type 2 plus 3 multiply with 4, then user press equal sign. Now we need to evaluate this expression, the string expression. For that, we need to use a method called eval, and I'm going to store it in a variable. So I'm going to type result equal to, and here I'm going to use eval function. So I'm going to type eval. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the expression, this variable. So here we pass the exact expression we type in calculator. Suppose 2 plus 3 multiply with 5, the exact expression. And I'm going to process this expression with eval method. It's going to calculate the expression. And then after calculate this expression, I want to convert this expression a string. So I'm going to use str method, str. Then I'm going to put it inside the round braces. So after calculate the value, again we make it a string. Then in our entry field, in our entry variable, I'm going to set the value. For that, I'm going to type entryVar dot set method, and I'm going to set the result. And then again we need to store the value to this expression that we can recalculate it. So I'm going to type expression equal to result. So suppose in our expression we pass 2 plus 2 plus 4. So our result become 8. Now it's going to print the 8 in our entry field, and again it's going to pass the 8 in our expression, that we can use this number for other calculation. Suppose with 8 I want to add 5. So if we type plus sign and press 5, and then again if we press equal sign, then 8 plus 5 become 13. Also we need to handle the exception. For that, I'm going to type except exception as e inside the except block. If there is a problem, I want to print the error, entry.var.set error, and our exception become empty. Then I want to make our expression empty. So I'm going to type expression equal to black, and I'm going to save this file. Then in our elif condition, I'm going to set another case, elif text equal to c, I mean clear. Then inside this elif condition, then I want to clear the expression equal to black. Also, I am going to set entry var value, some type entry var dot set method set. I'm going to make it blank again. Also in our else part, now inside the else part we need to update the entry display with new expression. Also we need to append the button text to the expression string. For that, I'm going to type expression plus equal to increment with text variable, and here I'm going to set entry underscore var dot set method set. I want to set the expression. That's it. Now for all the buttons such as digit from 0 to 9 and operators, and all the operators such as plus, minus, multiplication and division, it's going to append the button text to the expression string and update the entry display with new expression. So if I save this file and run this code in my terminal, let's see is it work properly or not. Now if I press 7 here and I want to multiply with 9, Then if I press equal sign, as you can see, it returns the result. Now I want to clear this entry field. So if I press C, it's going to clear the entry field. Now let's create another expression. So I'm going to plus 2 with 6. Then I'm going to multiply with 5. This is a new expression. Now let's try to expression with our conditions. So whatever expression we type, it's going to evaluate. It's going to evaluate the expression and create the result. And it's going to create the result when we press equal sign. After press equal sign, it executes this try block code and create that result. Then after create that result, it's going to send the result to this expression again. Now it's become a new expression. If I multiply with 2, now it's become a new expression and pass to this result block when we press equal to. And whenever we press C, it's going to clear the expression. It's going to make it empty string again. And also it's going to set the entry variable empty. So if I press C, it's going to remove everything from this input field. Then whatever value we get in our else block, we update our entry field. So this is the simple math we need to do for this basic calculator. I hope you will enjoy. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new project, and today in this project we are going to build this digital clock with the help of time module and Tkinter GUI. So let's start the practical and see how we can create that. So finally we are in my Visual Studio Code editor, and at first I am going to import Tkinter module. So I'm going to type import Tkinter as TK. Next I'm going to import time module because we need time module to create the digital clock. After that I'm going to type root equal to tk.tk class. Then I'm going to set a title. So I'm going to type root.title, and our title is digital clock. Also I'm going to set geometry. So I'm going to type root.geometry 400 by 200 pixel. After that I'm going to add background color to this root window. So I'm going to type root.config method config. Then inside the round braces bg background equal to, inside the double quotes, black. Here I use black color background. Then I'm going to run the main loop. So I'm going to type root.mainloop, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, this is how our window look like with black color background. Now, next I'm going to create a label. That label going to display our current time. For that I'm going to define a variable called label equal to tk.label. tk.label class. Then inside the round braces I'm going to put the label into root window. So I'm going to type root. Then I'm going to define font, and I'm going to assign, and here I'm going to assign Arial font, Arial. After that I'm going to define the font size. I'm going to make it 50. I think 50 is good for it. Then I'm going to use font weight. I want bold font, bold. After that I'm going to add foreground color, FG. FG stands for foreground. Foreground color I'm going to use Cyan color, CYAN. Then I'm going to define background color. So I'm going to type BG black. Then I'm going to pack this label. So I'm going to type label dot pack method. Inside the round braces, here I'm going to use anchor property, anchor, and I'm going to place it center. And expand, I'm going to make it true. And I'm going to set this file. Next, I'm going to create a function that's going to continuously update the time in that label. For that, I'm going to define a function def, and our function name is update time, update underscore time, update time. Then inside the function, here I'm going to define current time, current underscore time. We need to extract the current time. For that, current time equal to time dot, from the time module I'm going to call strf time method, strf time. Then inside the round braces, here we need to pass the format, in which format I want to print the time. I want to use 24-hour format, so I'm going to type modular sign capital H, then colon, then modular sign capital M for minute, then colon again, then modular sign capital S for second. It's going to print the time at that format. Basically, it's going to return a string of time. After that, I'm going to configure this time to this label. For that, here I'm going to type label dot config method config. Then inside the round braces, here I want to configure the text property, text equal to current time. Then after print the current time, we need to continuously update the current time. For that, I'm going to type label dot after method. Label dot after, here I'm going to use 1000 milliseconds. I want to say 1 second, and I'm going to update the time. So I call this function update time. So in every second, it's going to continuously update the time. And this is how we can create our digital clock. Now, before I save this file, we need to call this function update time. So I copy the function name and I'm going to call this function below the main loop. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, here you can see our digital clock. And it continuously updates the time. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can create a digital clock. And it is very simple to create a digital clock like this. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new project, and today in this project we are going to build this currency converter. As you can see, if I pass any amount such as 14, then I select from currency. Suppose I want to select USD. Then I want to convert 14 USD to INR. Then if I press convert button, as you can see, it returns the amount according to the conversion rate. At the same way, if we select euro and if I convert 14 euro to INR, it's return the amount. So from the predefined currencies, you can select any of it and you can return the result. Instead of INR, if you want to return euro, from Japanese yen to euro, you can see the result. So this is what we are going to build today. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. So finally, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor. At first, I'm going to import Tkinter module. So here, I'm going to type import Tkinter as TK. With that, I want to import message box and TTK. So here I type from Tkinter import TTK and message box. Next, I'm going to create the Tkinter window. So I type root equal to tk.tk class. After that, I'm going to assign a title. So I type root.title currency converter. Next, I'm going to define the geometry. So I'm going to type root.geometry 400 by 250. And I'm going to run the main loop. So I'm going to type root.mainloop. Next, I'm going to define the dictionary for the fixed exchange rate. So before the root window, here I'm going to type, here I'm going to create a dictionary. And our dictionary name is exchange rate. And in this dictionary, according to the dollar, we set other exchange rates. We set other currency rate, such as our first key is USD and our first value is $1.0. According to the USD value, if we exchange it into euro, we can get 0.92 euro. At the same way, if we convert it into INR, means rupee, then we can get 87.10 rupees. At the same way, for British pound, we get 0.78 pound. And for Japanese yen, we can get 146 yen. For this example, I'm not going to use any API to get the current value of the exchange rate. So I use the fixed exchange rates. Now after define the geometry, I'm going to create a label. So I'm going to type tk.label and we place this label into root window and our label text is amount and our font color is Arial and I pack this label. Next I'm going to take an entry field, amount entry field. So I'm going to type amount underscore entry equal to tk.entry. In this entry field we are going to put the amount and we place this entry field into the root window and our font size is 12 pixel. Then I'm going to pack this entry field. So I type amount entry dot combo.pack method. After that, we need to create a combo box to select the currency. I want to say we need to select our first currency. Suppose if you want to convert USD to INR, then first you need to select the USD dollar. Then first you need to select the USD. For that, from this list, from this dictionary, we need to select the particular key. So first I'm going to create a label for that, tk.label, and our label text is from currency, and I pack this label. After that, we need to create a combo box. So I'm going to define a variable from underscore combo. From underscore combo equal to ttk, here I use ttk module, ttk class, dot combo box. Then inside the quotation, I'm going to place it in a root window, root, and now. And for values, here we are going to use this dictionary. Basically here we need to display all the keys of these values such as USD, EUR, INR, GBP, and JPY. For that, I'm going to type exchange rate dot keys method. This one. Exchange rate dot keys method give you all the keys of the dictionary. And as you know, a dictionary doesn't return a normal list. It returns a direct key object. But we need a normal list. We need to turn it into a normal list. For that, I am going to use list method, list, list, and I'm going to move it inside the round braces. Let me show you how. And I'm going to pass comma. Now it's going to return the exact list items. Now it's work as a list. Next, I'm going to define the font of this list box. So I type after comma font equal to Arial and font size is 12 pixel. After that, I'm going to pack this combo box. So I'm going to type from combo.pack method, and I'm going to save this file. For now, if I run this code in my terminal, now you can see first we have a label amount, then we have an entry field. Here we are going to put the amount. Then we need to select the from currency, and you can see a combo box, and if I open it, and you can see in our drop down we have USD, Euro, INR, British Pound, and Japanese Yen. So from here we can select our currency. So at the same way we need to create another combo box. So for now I'm going to kill the terminal and I'm going to select this section and duplicate that section, and I'm going to replace the text of the label. I'm going to make it to currency, and also I'm going to make it to combo, and we don't need to change anything else. Next, I'm going to define a function, and our function name is convert currency. So here I'm going to type the function name def, and our function name is convert currency, and inside this one I'm going to type pass, and I'm going to save this file. Now I'm going to define a button that going to trigger the convert currency function. So here I'm going to define a button tk class dot button, and I place this button in a root window, and our button text is convert, and I command this method convert currency, and our button text is Arial and size is 12, and I set a background color to this button which is light blue, and then I pack this button, and I'm going to save this file. After that, I'm going to create a label that's going to print the result. For that, here I'm going to type result label equal to tk label, and we place it in a root window, and for now our label text is blank. We do not put anything. Then I'm going to pack this label. So here I'm going to type result label.pack method, and I'm going to save this file. So whenever we press the button, then it's going to call this function convert currency, and it's going to convert the currency and it print the value at that label. Basically in that function we are going to configure this label to print the value. So let's jump into the convert currency function. But before, I'm going to show you how our interface look like. So if I run this code in my terminal, this is how our interface look like. First we need to pass the amount, then we need to select the currency. Suppose if I select euro and I want to convert the euro into INR, then after pass the currency, suppose 234, if I press convert, it's going to display the value, the result at that label. And for now our label is blank. And when I press the convert button, it's going to print the value. So let's back to the function, convert currency. Now at first inside this function, I'm going to remove pass and then I'm going to use try block, try, try. Then inside the try block, at first we need to get the value from the input field, the entry field. So I'm going to define a variable and our variable name is amount. Amount equal to amount entry dot get method. So using dot get method, we get the amount entry. Suppose if we pass anything, suppose 2.35, in that case our amount entry would be a float variable. To resolve the problem, here we use float method. Now it's going to convert it into a floating value. So after get the amount from the entry field, we need to extract the from currency from the combo box. So here I want to type from underscore currency equal to combo from underscore combo dot get method. So whatever value we select from the combo box, we get the value and save it in that variable from currency. At the same way, we need to extract to currency. So I'm going to type to currency equal to to underscore combo dot get method. After get the from currency, at the same way we need to extract the to currency from the to combo box. Now if the from currency and to currencies exist, so I type if from currency and to currency, then inside this if condition we need to convert the amount. At first we need to convert this currency into USD. So if both the currencies are exist, then I want to convert it into USD amount. So I'm going to type USD underscore amount. USD amount equal to, I'm going to divide amount divided by, here I'm going to pass the exchange rates, and inside the square braces I'm going to pass from currency, and next we need to convert the USD currency into target currency. For that I'm going to define another variable converted equal to USD amount multiply by existing rates. Inside the round braces we need to pass the to currency value. After that we need to print the converted value into the label. For that we need to configure the label. So here I'm going to type result label dot config. Then inside the round braces, and I want to config the text option. Text equal to, I'm going to use f string. Then inside the double quotes and inside the curly braces, first I'm going to print the amount and the from currency equal to, then I'm going to print the converted value. Then I'm going to print the converted amount. So inside the curly braces, I'm going to type converted variable. But there is a problem. If converted value return a decimal number such as 83.10555, then I don't want to print this amount of number in that place. I want to print only 2 digits after decimal point. For that we need to convert this floating point value. For that we need to work on this floating point value. We are going to use format specifier. So here after converted, I'm going to type :dot to f. Dot to represent 2 decimal place and f display the fixed point number in decimal. After that I want to print inside the curly braces to currency, to underscore currency, and I'm going to save this file. After that we need to handle the else part. Else, inside the else block, I want to show an error message if it is not work perfectly. For that I'm going to type message box dot show error, and it's an error window. Please select currencies. If we do not select any of the currencies such as to currency, otherwise from currency, it's going to throw this error message. Also in our except block we need to handle the error. Let me show you. Except value error, then inside this except block I want to show an error message. Here I'm going to type message box dot show error message, and our error message is enter a valid amount. If we do not enter a valid amount, if we pass any characters such as A, B, C, D, it's going to throw an error. Now we are almost done. So let's save the file and run this code in our terminal. So after save the file, I'm going to run this code in my terminal, and as you can see, this is our currency converter application. First, I'm going to enter amount 12 and I want to convert it into USD to INR. If I press convert button, as you can see, it's written the value according to the currency rate. At the same way, if you want to convert it into British pound, then press convert, you can see the value. Now, instead of passing 12, if we pass A, then what? Then if I press convert button, it's going to throw an error. Enter valid amount, because it's not a valid amount. Now if I pass 13 and convert this amount to INR to British pound, you can see the result. So our currency converter work very fine. I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new project, and today in this project we are going to build a text editor. Simple text editor. This GUI application comes with basic functionality of the text editor. You can open any files, such as if I click on file menu, here you can see an open option. If I click on this open option, from here you can open any text document such as demo.txt. After open this file, you can read all the text from this text document. Also, if you want to add something new in this text, yes, you can. Such as at last, I'm going to add hello world, and then I'm going to save this file. So I click on file menu and select save option. After select the save option, it saves the file. Also, you can create new text document. If I select file menu and click on new option, here you can create the new file document. So in our new file document, I'm going to put some dummy text. Here I'm going to add a dummy paragraph. So inside the text editor, I'm going to put a dummy text and I'm going to save this file. And when I press on save option, as you can see, it's a new text. So we need to put a file name, and our file name is demo2, and I'm going to click save button. But before I save this file, I want to show you something. As you can see, we have a drop down option and we have save as type. By default, it's going to save the file in txt files. But if you want to save the file in other formats, you can select all files and then you can save the file in other formats such as HTML, CSS, whatever. But I would like to go with the default option, text file, and I'm going to name it demo2.txt. Just we need to pass the demo2 and automatically it's going to add the extension txt. And then I'm going to press on save button and it's going to save the file. Now after save this file, here you can notice the file path of this file. We place this file in our project folder and it is in my app drive, and our file name is demo2.txt. Not only that, you can do a lot of stuff. You can exit the program. Also, you can find and replace words. So if you click on edit menu, here you can see an option find and replace. And if I click on it, it's going to open a new window, and from here you can find any word and replace with your own word, with new word. At the same way, if you want to change the font, yes, you can. Just you need to click on view option. From here, you can select the font, such as font settings. If you click on font settings, from here you can increase the font size. Suppose if I make it 16 pixel and then apply, you can see it increase the font size. At the same way, if you want to apply different font style, yes, you can. Instead of using Arial font, I want to apply different font. So here I'm type Sego script and press apply button. After that, you can see it's changed the font style of our content. Now we use cursive font. So you can define font size, you can change font style, etc. Also, if you want to change the theme, yes, you can. Suppose if you want to move to the dark mode, then click on view option, view menu, and select toggle dark and select toggle dark like theme. If I click on it, you can see the result. As you can see now, the background become black and foreground become white. I want to say the text become white. At the same way, if you select the same option, the toggle dark light theme option, now it invert the settings. Now our text become black and background become white. So this is what we are going to build today in this project. So this text editor is quite good. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can build this GUI application. So finally we are in my Visual Studio Code editor. At first I'm going to import the module. So here I'm going to type import Tkinter as TK. After that also I'm going to import file dialog and message box. So from Tkinter I'm going to import file dialog and message box. Using file dialog we can open any file from our desktop. After that I'm going to create the main window. For that I'm going to type root equal to tk.tk class, and then I'm going to set a title. And as you know, today we are going to build simple text editor. With that also I'm going to set a geometry. So I'm going to type root.geometry, and here I set it 600 by 400, and then I run the main loop. So I type root.mainloop. If we talk about the feature in this editor, we are going to create new file option, open file option, save, save as, and exit. We are going to build a basic text editor. Now at first I'm going to create the menu bar, because we need menu to create the editor. Here we are going to create the file menu. So at first I'm going to create the menu bar. So I'm going to type menu bar equal to tk.menu, and we place the menu inside the root window. Then inside the menu bar, here I want to create file menu, and we are going to create file menu. So I'm going to type file underscore menu equal to tk.menu. Then inside the round braces we are going to place the file menu inside the menu bar and tear of 0. As you know, tear of 0 remove the dash line at the top. It is the file menu, and this one is menu bar. Now inside the file menu I'm going to add the menu option. So I'm going to type, our first menu option is new. So I'm going to type file menu dot add command, and inside the round braces our label is new, and it's going to command this function new file. Next I'm going to add open, and it's going to command open file. Then I want to add menu item save. For that again we need to type file menu dot add command, and our menu item is save, and it's going to command this function save file. And next I'm going to add save as. So I'm going to type menu file dot add command label save as, and it's going to command this method save as file. After that I'm going to add a separator line. So I'm going to type file menu dot add separator. Next I'm going to call another item. Next I'm going to create another menu item, which is exit. So I'm going to type file menu dot add command, our label is exit, and it's going to command exit app function. After create the file menu, we need to attach the file menu to this menu bar with this menu bar. For that we need to use a method called add cascade. So here I'm going to type menu bar dot add cascade. Inside the round braces I'm going to set the label file and menu equal to file menu. Basically this method going to add the file drop down to the top level menu bar. After that I'm going to add the menu bar. I'm going to add the menu bar to the window. For that we need to use root.config method. So I'm going to type root.config, inside the round braces menu equal to menu bar. It's going to add the menu bar to our window. So if I save this file and run this program in my computer, it's going to throw an error because we do not define the functions. And now one by one I'm going to define the functions. So inside this root window I type a single line comment functions. Then one by one I'm going to define the function. First I'm going to define new function. So I'm going to type def, and our function name is new file, and inside this function for now I'm going to type pass. Then I'm going to define open file function. So copy the function name, and again I'm going to type def, our function name is open file, and our function name is open file. Then inside this method I'm going to type pass. After that I'm going to type def save file, save underscore file, and inside the function I'm going to type for now pass. After that I'm going to define save as file. So I'm going to type def save as file, and for now I'm going to type pass inside this function. And our last one is exit app, and I'm going to type def, our function name is exit app, and inside the round braces I'm not going to pass anything, and inside this function here I'm going to type root dot quit method. Then inside this function for now I'm going to type pass, and I'm going to save this file. Now to save this file, let's run the code in our terminal and see how our interface look like. So if I run this code in my terminal, this is how our interface look like. We have a simple window and we have a menu bar, and here we have file menu. And if I click on this file menu, we have new option, open option, save as option, and exit option. Now one by one I'm going to work on the functions. So let's start with new file. So we are in my new file function, and here, but before I start the new file I'm going to define a variable. Here I'm going to define a current file variable, so I'm going to type current file equal to none. After that I'm going to make the current file variable global, so I'm going to type global current file. It's going to declare current file as a global variable, so you can reuse it across the functions such as new file functions, open file function, and save file function. Also I'm going to set the current file value none again, so I'm going to type current file equal to none. Then I'm going to create a text area. So before the function, here I'm going to type text area variable equal to tk.text, and we place it in a root window, and I'm going to wrap the text by word, and undo equal to true. After that I'm going to pack this text area. So I type text area.pack method and fill both and expand true. As you know, this one is multi-line text wizard for writing and reading text, and the wrap word ensure word don't break midway when wrapping lines, and undo equal to true enable undo and redo functionality. Now let's back to the new file function again, and now here I'm going to delete all the data from the text area. So I'm going to type text area dot delete method, and here we are going to delete all the text from the text wizard. I want to set the text area. Then as you can see 1.0, it's mean it's going to define the start from the text area, and then tk.end, and it's going to define the end of the text area. This is going to clear the editor when starting a new file. So whenever we start a new file, it's going to clear the editor. After that, whenever we call this function, I'm going to set a title to our window, and I'm going to set it root.title untitled text editor. And before I save this file, we need to move it inside the indentation level because it show me the warnings. So I'm going to remove this space, and I move this variable inside the indentation level. Then I'm going to save this file. Now let's see what our function can do. So I'm going to run this program in my terminal, and this is our text editor. If I type something, suppose hello world, and now if I call this function new file, so in our file section if I call new function, now you can notice it cleared the text editor, it cleared the text area, and also it renamed the title of this window. It named it Untitled Text Editor because the file is unsaved. That's why we don't have any name for this file, and we print untitled. Next I'm going to work on save file method. So inside the save file method I'm going to make the variable global current file. After that I'm going to set if condition. If the current file is exist, then inside this if condition I'm going to use with open, then inside the round braces current file, I want to open the current file as write mode. So inside the single quote, otherwise double quote, I'm going to type W. Then I am going to pass the encoding, comma, encodings, and here I'm going to use this encoding. UTF-8, and I want to open this file as file. Then inside this open method, I'm going to type file dot write method, right? Then inside the round braces, here I'm going to type text area dot get. So whatever we type inside the text area, we are going to get the value, and we are going to get everything from the text area. So I'm going to type 0, so I'm going to type 1.0 from the starting character to end, tk dot end. And in our else part, else in our else block, I want to call a function. I want to call this function save file as. So I'm going to copy the function name save file, and inside the else block I'm going to call this function save as file. So I'm going to type save as file, and I'm going to save the file. If the file already exists, then our save file method going to overwrite it. If no, then it's going to call save as file. So as I told you, if the file exists, then it's going to overwrite, and if not exist, then it's going to call this function. So inside this function, for now I'm going to type a print statement. So I'm going to type print, and here I type save as function called, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and type something in this text editor such as hello world, and try to save this file, try to call this function save file. If I press on it, now you can see it print a statement in our terminal. Here it print save as function called, because this file do not exist. That's why it's going jump into the else block. Now we need to work on save file as method. So here I'm going to remove this line, remove this print statement, and I'm going to make the current file variable global. Then I want to open a file dialog. To open a file dialog, I'm going to define a variable. Here I'm going to type our variable name file path equal to file dialog dot ask save file name, and this method going to ask for the save file name. So inside the round braces, at first we need to provide the default extension. So inside the next line I'm going to type, here I'm going to set the default extension equal to .txt. It's going to automatically append .txt if user doesn't provide an extension. After comma, we need to provide the file types list. So I'm going to type file types inside the square braces, and here I'm going to pass a list of extension. In this list, I pass .txt file and all type of files. Here user can choose between saving as a .txt file or showing all file types. We already learned about all the file dialogs in our previous tutorials, so I'm not going to explain it in details. Next, I'm going to set a if condition. So here I'm going to type if file path exists, then I'm going to set current file. I'm going to define a variable current file equal to file path. After that, I'm going to use with open method. Here I'm going to type with open file path as W mode, means write mode, and we set the encoding UTF-8 as 5. Then I want to write everything in that file. So I'm going to type file.write method text area.get, and whatever we get from the text area, I want to say everything from the text area, we write it in this file. Then also I'm going to change the title. So here I'm going to type, so here I'm going to type root.title, and I use f string, and first I'm going to provide the file path, I mean the file name, then text editor. Basically this function going to open file explorer, and also it open the save as dialog. After that it going to save the text area content into chosen file. Then it going to update title with new file name, and I'm going to save this file. After that, if I run this code in my terminal, let's see what it returned. Now here I'm going to type something, hello world. Then I'm going to save this file. As you know, our file is not exist, so when I press save file command, now it open a file dialog box, save as. Now I'm going to save the file in my current working directory, this project, and I'm going to name it demo.txt. By default, you can select the text file. Otherwise, you can select all file. So I type demo.txt. Also, you can remove the extension. You don't need this extension, just you need to select the file type. If you select all, then you need to pass the extension. But if you select text file, automatically it's going to assign the txt extension. So if I save this file, as you can see in my current working directory, we have a text file demo.txt. And if I open this file, you can see the word, hello world. You can see the content. Now if I add something, hello world, welcome to GUI project. Now if I try to save this file, so I'm going to type save. Then you can see it do not open any file dialog box, because now our file, our demo.txt file already exists. That's why it do not open any file dialog box. And here you can see the exact file path in the title section. So this is the first part of this tutorial. At the second part of this tutorial, we are going to working on open file method. Also, you are going to work on exit app. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next part of this tutorial. So good to see you back, guys. This is the second part of this tutorial. But before we start working on the functions such as open file, I would like to add something in text area. For our text editor, I want to assign good font. So after comma, I'm going to type font area, and our font size is 12. Then also I want to assign scroll bar, because if we have enough content, we need to scroll. So I'm going to create a scroll bar. So I'm going to type scroll bar equal to tk.scroll bar, and we place the scroll bar inside the root window. Then command equal to text area.yview. It's going to add vertical scroll bar. Next, we need to link this scroll bar to this text. For that, I'm going to type text area.configure. Here I'm going to set y scroll bar command equal to scroll bar.set method. Basically, here we set the scroll bar to this text area. After that, we need to pack this scroll bar. So I'm going to type scroll bar.pack method. Side right, and I place the scroll bar right side and fill y axis. And I'm going to save this file. Now let's run the code in our terminal and see is it work properly or not. So I'm going to save this file and run this code in my terminal. And here you can see this scroll bar. And now I'm going to add nearly 500 words of dummy text in this text area. So here I'm going to put some dummy text. After put some dummy text, you can notice the scroll bar. Also you can notice the font style. It's Arial font with 12 pixel size. And I'm going to save this file. And I want to save this file into demo. Demo is already exists. Do you want to replace it? Yes. And I replace the text of the demo file. And if I open my demo file, here you can see total 500. Here you can see total 500 word of paragraph. Without adding this scroll bar, our text editor is completely irrelevant. After kill the terminal, first I'm going to work on exit app function. Inside this function, at first I want to set a if condition. If message box dot, and here I use this message, ask yes no. Then inside the round braces, our window name is exit, and here I ask the user, do you want to exit? Then if user say yes, then I want to destroy the window. For that I'm going to type root dot destroy method, and I'm going to set this file. So after set this file, if I run this code in my terminal, and if I try to close the text editor, then we need to click on file option, then we need to press exit command. After press exit, as you can see, it asks, do you want to exit? If I say yes, then it's going to kill our program. So our exit app function worked perfectly. Now let's work on the last function, which is open file. So at first, inside the open file function, we need to make the current file variable global. After that, I'm going to create a file dialog where I'm going to use ask open file name method. So I'm going to define a variable, and our variable name is file path. File path equal to file dialog dot ask open file name. This time I'm going to use this file dialog method. Then inside the round braces, we need to define the file types. Also, we need to select the default one. So inside the round braces, first I'm going to use the default extension, which is .txt. After that, we use file types. After that, we chose the file types. Text file, otherwise all type of files. Then I'm going to set a if condition. So I'm going to type if file path is exist, if file path, then current file equal to file path. After that, we need to open the file into the read mode. So I'm going to type with open, and I want to open the file path, and I'm going to open the file path in read mode. So I'm going to type R. Then encoding, and I'm going to set the encoding inside the double quotes UTF-8, and I'm going to open the file as file. This is our file pointer. Then inside this open function, from the document, the text document, I want to insert all the document to this text area. For that, I'm going to type text area dot insert method, and I'm going to put from the first character to all the characters in this file. So I use file.read method. Then I'm going to change the title. So here I'm going to set the title, root.title. I use f string, then inside the round braces, the exact file path and text editor. And I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I run this code in my terminal, and now try to open the demo file, so I click on file and I press open. It's going to open the file dialog, open file dialog, and I want to open from my current working directory. I want to open demo.txt file. So I select this document and press open. After press open, you can see the result. Here we successfully open our existing file and create a basic text editor. So in our text editor, we can create new file, we can open new file, we can save as, and we can exit the file. And if I click on new, now you can see it's going to clear all the data from this text area. And if I try to open again, if I open the demo file again, you can see all the text from the demo file. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can create the text editor. At the next part of this tutorial, I'm going to add extra features such as find replace the text, also changing the font, and toggle themes such as dark theme, light theme, etc. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next part. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the another part of this tutorial, and in this tutorial we are going to advance our text editor. So first we are going to start with adding another menu. We are going to add another edit menu. So here I'm going to type a single line comment, and it's for edit menu. Then at first I'm going to create the edit menu. So I type edit menu equal to tk.menu class, and we put it in a menu bar and care of 0. Next, we need to add a command to this menu. For that, I'm going to add this label, edit menu.add command function, and our label is find and replace, and it's going to command this function find replace. So we need to define that function. So copy the function name, and here after that I'm going to define the function def, and our function name is find replace. For now, inside this function, I'm going to type pass to avoid the error, and I'm going to save this file. Next, we need to attach the submenu to the main menu bar. For that, I'm going to type menu bar.add cascade. Our label is edit, and after open the edit menu, we find and replace command, and menu equal to edit menu, and we put it into edit menu. At the same way, I'm going to add another menu. Here I'm going to add view menu. For that, I'm going to type a single line comment. After that, I'm going to create a menu. So I'm going to type view menu equal to tk.menu class menu, and we put it into menu bar. Then I'm going to add a command. Here I'm going to type view menu.add command, and our label is toggle dark and light theme, and it's going to command this function toggle theme. So whenever we click on the view menu, and it's going to show this option, toggle dark and light theme. And if I click on it, it's going to turn our text area dark and light mode. It's going to act like a switch. So we need to define that function also. So I copy the function name, and here I'm going to define the function def, and our function name is toggle theme. And inside it, I'm going to type pass to avoid the error. At the same way, I want to add another menu item for font setting. So here I type view menu dot add command label equal to font setting, and it's going to command this function. So whenever we click on font setting menu item, it's going to open a window, and from here we can define the font size and font style. So I'm going to define that function for change font. So here I'm type def, our function name is change font, and round braces, and inside the function I'm going to type pass, and I'm going to set this file. After that, we need to add the view menu to this menu bar. For that, I'm going to type menu bar dot add cascade label view, and menu equal to view menu, and I'm going to set this file. Basically, in this section, we are going to add some extra features such as find replace, dark light theme toggle, and font setting. Now, before I work on the functions, let's save the file and see how it's look like. So after save the file, if I run this code in my terminal, this is our menu look like. If I click on edit menu, here you can see find and replace submenu. And if I hover my cursor on view, then you can see toggle dark light theme and font setting. So at first I'm going to work on find and replace method. So I'm going to kill this terminal and back to the function find and replace. But before, I'm going to separate it. This section is for extra features, so I type a single line comment extra features functions. Now inside the find replace method, at first I'm going to create a top level wizard. For that, I'm going to define a variable, and our variable name is find window. Find window equal to tk dot top label, and we place this top label inside the root window. Next, I'm going to assign a title to this top label. For that, I'm going to type find window dot title, and our title is find and replace. Also, I'm going to set the geometry. So I'm going to type find window dot geometry, and I'm going to set it inside the double quotes 300 by 150. And next, we need to create total 2 entry field for find entry and replace entry. So here I'm going to type find underscore entry, find entry equal to tk dot entry field, and I'm going to put this entry field inside the find window, and here I'm going to set with 25. Then I'm going to pack this one. So I'm going to type find entry dot pack method pack, and I'm not going to assign any padding to this entry field. Also, I'm going to define a label for this entry field. So here I'm going to type tk.label, and I'm going to put this label into the find window, and our label text is find, and then I pack this label. At the same way, we need to create another entry field for the replace. So at first I'm going to define a label tk.label. Also, I place this label inside the find window, and our label text is replace. Then I pack this label. After that, I'm going to take another entry field, replace.entry, replace underscore entry, tk.entry field, and we put this entry field inside the find window, and we set with 25. And we put this entry field to the find window, and we set with 25. After that, we need to pack this one. So I'm going to type replace entry dot pack method. That's it. Next, I'm going to create a button that's going to execute a function. So I'm going to type tk.button, and we place the button inside the find window, and our button text is replace all. And in this button, I'm going to command this function replace text. So I'm going to define that function. So here I'm going to type def, our function name is replace text, and for now I'm going to type pass to avoid the error, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I run this code in my terminal and click on edit button, and if I click find and replace option, as you can see, it's open a window, a top level window. And inside this window, we have total 2 input field. First, we need to provide the word that we need to find. Then we need to replace the word with the new word. And if I replace all, it's going to replace the word everywhere in our text. Now we need to just create the function that's going to replace the word. For that, let's back to the code and deep dive into the replace text function. Then inside this function, we need to extract the value. We need to extract the value of this entry field, find entry field. So I'm going to define a variable, and our variable name is find text equal to findEntry.get method. After that, at the same way, we need to get the replace entry field value. So here I'm going to type replace text equal to replace entry.get method. Next, we need to get the whole content from the text area. For that, I'm going to define a variable content equal to text area.get method, and here we get everything from the starting to end from this text area. Next, we need to apply the replace method. For that, I'm going to type new content equal to content.replace method. First, we are going to find the text, then we are going to replace with the replace text method. And in this function, we need to pass total 2 value. In our first parameter, we need to pass which value I want to find. So I pass find text. And in our second parameter, we need to pass which value going to replace the old one. So I pass replace text. After that, we need to delete the text area. So I'm going to type text area.delete method, and from here we delete everything. Then we need to show the new content in this text area. For that, we need to type text area.insert method, and I'm going to insert a new content to this text from beginning to end. Now, after save this file, let's jump into the demo.txt file. Here you can see we have this word Epson, and as you can see, we have this word multiple times in our paragraph. Now, I am going to replace this word. I am going to replace this word with word. So let's back to the code editor, and here I am going to save this file and run this code in my terminal. After run this code in my terminal, I am going to open this file. So I'm going to type open, and I'm going to select the demo file, demo.txt. And after open this file, as you can see, here we have the text. And now I'm going to find, so I press find and replace. I'm going to find the Epson word. So I type Epson, and I want to replace it with word. And I'm going to press on replace all button. After this, as you can see, now it replaced with word. You can see the result. Now you can see it replaced spam with word. And I'm going to close this window. After that, I'm going to save this file. If we do not save this file, it's not going to save the changes permanently. So I'm going to click file option and press on save. After save this file, if I back to my demo.txt file, let me show you. Now you can see it replaced Epson with word. And if I on my toggle wrap and select word, now you can see it replaced the word everywhere. You can notice it replaced the word everywhere. Wherever it find Epson in paragraphs, it replaces it with word. So this is the another part of this tutorial. At the next part of this tutorial, we are going to working on toggle theme method. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next part of this tutorial. Hey guys, good to see you back. This is the another part of this tutorial. In our previous part, we work on find and replace function. But in this tutorial, we are going to working on toggle theme. But before I work on this function, I'm going to define a variable. So here at the top, I'm going to define a variable, and our variable name is dark mode. Dark mode, by default, I'm going to make it false. Now let's back to the function, toggle theme. And now I'm going to make the dark mode variable global. So here I'm going to type global dark mode. After that, I'm going to set if condition. So here I'm going to type if dark mode, then inside this if condition, then I want to configure the text area. So I'm going to type text area.config. I'm going to change the background color white and foreground color black. and insert background black. With that, also I am going to change the whole window. So I'm going to type root.config bg color background equal to white. After that, I'm going to make dark mode equal to false. Then in our else block, I'm going to type text area dot config. This time I'm going to set background color black, foreground color white, insert background white, exact opposite of if condition. Then I'm going to configure the root window, so I'm going to type root.config background equal to black. After that, I'm going to set dark mode equal to true, and I'm going to save this file. Now, after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and click on view, and if I click on toggle dark, as you can see, now it shipped to the dark mode theme. Now whatever we type inside it, suppose hello world, you can see it changed the font color. Now it has become white. And again, if I click on this toggle button, then again it has become white. Now it shipped to the light mode theme. Also it changed the font color, it become black again. Now after change the theme, let's work on the fonts. How we can change font style, also the font size. Let me show you. So let's jump into the change font function. First I'm going to remove pass, and here I'm going to define a top level wizard. So we need this top level wizard because when I click on this change font settings, we need a window where I'm going to change the fonts. So I'm going to type font window equal to tk.toplevel, and we place this top level and we place the top level inside the root window. After that, I assign a title to this window, font setting. Then I'm going to set a geometry. So I type font window.geometry 300 by 200. Now I'm going to define a label for this font setting. So I type tk.label, and we place this label inside the top level font window and set label text font family. Then I pack this label. After that I'm going to take a string variable, and I'm going to set a value to this string variable. I want to set a default value. So I type font family var equal to tk.string var, and I set a value Arial. Next, I'm going to take an entry field, and in this entry field, user going to put the font family name. So I'm going to type font family entry equal to tk.entry, and we put this entry field inside the font window, and I'm going to set the text variable, this string var, font family var, and as you can see, by default we select Arial here. After that, I pack this entry field, font family entry.pack method. Then after get the font family name, we need to take another input field for font size. So I'm going to define another label, tk.label, and we put it in a font window, and our text is font size. And then I'm going to take the entry field, and here I'm going to type font size var equal to tk.intvar, and then I'm going to take a variable int var. Next, I'm going to define an integer variable. So I'm going to type font size var equal to tk.intvar, and here we set value font size 12. Then I'm going to take the entry field. For the entry field, I'm going to type font size entry equal to tk.entry, and we place this entry field inside the font window, and our text variable equal to font size var. After that, I pack this font size entry. So I type font size entry.pack method. After that, I'm going to define a button. So here I'm going to type tk.button class inside the round braces. We place the button class inside the font window, and our button text is apply, and it's going to command this method apply font. So we need to define the function apply font. So here inside it, I'm going to type def, our function name is apply font. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to pass nothing. Then inside the function, for now I'm going to type pass, and I'm going to save this file. Now after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and click on view and click font setting, here you can see it open a top level, and by default we set a value, our font family value Arial, and our font size 12. So from here you can change the font family such as Poppins, Roboto, Sans Serif, whatever, and also you can change the font size. After select the font family and font size, if you click on this apply button, it's going to apply the font family and font size to the text. So if I will click on apply, it's not going to work because we do not create the function. So let's work on the function. Now let's back to the function. First we need to get the font family variable. So to type family equal to font family var dot get method. So whatever value we type inside this entry field font family entry, here we store it in this variable using get method. At the same way, I'm going to get the size of this font. So I'm going to type size equal to font size var dot get method. After that, I'm going to use try except block. So I'm going to type try inside the try block. Here inside the try block, I'm going to configure the text area. So I'm going to type text area dot config. So I type text area dot config method, and inside the round braces, here we set the font equal to, first we pass the font family variable, then we pass the size. So whatever value user pass in these entry fields, we pass the value in that function. We use it for this configuration. Then inside this except block, so I'm type except. Inside the except block, here I'm going to type a error message. If user type something wrong, here I'm going to type message box dot show error inside the round braces. Our window name is error, and here I'm going to type invalid font setting, and I'm going to save this file. Now let's save the file and run this code in our terminal. So I'm going to save this file and run this code in my terminal, and at first I'm going to open our demo.txt file. So I click on file menu and open, and I'm going to open demo.txt file. After that, I'm going to change the font style. Here I'm going to apply a cursive font. By default, we use Arial font, but I don't want it. So I'm going to click on font settings, and here instead of using Arial, I'm going to apply Sego script. It's a cursive font. And remember, if the font is not downloaded in your local machine, then it's not going to work. So you should have download the font first, whatever font you want to apply. Then if I apply this font and select the same size and press apply button, you can see it changed the font style. Now you can see in this paragraph, it replaced the Arial font with this cursive font, the beautiful cursive font. And if I want to increase the size, otherwise decrease the size, if I want to decrease it, suppose 8 pixel, then press on apply button. Now you can see it decreased the size of this font. And the same way, if you want to increase it, suppose if I apply 16 and then press apply, you can see the result. Now our simple text editor look professional, also act professional. We can edit, find and replace. Also we can change the theme, and also we can change the font settings. So we can do a lot of stuff. So I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I'm back with a new Tkinter GUI project, and today in this project we are going to create a login and sign up form. And we are going to store the login and the password in a JSON file. Also, we are going to use password hashing method to save the password, so anyone cannot extract the password easily. Now let's talk about its feature. If I talk about its feature, we need to create sign up, create new user and store username and password in a JSON file. Then we need to create the login. Here we need to check credential against the stored data. Then comes validation. We need to validate it to prevent the duplicate username and blank fields, etc. And at last we need to show the feedbacks. We need to show success or error message with message box. Now let's talk about the file setup. First we need to create the Python file. In our case, I'm going to create app.py. Here we are going to type the main Tkinter GUI code. Then we need to create a database file, user.json. And our code going to create this file automatically if it do not exist. So let's start the coding and see how we can create it. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio code editor. At first, I'm going to import Tkinter module. So I'll type import Tkinter as tk. After that, to display the messages, I'm going to import message box from Tkinter. So I'm going to type from Tkinter import message box. And then we need to import JSON module. So I'm going to type import JSON. And after that, I'm going to import OS module. Now let's define the Tkinter GUI. So at first I'm going to type the single line comment. Here we are going to create the Tkinter GUI. At first I'm going to create the root window. So I'm going to type root equal to tk.tk class. Then I'm going to assign title. And here I'm going to assign a title to this window. So I'm going to type root.title inside the round braces, login and sign up from. After that, I'm going to set the geometry of this window. So I'm going to type root.geometry 300 by 250 pixel. Then I'm going to assign a background color to this root window. So I'm going to type root.config method. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to use bg, background color. bg equal to, inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass a color code. Here, I want to apply kind of grayish color. So I'm going to type hashtag F2F2F2, light gray color. Now, let's create the main loop. So here I'm going to type root.mainloop. Then I'm going to create the widgets. We need these widgets to take the entries such as username, password, and we need to create two buttons for login and sign up. So here I'm going to create a label. So I'm going to type tk.label and we place this label inside the root window and our label text is username. And here we set the same background color to this label and I pack this label. Also, I need to take a entry field. To store the entry field, here I'm going to take a variable and our variable name is entry username. Entry username equal to tk.entry and we place this entry field inside the root window and here we set week 25. After that, we need to pack this entry field. To pack this entry field, I'm going to type the variable name entry username dot pack method. At the same way, I'm going to take another entry field for password. So first I create the label, then after create the label, here I'm going to take the entry field and our entry variable name is entry password and we place this entry field in a root window. And instead of showing characters, I want to show the stars. So it's going to convert the character into star. After that, I'm going to pack the entry field, entry password.pack method. Then I'm going to take total two buttons. One button is for sign up and another button is for login. So at first I'm going to create the login button, but before I'm going to start word wrap. And here I'm going to type tk.button and we place the button equal to root window and our button text is login and it's going to command this method login and set width 10 pixel and background color this green color and foreground color the white color and I pack this method pad and also I'm going to add padding at y-axis. Pad y I'm going to assign 10 pixel otherwise 5 pixel. Then I duplicate this button. After duplicate this button is for sign up and it's going to command the sign up function. So I replace login to sign up. After that, I'm going to define the function. First, I'm going to define the sign up function. So I copy the function name and here I'm going to type def. Our function name is sign up and inside this function, I'm going to type pass. For now, I'm going to type pass to avoid the error. Then I'm going to duplicate this function and I'm going to name it login. So I copy the function name login and I'm going to replace sign up with login and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, let's see how our interface look like. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, this is how our sign up and login form look like. First we have the label of username, then we have the entry field of the username, then we have a label of password and we have an entry field of password, then login button and sign up button. So this is the first part of this tutorial and at the same part of this tutorial we are going to working on the functions. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. This is the second part of this tutorial and at that section we are going to create the JSON file. But first I'm going to define a variable and our variable name is user file. User file equal to Here inside the double quotes, I'm going to provide a file path of the JSON file. So inside the double quotes, I'm going to type users.json. As you can see in my current working directory, there is no JSON file. So we need to create that JSON file using if condition. So I'm going to type a single line comment, create file if not exist. Then I'm going to set if condition. If not os.path.exist. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to pass user file. If this user file is not exist in my current working directory, then inside the if condition, I want to open this file. So I'm going to type with open inside the round braces user file, and I want to open this file in W mode. So inside the single quotes, I'm going to type write mode W as file pointer app. Then inside this open function, I'm going to type json.dump method, dump. And inside the round braces, I'm going to pass empty dictionary and then our file pointer f. Using this method json.dump, here we write an empty JSON object in this file. It's going to act as starting database for storing username and password. Now, if I save this file and run this code in my terminal, now you can see in my current working directory, it created a JSON file user.json. It's going to create the JSON file if the file is not exist in my directory. Otherwise, it's not going to create it. Next, I'm going to working on the signup function. So inside the signup function, I'm going to remove the pass keyword, and first I'm going to take the input. I want to say we need to take input from the username, also the password. So here I'm going to define total two variable. For the username, I'm going to type username equal to entry username dot get method. Using the get method, we can get the value from the entry field, and using dot strip and using strip method, we can remove the extra spaces from the end, otherwise from the start. And the same way, I'm going to take another one, password. So I'm going to define another variable, password equal to entry underscore password dot get method. And now we need to check the entry field using if condition. If our entry fields such as username and password is empty, then we are going to show a error message. For that, I'm going to set a if condition. So I'm going to type if not username or not password, then inside this if condition, I want to show this error message. So I'm going to type messagebox.showError, and our window name is error. All fields are recovered. With that, I want to return it. Return. I'm going to pass this return keyword. Here we use return because after display the error message, we need to stop execution. That's why we need to use this return keyword. Next, we need to create a method that's going to load the data from the JSON file. For that, I'm going to define a method. I'm going to define a function, and our function name is def load user. And inside this function, I'm going to type with open. Inside the open method, I'm going to pass the user file path, our JSON file path, and I'm going to open this file in read mode. So inside the double quotes, I'm going to type r as if. Then inside the open file method, I want to return JSON dot load method, load, and I'm going to pass the file pointer 8. Now I'm going to call this load user function inside the signup function. So after return, here I'm going to type users equal to load user. Now I'm going to set another if condition. If username in user, then I want to show an error message. Let me show you. Here I'm going to type messagebox.showError, and we are going to display this error. And I'm going to type, and in our error box we type username already exists. After display this error message, I want to stop execution, so I'm going to pass return. It's going to show this error message if we have the pre-exist username in our JSON file. Suppose I already sign up, I already create my account. with the username of Joyanto. Then if I try to sign up again and fill the same name Joyanto, then it's going to show this error message. Otherwise, we need to add the new username and the password pair into the dictionary. For that, here outside the if block, I'm going to type users, inside the square braces, I'm going to pass the username, and username equal to password, and I'm going to save this file. To save the new username at the JSON file, we need to call a function, and our function name is save user. But we do not define the function, so let's define the function. So here, after load user, I'm going to define another function, and our function name is def save underscore user, and inside the round braces, it's going to take only one parameter, user. Then inside this function, I want to open the JSON file in write mode, so I type with open user file in write mode as file pointer 8. Then I'm going to type json.dump method, json.dump, and I'm going to pass the user value user and the file and the file pointer if, and I'm going to set this file. Now I'm going to use that function save user. So here I call this save user function, save users. Then I'm going to display this success message. So I type messagebox.showInfo, and our window name is success, and here we type account created successfully, and I'm going to save this file. Now after save this file, let's run the code in our terminal and see is it work properly or not. So I'm going to hit the run button, and here I'm going to try to fill a new user. So my username is Joyanto, Jayanta, and I'm going to set the password 12345, simple password, and I'm going to press on sign up button. After press on sign up button, as you can see, account created successfully. It shows the success message, this success message. And if I open my JSON file user.json, name Joyanto and username is Joyanto and password is 12345. And if I try to fill the same name Joyanto and change the password 1234 and try to sign up, now you can see the error message because username already exists. So our code worked very fine. Then I'm going to add another user, add one, and I'm going to set the password 111, and I'm going to press sign up button. It's going to set the username and the password in my JSON file. Here you can see the result. So our sign up function worked properly. Next we need to work on login function, but not in this tutorial. I'm going to do it in the next tutorial. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. This is the another part of this tutorial, and at that section we are going to working on login method, this function. For that, I am going to remove the pass keyword from the login function, and here we need to extract the data from the entry field, username and password. So at first I am going to extract the username and save it to this username variable. So from the entry username we get the value, and at the same way we need to extract the password. So here I'm going to type password equal to entry underscore password dot get method. After get the data from the entry fields, we need to load the user. For that, here I'm going to type loads user equal to load user method, this one. Also we need to set a if condition. So here I will type, here we need to set a if condition to match with the username and the password from the JSON dictionary. So here I will type if username in user, if username in user and users inside the round braces, I'm going to use the username such as if I pass Joyanto, then it's going to match the Joyanto key with this password. So username equal to password, then inside this if condition I want to show a success message. Here I want to show the success message with the username, so I'm going to type messagebox.showInfo. Inside the round braces our window name is success, and here we use f string and print welcome the username. If add1 login, it's going to print add1 name, and if Jayanto login, then it's going to print Jayanto name. Also, in our else block, we need to handle the error message. So I'm going to type else. Then inside the else block, I'm going to type messagebox.showError. Our window name is error, and here I'm going to print invalid user or password. And I'm going to save this file. Now after save this file, let's run the code in our terminal and try to log in. Now, as you can see, in our username field, I'm going to type my name Jayanto, Jayanta, J in capital. After that, I'm going to pass the password. My password is 12345. If the username match with this password and press the login button, now you can see welcome Jayanto. It shows the success message. But if I change the username, so I remove the last character A and try to log in, now you can see invalid username or password. It shows the error message. At the same way, if I type the name of add1, ADWAN, and type the password 1111 and try to log in, now you can see welcome add1. So our login form working perfectly. But we need to update our login form. We need to make it little advanced. It is a basic simple login form. I don't want it. Now, if you notice, if I jump into the user.json file, easily everyone can read the password. So everyone can use this password and log in the system. I don't want it. I want password hashing. We are going to update this system with password hashing using SHA-256. So passwords are not stored in plain text. So whatever we type in password field, anyone cannot read it directly. So let's back to the Python file. But before, I'm going to kill the terminal and back to the app.py file, and here I'm going to import another module. And I'm going to import hashlib. So type import hashlib. It's the inbuilt module from Python. And now we need to create a function that's going to convert the password into hash. So I'm going to type a single line comment function to hash password. And here I'm going to type def hash password, and inside the round braces I'm going to pass the password. Then inside this function I want to return, and I'm going to type hashlib dot, and here I'm going to use SHA-256, and inside the round braces I'm going to pass the password dot encode, and the round braces. After that, I'm going to type dot hex digest method. Password.encode method convert the password string into bytes, because hashlib work in bytes. And hashlib.sha256 create a sha256 hash object from the password byte, and hex digest return the hash as a readable hexadecimal string instead of raw bytes. And I'm going to use this function hash password. So I'm going to copy this function. I'm going to use it when I sign up it. So whenever I sign up it, I'm going to replace this password with the hashlib code. So I'm going to type username equal to this password, hashlib password. This function hash password. It's going to store the password in hash format. Also, I'm going to call the same function hash password whenever I log in. So here, after load the user, I'm going to define a variable called hashed equal to hash password function, and we pass the password, and I'm going to replace password with hashed variable hashed, and I'm going to set this file. Now after set this file, before I run this code, I'm going to jump into the GUI settings. I want to remove this option show, because this time in our input field I want to show my password, and save the file again. After save the file, if I run my code in my terminal and pass the username add1, ADWAN, and I'm going to set password AS12WQ, and I'm trying to press sign up. After press sign up, it's written JSON decode error. I think there is a problem with JSON decoding, so we need to fix that problem. So let's try to fix it. To resolve the problem in that if condition, I'm going to use OR keyword. Here I'm going to use OR operator. OR, and I'm going to set another condition. OR os.path.getSize user file equal to 0. If the file is completely empty, then create that JSON file. Also in our load user method, we need to handle the same error. Here, we need to handle the empty file error. For that, I'm going to type if os.path.getSize user file equal to empty. If the handle file is empty, then I want to return blank object. Return a blank object. And I want to set this file. Also inside the open function, I'm going to use try block. Try. Inside this try block, I want to return, so I cut this portion, and inside the try block, I want to return JSON dot load method loads, and inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the file pointer f. Then in our except block, except here I want to print the JSON decoder error. To handle the corrupt file, I'm to pass JSON.JSON decodec error, and inside it I'm going to return I want to return a empty object, and I'm going to save the file. Also I'm going to do some changes in save user function. Here I'm going to add indent 4, and I'm going to save this file. Now let's see is it work properly or not after save this file. If I run this code in my terminal and try to put anything, suppose add1 is my username, and in our password field I'm going to type qw12as and try to sign up. As you can see, account created successfully. It print account created successfully. And if I show you my JSON file, let me show you my JSON file. Now you can see it said our username add1, but in password it said the hash code. Now if I try to log in, so with the same username and same password, if I try to log in, now you can see it print welcome add1. At the same way, if we add another username such as Arnav and set password QWERT and 12345, this password, and try to sign up, as you can see account created successfully. And for Arnav, it saved this password, this hash code. And if I try to log in with the same password and username, now you can see it print welcome Arnav. It means we can log in the account successfully. And if I use the same username and same password to sign up again, now you can see the warning message. Username already exists. If I change the password, still it's going to show username already exists. So I hope now the concept is clear for you, how we can use password hashing to store the password in byte format. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new project related Python Tkinter GUI development, and today in this project we are going to develop a quiz app. As you can see on your screen, we have a question and we have total 4 options for this question. Then we have a next button. Now if I select one of the option and our question is what is the capital of France? So I'm going to select Paris. After select Paris, I'm going to click on next button. Then it's going to jump into the next question. Which language is used for web apps? It's JavaScript. After that, I'm going to press next button. Then, what is 2 plus 2? I'm going to make a wrong answer. So I'm going to press 22. And if I press next, as you can see, quiz complete. Your score is 2 out of 3. Because in our last question, we take wrong answer. In this example, we use only 3 questions, but you can use as much question you want. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical and see how we can create this one. So as you can see, we are in my Visual Studio Code editor. At first, I'm going to import the modules. At first, I'm going to import Tkinter module. So I type import Tkinter as tk. After that, I'm going to import message box. So type from Tkinter, I want to import message box. Then using tk class, I'm going to create the window. So here I'm going to type root equal to tk dot tk class. Also, I'm going to start the main loop. So type root dot main loop. Now, in this project, I am going to use object-oriented programming. And we are going to execute the file directly. So here we need to use if name equal to main method. So here we need to use if name equal to main condition. So I'm going to type if underscore name equal to underscore main. And we need to move this root inside the indentation level. After that, I'm going to define a class. And our class name is QuizApp. So here I'm going to type class QuizApp, and inside the class I'm going to type pass. Then after using this class, I'm going to create an object. So inside the root window, here I'm going to type a object name app equal to QuizApp, and we put the QuizApp inside the root window. Now we need to work on the QuizApp, but before we need to define the questions for the QuizApp. So here I'm going to use a dataset. Here we are going to use array of dictionary. So let me show you that. So I'm going to define a variable quiz data equal to inside the square braces because it's an array, and each of the array item is a dictionary. So inside the curly braces, I'm going to put the question and the answer. So inside this curly braces in this dictionary, our first key is question, and our question value is what is the capital of France. Then after comma, and our next key is option. For this question, we are going to set the option. So our next key is option. Option and option equal to a array. So inside an array we have dictionary, and inside this dictionary we have another array. And my options are Berlin, Madrid, Paris, and Rome. Then I'm going to define the answer. And we know the answer is Paris. So this is our first set of question. At the same way, I'm going to type the second set of questions. So after comma, I'm going to use the curly braces, and inside the curly braces I set the question. And our question is which language is used for web apps. Options are Python, JavaScript, C++, and Java. And we know the answer, which is JavaScript. And our last question is a simple mathematical question. And my question is, what is 2 plus 2? Options are 3, 4, 22, and 5. We already know the answer is 4. Now, we are going to use this 3 questions for our quiz app. Now, after set the question, we need to work on this class, quiz app. At first, I'm going to create a constructor that's going to run the apps when it starts. So from this class, I'm going to remove the pass keyword, and here I'm going to type init constructor, def init constructor. And inside the run braces, I'm going to pass the object itself and the root window. After that, I'm going to type self dot root equal to the root variable, comma, then I'm going to assign title. To assign the title, we need to type self dot root dot title inside the round braces, and our title name is quiz app. Then I'm going to set the geometry of this app. So here I'm going to type, so again we need to type self dot root dot geometry, and our geometry size is 400 by 300 pixel. Next, we need to define total 2 variables. One is for score and another is for question index. To store this code, here I'm going to define self.score equal to 0. and to store the question, I'm going to type self.qindex equal to 0. Our first variable score going to store how many correct answer the user has, and our second variable track which question is being displayed. Now to display the question, I am going to create a blank label. For that, I'm going to take a variable and our variable name is question label. So I'm type self.question label equal to tk.label class, and we place this label inside the root window, and for now our label text is blank and wrap length 350 and font is Arial and font size is 14. Next I'm going to pack this label. So here I'm going to type self.questionLabel.pack method, and I add some little padding about it, and I add some little padding at y-axis 20 pixels. As you can notice, here we use a parameter wrap length. It's going to wrap the text if it's too long. Next, we need to work on the options. I want to say we need to display these options. For that, I'm going to use radio buttons. So at first, I'm going to define a variable, string var. I want to define a string var to store the selected option. So I'm going to type self.var equal to tk.stringvar, and for now value is blank. After that, I'm going to allow the user to pick one answer. For that, I'm going to type self.radio button. Next, allow the user to pick one answer. We need to define a radio button. So I'm going to define a blank radio button. So I'm going to type self.blank radio buttons equal to empty list. So whatever radio button value user select, it's going to pass the answer to this list. Now I'm going to run a for loop. So I'm going to type for I in range 4, then inside the for loop I'm going to create a radio button. Here I'm going to type a variable name RB, radio button equal to tk.radio button, and we place it in a root window, and our radio button text, for now our radio button text is blank, and variable is self.var, this variable, and also don't have any value, blank value, and we set font Arial and font size 12. After that, I'm going to pack this radio button. To pack this radio button, this blank radio button, I'm going to type rb.pack method, and we anchor it at west side and add little padding at x-axis 50 pixel. Then I'm going to append the values. Now we need to append the radio buttons. For that, I'm going to type self.radio buttons, these variables. Here I use append method and I want to append the radio buttons. Now let's try to understand clearly what we have done here. At first, in our first line, self.var equal to tk.stringvar, it is a special Tkinter variable class that holds text values. Here, it will store the selected options from the radio buttons. And as you can notice, here we set value empty. It means it starts empty if no option selected at the beginning. It means whenever a user click a radio button, the variable automatically updates to that button value. Then I create an empty list. This will store preferences. This will store references to all radio buttons. So later we can update their text and value for each question. Next we create a loop to create 4 radio buttons. That's why we use range 4. Since each quiz question has 4 options, we loop 4 times to create 4 radio buttons. Then we create clickable radio button. And as you can see, for now text is empty. Initially it's empty and we are going to update it later according to the question answer. And variables equal to self.var links all radio buttons together by the same variable. And next parameter value equal to blank. It is a placeholder and we will update it later with option text. After that we pack this button and we shorting the button neck, and next we shorting the button using self.radiobutton.append method. It's going to add the radio buttons in this list. Later when a question loads, we use the list to update text value for each option. Then I'm going to create a next button. So outside the for loop, here I'm going to define a button that going to command a function. So I'm going to type self.next button equal to tk.button class, and we place it in a root window and text equal to next, and it's going to command this function self.next question. So we need to define that function. So here I'm going to type def, and our function name is next question, and we need to pass the object itself. Then inside this function, for now I'm going to type pass. After that, I'm going to pack the next button, this button. So here I'm going to type self.nextButton.pack method, and I'm going to save this file. And to understand it properly, here I'm going to type a single line comment, radio buttons for option, and I'm going to save this file. So this is it for this tutorial. At the next tutorial, we are going to work on the functions. We are going to work on the load function, how we can load the questions, and we are going to work on the next question function, how we can jump into the next question, and also we are going to work on the show result function because we need to show the result after that. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the second part of this tutorial, and at that section we are going to working on next question function, load question, and show result. But before I working on next question function, I'm going to working on load question. So here I'm going to define another function def, and our function name is load question. Then inside this function I'm going to set if condition here. Here I'm going to type if self.question index less than length of quiz data. Then inside this if condition I want to load the current question. So I type q equal to quiz data. Inside the square braces I'm going to pass self.q index, question index. It's going to retrieve the current question. After that, we need to update the question label with question text. For that, I'm going to type self.questionLabel.config, and I'm going to change the question, and I'm going to change the question label. So I type text equal to, and I want to access the question. So from this dictionary, I want to print the exact question. What is the capital of France? Which language is used for web apps? And what is 2 plus 2? So according to the selected question, it's going to print the question. Next we need to clear the previous selection. For that, I'm going to type self.var.set blank. It's going to reset the selection. Then I'm going to use a for loop. We need to run a for loop over question to update the radio button text and values. For that, I'm going to type for I and option in enumerate q question. Then inside this for loop, we need to configure the radio buttons. So I'm going to type self.radiobuttons. I'm going to pass the index, then dot config, and I want to configure their text and value. So I'm going to pass the result option. So whatever we get using this for loop, we pass it here, and using the index we access the question. Then I'm going to type else. Outside the for loop block, I will type else I want to print the result. For result, we do not create any function or do not define any function. So here I'm going to define another function that going to show the result. So here I'm going to define a function def show result. Then inside this function, first I'm going to print a message box. Here we need to show a info message, so I type messagebox.showInfo quiz complete. Then I use the f string your score, and here I want to print the score, so I type self.score slash, and I want to print the length of quiz data. After that, we need to close the window after quiz completion. For that, here I'm going to type self.root destroy, and I'm going to save this file. Then I'm going to call the function show result in our else block. So here I'm going to type self.showResult, and I'm going to save this file. Now let's work on the next question function. At first, we need to select the option. We need to get the selected option. For that, I'm going to define a variable, and our variable name is selected. It already suggests me to do that. So I will type selected equal to self.var.get method. Then I'm going to run an if condition, and I'm going to use the exact same thing. So here we type if selected equal to blank, then I want to show a warning message. Message box dot show warning, I want to pop up a warning window. Please select an option if it is blank. Otherwise, here I'm going to set another if condition. If selected equal to quiz data self dot question index and answer, then inside this if condition I want to increase the score. So I type self dot score plus equal to 1, increment with 1. After that, outside the if condition, I am going to type self dot question index plus equal to 1. I'm going to increment the question index by 1, and I'm going to call another function, and here I'm going to call another function which is load question. So at the next line I'm going to type self dot load question. First, if nothing is selected, then it's going to show a warning. Then if it is correct, it's going to increase the score. After that, it going to increases the question index to go to the next question, and we call the load question function again. And before I save this file and run this code in my terminal, we need to make some correction because we did some silly mistake. We create the function inside the indentation level of this function. So we need to move it out. So one by one, I'm going to move it out of this container to resolve the problem and see is it work properly or not. So I move all the line according to the indentation level, and we save this file again. So after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, let's see is it work properly or not. After run this code, yes, it's load the questions properly. Our first question, what is the capital of France? Paris. So I select Paris, and then I'm going to jump into the next question. After that, which language is used for web apps? JavaScript. So I select JavaScript. Then I'm going to jump into the next question, which is 2 plus 2, it's 4. And if I click next, as you can see, your score is 3 out of 3. So we correct all the question. But what if we rerun this code and make some mistakes? Suppose, which is the capital of France? Rome. I select Rome. Then I'm going to select Python. After that, I'm going to select what is 2 plus 2. I'm going to select 5. Otherwise, I'm going to select this one correct and press on next. Now you can see your score is 1 out of 3. So this is how we can create this quiz app. I hope now it's clear for you. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new project related Tkinter GUI application, and today in this project we are going to build advanced drawing canvas app. So without wasting your time, let me show you the demonstration of what we are going to build today in this project. As you can see on your screen, we have a window. Now, in this window we have a canvas. If I try to draw anything, you can see we can draw it. We can draw any shape with freehand. Just we need to press the mouse button and drag the mouse. If you want to change the brush size, yes you can. If you want to reduce it, just if I make it 1 and try to draw a line, you can see the thickness of this brush. And if you want to increase it, yes also you can. If I make it 10 and try to draw a line, you can see it. So we can draw shape in freehand. Also we can change the brush size. Also if you want to change the brush color, yes you can. From here you can change the color into any color. Suppose if I select green one and try to draw the shape, you can see the result. So our program is allow us to change the color, also allow us to draw freehand. Also if you want to draw line, just click on line button and you can draw any line with any thickness. If you change the brush size, it will reduce the thickness of this line. At the same way, you can draw any rectangle. Also you can draw circle. Also, our program allow you to erase some portion. If you select the erase button and if you move your mouse around it, and if you change the brush size and move your mouse around it, you can see it remove the brush lines. It's act like eraser. Just come clear button. If you want to clear the window at once, just press on clear. It will clear all the window. And at last we have save button. So after draw something, suppose I draw a line and I want to save this image, then you need to press the save button. It will open a window, save as, and from here you can save the file as PNG format, such as if I make it, so if I make our file name demo2 and then save the file, it save the file in that folder, in that particular folder. Also after save the file, it send a successful message, save successful. With that, it show the location of the saved file. So this is what we are going to build today in this project. It is quite advanced canvas drawing because we have controls. We have controls over brush size, we have controls over color, freehand, we can draw lines, we can draw rectangles, circles, we have eraser to erase lines. Also we have clear button to clear the whole field at once, and also we can save the image from the canvas. So this is exactly we built today in this project. So without wasting your time, let's jump into the Visual Studio Code Editor. So finally, I am in my Visual Studio Code Editor. At first, we need to import the important modules such as Tkinter, Color Chooser, File Dialog, Message Box, and Pillow module. So at first, I'm going to type import Tkinter as TK. After that, from Tkinter, I'm going to import Color Chooser, File Dialog Box, and Message Box. So here, I'm going to type from Tkinter, import Color Chooser, File Dialog, and Message Box. After that, to capture the full screenshot, from Pillow module, I am going to import Image Grab. So here, I'm going to type from PIL, import Image Grab. After import the necessary module, I am going to create the main window. At first, I am going to create a object using TK class, and our object name is root. Then, I am going to add a title to this TK class. Here I am going to type root.title advanced drawing canvas. Then, I am going to set the geometry. So, I am going to type root.geometry 900 by 650 pixel. This is our window size. Next, I'm going to set a background color to our whole window. So I'm going to type root.config background this light gray color. Then I'm going to run the application using Mainloop. So here I'm going to type root.mainloop and I'm going to set this file. So here we create our basic simple window. Also we define the geometry 900 by 650 pixel. After create the main window, we need to set up the UI. So here I'm going to type a single line comment UI setup, and I'm going to define a canvas. First, I'm going to define a canvas. So here I'm going to type our variable name canvas equal to tk.canvas, and we place the canvas inside the root window. And our canvas background color is pure white, and we define width 850 and height 500. And then I use this border, raised border style, and I use border width 2 pixel. Then we need to pack this canvas. So here I'm going to type canvas.pack method, and from the x-axis and y-axis here we assign 10 pixel padding. After that, in this canvas I'm going to assign some mouse binding events such as button 1 motion, button release, etc. So here I'm going to type a single line comment binding events, and first I'm going to type canvas dot bind method bind. Then inside the round braces, here inside the double quotes I'm going to type our first binding event button 1, and it's going to trigger a function, and our function name is start underscore draw. Start draw. And as you know, here we do not define the function, so we need to create the function. So here I'm type a single line comment functions, and after that, and here I'm going to define the start draw function. So I'm type def, and our function name is start underscore draw. And as you know, it's an event based function, so I'm going to pass the event. And for now, inside this function, here I'm going to type pass. That's it. Next, I'm going to use another mouse binding. So I'm going to type canvas.bind. This time our event tag is b1 motion. As you know, it's referred to mouse event that trigger when the user move the mouse while holding down the left button. I want to say button 1. So if I click on button 1 and start moving my cursor inside the canvas area, it's going to draw according to the mouse position. And you know that button 1 stands for left click. Again, we need to define that function draw in our function section. So here I'm going to type def, our function name is draw. Also it is an event based function, so I'm going to type event. Then inside the function, for now I'm going to type pass. That's it. Our next action is for button release. So I'm going to type canvas.bind button release 1. Canvas.bind button release 1. It means if I release my left click in our canvas, then it's going to stop drawing. So we need to define stop draw function. So I copy the function name and again I'm going to type def. Our function name is stop draw. It's an event based function, so I'm going to pass event, and here I'm going to type pass inside it, and I'm going to save this file. So these are the main and important mouse binding that we need to draw the line, otherwise any shape in our canvas. Now let's save the file and run the code in our terminal and see how it's look like. For now it's look like that. We have a canvas area where we are going to draw our shapes, our lines, whatever. Then we have a space. In that space I am going to put all the necessary buttons such as color chooser button, freehand button, line, rectangle, circle, cursor, circle, eraser, clear and save button. With that we need a set a slider to select the brush size. Basically we are going to create a toolbar first. For that I am going to take a frame for the toolbar. So let's back to the code, and here I am going to define a frame. Here I am going to define toolbar frame. So first I am going to create the toolbar equal to toolbar.frame method, toolbar equal to tk.frame class, and we place the frame inside the root window, and we set background color, this background color exactly to the window background. Then we need to pack this toolbar. So here I'm going to type toolbar.pack method. We fill this toolbar at x-axis and we add some padding at y-axis. Then one by one I'm going to create buttons for this toolbar, which I'm going to put inside this toolbar. So I'm going to type the single line comment, and here I'm going to type tk.button class, and inside the round braces I'm going to place the button inside the toolbar, and for now I'm going to say button text equal to, our first text is for choosing the color. So here I'm going to type, so this button is for color, so here I'm going to type color with this icon. And for now I'm not going to use the command keyword because we are going to do that when step by step I'm going to create the functions. So for now I'm not going to use the command parameter. So comma, I'm going to set the background, bg background, and I'm going to set background inside the double quotes this color, this light blue color. Then I'm going to set foreground for fg, so type fg. For foreground I'm going to use white, so inside the double quotes I'm going to type white color. After that comma, the next option I'm going to use width. I'm going to define width, button width 10. Then I'm going to pack this button. So here I will type dot pack method, pack inside the round braces. First I'm going to define the side. I'm going to place it in left side, left, and I'm going to add some padding at x-axis. That's it. And I'm going to save this file. So here I create only one button. At the same way, we need to create multiple buttons for multiple toolbar option. So I'm going to duplicate this section, and our next button is for freehand style. So here I'm going to change the button text and the logo, and I'm going to set it freehand. Then I'm going to change the background color of this button. Then I'm going to change the background color. So here I'm going to replace the color with this color code, this grayish color. And I don't need this foreground, so I'm going to remove this one. At the same way, I add another button for line to draw the line. If I select this button, it's going to allow us to draw straight line. And if we select freehand, then it's going to allow us to draw anything. We can draw straight line, curve, whatever. Then I create another button for rectangle. It's going to allow us to draw rectangle shape. After that, I create another button for circle. Next, we create a button for eraser. If we select that button, then we are able to remove anything which we draw in our canvas. After that, I create another button for clear. If I press that button, it's going to clean the whole canvas area in a single click. And to save the drawing file, I'm going to create the last button for save. So here I define another button for save with save icon. So here we define total 8 buttons for color, for freehand, for line, for rectangle, for circle, for eraser, clear and save. And we align all the button at left side. As you can see, when I pack this button, we define the side equal to left. It's going to align the button to the left side of the toolbar. Now let's save the file and run this code in our terminal. So after save this file, if I run this code in our terminal, now you can notice we have the buttons. We have color button, we have freehand button, line, rectangle, circle, eraser, clear and save. Then after that, we need to create a slider. We need to create a slider to set the brush size. So we can define the brush size. If you want thick brush, then you can slide up the slider and set your own brush size. But I'm not going to do that in this tutorial. It's already become too long, so I'm going to do it at the next tutorial. So thank you very much. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the second part of this tutorial, and at that section we are going to create a slider. And I'm going to add this slider bottom of this window. We are going to create that slider for define the brush size. So first I'm going to type a single line comment, brush size scale, and to create this slider, we are going to take a frame. So here I'm going to type size frame equal to tk frame class, and we place it in a root window, and the background color is light gray. After that I'm going to pack this size frame. Next I'm going to take a label, and I'm going to define the text. tk.label, and I place this label inside this frame, and our label text is brush size. Now let's define the slider after that. So here I will type brush underscore slider. Brush slider equal to tk dot scale class. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to pass the size frame. At first I'm going to put this slider into the size frame. Size frame, then after comma, in our from parameter, from underscore, I'm going to set it 1. So it's going to start it from 1. And then I'm going to expand up to, in our 2 parameter, I'm going to set it 20. Next we need to define the orientation, and I want horizontal slider. Also I'm going to define the length of this slider. So I'm going to type length 200. For now I'm not going to set the command, because one by one I'm going to define that function later. In that section I just try to focus on UI design. After that I'm going to set a value to our slider, and our default value is 3. So I type brush slider dot set, and inside the round braces, inside the set method, I pass 3 value. So our brush default size is 3. Then we need to pack this slider. So here I will type brush slider dot pack method, and I place it at left side. Also I define some padding at x-axis 10 pixel, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, let's run the code in our terminal and see how our UI design look like. So after run this code in our terminal, now you can see this is how our buttons, our frame and our slider look like. Now I'm going to define some global variables, and these are all important global variables. So at the top, before the function section, here I'm going to define some global variables. So I type a single line comment global variables. At first I'm going to define the default pen color, and I'm going to set it black. So I type pen color equal to black. After that I'm going to define the brush size. So I type brush size equal to 3. Brush size define line stroke width, and by default I want to select the current tool freehand, so we can draw any shape using our mouse. So I'm going to type current tool equal to freehand. After that I'm going to define two other variables at once, x-axis and y-axis. I want to say start x and start y. So I have to set start x and start y equal to none and none. I set both the value none because this variable going to remember where our mouse was pressed. Next I'm going to define another global variable, which is shape preview. Shape preview equal to none. This variable temporarily stored the preview shape while dragging. So while we drag our cursor in our frame, then it's going to remember the shape temporarily. So this is it for this tutorial. At the next tutorial we are going to working on the functions. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Good to see you back, guys. This is another part of this tutorial, and at that section we are going to focusing on the functions, the basic function that allow us to draw in our canvas. As you can see here, I apply some bind method in our canvas, such as button 1, then button 1 motion, and button release 1. At first we need to work on this method, start draw. It called the function when the mouse button is pressed on the canvas. So if I click on this canvas, it's going to execute a function, and our function name is start draw. Also it's going to record the starting coordinates for the drawing. So in this function, first I'm going to use global keyword, global, and I'm going to make these two variable global, start x and start y. By default I set the value none, and here I'm going to make it global variable. Next we need to assign the exact cursor position value we get from this bind method. I want to say event x and event y. So here I will type start x, comma, start y equal to, here I will type event x and event y. So using global keyword we override this variable value with the x and y, event x and event y value. But before I start working on the drawing function, the draw function, I need to work on set tool, color chooser and change brush size function. At first I'm going to working on set tool function. By default, as you can see here, I use current tool freehand, but we need to create a function that going to allow us to switch between any tools such as freehand, rectangle, circle, eraser, whatever. So here I will define another function, and I will type def set tool. Then inside this function I'm going to global the current tool variable, current tool, and then I set current tool equal to tool. So whatever value we pass in that function, it's going to set as current tool. Suppose in our buttons, I want to set these buttons. Here I call set tool function and set the tool according to the button. For clear, I want to set clear. For eraser, I want to set eraser, etc. So according to the button, set tool function going to set the tools. Now I'm going to call the set tool function in our buttons. So let's jump into the button. And for the freehand, such as for the freehand button, I want to call freehand. So here I'm going to use lambda one-liner function. And as you know, to call this function in that button, we need to use command parameter. So after define the text, here I'm going to type command equal to, and I'm going to use one-liner function lambda, because we need to set argument with that function. That's why I'm going to use lambda function. So type lambda, and I want to call set tool function, set tool, this one. Then inside the curly braces, inside the double quotes, I'm going to type freehand. So I copy the text freehand and I'm going to paste it here. And I'm going to do the same thing for the line. So here I copy the command and I paste it here. Then I'm going to replace freehand with line. Then I do the same thing for the rectangle, also for the circle, and for the eraser also. So in our 5 button, freehand, line, rectangle, circle and eraser, we use setTool function. So whatever value we pass in that function, it's going to set it current tool. As you know, by default our current tool is freehand. So if user press this button, the line button, then it's going to set the value, current tool value, line. Now we are going to work on the draw event. As you know, this function is called whenever the mouse moves while the left button is held down. Because in our event we use B1 motion. And as you know, our event gives us info about the current position of our mouse, such as x-axis and y-axis of our cursor. Now, inside this function, we need to make our important variables global, such as start x, start y and shape preview. We make this variable global. And now I'm going to set a if condition in this function, in this draw function. So here I'm going to type if current tool in freehand and eraser, means if one of the condition is true, then inside this if condition, by default, as you know, we select freehand and we need to make this one small letter free and also line in small letter line. Otherwise it's going to throw an error because for other arguments we use small letter. That's why I use a small letter for this two variable. So if our current tool in freehand, otherwise eraser, then inside this if condition, first I'm going to set the color. I'm going to set color white. Inside the double quotes, I set the color. Now you might have question, why I use white color? Because I already set default color black. Then why I use white? As you can see, here I set a condition if our current tool in freehand, otherwise eraser. If it is an eraser, then we need to remove the line. We need to remove our drawing. For that we need white color pen. Because our canvas background color is white, eraser color submerged with that. That's why I set the color white. And with that, if current tool equal to eraser, if current tool equal to eraser, else pen color. This though going to define if current tool is eraser, then use white color, else use pen color. And as you know, by default we set the pen color black. By default it's going to draw the shapes in black color. Next we need to use canvas.createLine function to create the line. So at the next line I'm going to type canvas.createLine underscore line. CreateLine is the inbuilt method from the Tkinter. Then inside the round braces, first we need to define the start x position. Then we need to define start y position, then event x and event y position. So here I type start x, comma, then start y. After that, we need to pass event x and event y. Event dot x and event dot y coordinates. Our first two value is for x1 and y1 position, and our second two value is for x2 and y2 position of our cursor. After that, I am going to set the fill color. So type fill equal to color. Then I am going to set width of the brush. So type width, and here I am going to use brush size value. Brush size, this one. And as you know, by default we set brush size 3. After that, after comma, we need to set the cap style. So type cap style tk dot round. Now the question is, why I use cap style tk dot round? Because it make the end of the line smooth and round. Also, I am going to make smooth equal to true. It's going to allow us to draw smooth line. It's going to allow to make curved line smoother. Now, each of the time we move the mouse, a small line connect the previous and new mouse position. Visually, it forming a continuous stroke. After that, also we need to update the coordinates. So I type start x and start y equal to event x and event y. Why we need to update it? Because here we update the previous position for the next segment. So the next line continues smoothly. And I'm going to save this file. Now, after save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, here you can see our canvas area. I'm not going to select any button because if I select any button, if I press any button, it's going to change the condition. Then freehand become something else, such as line, rectangle, otherwise circle. So I'm not going to press any button. I am going to start drawing in our canvas area. If I press my mouse at this canvas area and start drawing, you can see the lines. We successfully draw the lines. Also, after release my mouse, it stopped drawing. As you know, by default we set our pen color black. But if I press eraser button, so I'm going to press the eraser button, now it set our pen color white. So if I try to remove this line, so if I drag my mouse over it, you can see now the line, now it draw with white color. That's why our line submerge with the background color. Now it give us a erasing effect because our background color is white. So for now, this is it for this tutorial. At the next part of this tutorial, we are going to learn how we can change the pen color. Also, we are going to learn how we can activate our clear button to clear the image. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello and welcome back to the another lecture on this project. And today in this lecture, we are going to working on color function. And we are going to learn how we can change the color of our pencil. Also, we are going to learn how we can change the brush size. So we are going to working on total two function, choose color function and change brush size function. So let's add a command to this button. So here in our color button, I'm going to add a command and our command name is choose color. And as you know, we do not define this function in our function section. So I'm going to copy the function name choose color and I'm going to create that function. So after set the tool, I'm going to create that function at that section. So I'll type def and our function name is choose color and I will set the round braces. Then inside this function, for now I'm going to type pass. Also I'm going to define another function to change the brush size. So I'm going to type def and our function name is change brush size. And inside the round braces, I'm going to pass a variable for that, val. And inside the function for now, I'm going to type pass. Now, we need to command that function in our scale. So, copy the function name and here, command equal to, so I'm going to type command equal to change brush size. I call that function. And I'm going to save this file. Now, first I'm going to working on color function, choose color function. So, let's back to the choose color function. In that function, we are going to open a color selection dialog and it's going to allow the user to choose a drawing color. Basically, we are going to change the pen color with the help of color chooser dialog box. So, first I'm going to global a variable, global and I'm going to global pen color variable because we are going to use that. And by default, as you know, our pen color is black. Then I'm going to set the color. Color equal to, here I'm going to open a color chooser dialog box. So type color chooser dot ask color. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to set the title of this dialog box. Title, and I'm going to use the exact same title that our program suggests. Title equal to choose pen color. Then I'm going to set an if condition. If color inside the square braces 1, then inside this if condition, I'm going to set the pen color. Then I'm going to set pen color equal to color inside the square braces 1. Now the question is what I basically done here. First we global this variable pen color, then we open a color chooser dialog box. Then I set a if condition. If color inside the square braces I use 1, I use index number 1. If we use index number 0, then it's going to represent RGB color. And if we use index number 1, then it's going to represent hexa color value. As you can see, here I open a inbuilt color chooser from Tkinter and it return a tuple, and in that tuple we have total 2 value, a RGB color value and hexa color value, and here I access hexa color value. So if I choose hexa color value, then I want to set the same hexa color value to as our pen color. So this is what I do here. Now let's save the file and run this code in my terminal. But before I save this code, I think I did some mistake here because it's showing me some warning. Yes, I think yes. I forgot to provide a comma between these two parameters. This is our problem. So after save this file, if I back to my function section, choose color and save this file again and run this code in my terminal. Now if I draw a line, as you can see by default our pen color is black. Now if I click on this button, color button, it open a color chooser dialog box, and from here I want to select green color and I press OK. Now if I draw a line, as you can notice, now it's draw the line with green color. If I change the color, if I turn into red and then save this file and try to draw this line, you can see the result. Now we are able to draw line in different colors. Next we are going to working on this function. We are going to define the brush size. By default we set brush size 3, but I want to increase the brush size, otherwise decrease the brush size. So let's back to the code. So I'm going to kill that terminal and back to the code, and I'm going to start working on this function, change brush size. As you can see, here we define a function that take a single argument val, and in that function we need to update the brush size whenever the slider is moved. And as you know, in our command we call that function. So whenever our slider move, Tkinter automatically send the value, slider value to this val variable. We don't need to do anything for that. So we have the slider value. Now according to the slider value, we are going to build the function. So at first we need to move the pass keyword and we need to make our brush size global. So I'm type global and brush size. Next I'm going to set the brush size equal to, I'm going to run int function int, and inside the round braces I'm going to pass the val variable, the val argument, val. That's it. And I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and back to the canvas and draw a line with black color, now I want to increase the brush stroke size. So I'm going to increase the slider, I'm going to make it 6. Now if I draw a line, now you can notice the line stroke. It's much more thicker than previous one. Now if I make it 10, now it's thicker than that. At the same way, if I reduce the value, if I make it 1, just 1, and then draw a line, you can notice the result. Now it much more thicker than default size, because now our brush stroke is 1. At the same way, if I increase it to the high level 20 and then draw a line, you can see the result. So this is how we can change the brush stroke size and the brush color. So this is it for this tutorial. At the next part of this tutorial, we are going to learn how can we draw a straight line, rectangle and circle. And at the last part of this tutorial, we are going to learn how we can clear the canvas area. Also, we are going to learn how we can save our drawing with the help of save button. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next chapter. Hello guys, good to see you back. This is the another part of this tutorial, and in this tutorial we are going to working on shapes such as circle, rectangle, line, etc. As you can see in our buttons, here I use lambda function, one-liner function, and we set the variable line, rectangle and circle. So whenever we press that button, the particular button such as line, then it's going to select the line and it's going to pass in the setTool function line variable. Now according to the variable such as line, rectangle, otherwise circle, we need to draw the shapes. For that we need to go and jump into the draw function, and here we need to set the else if condition. Let me show you how. If current tool in line, rectangle, otherwise circle, then inside the ellipse condition, here I am going to set another condition. So type if shape preview, then inside the if condition I am going to set canvas.delete method delete, and I want to delete the shape preview. At first it's going to check if the user select a shape tool between line, rectangle and circle, then in that case it's going to delete the old preview shape. So in our if condition here I said if shape preview, then inside this if condition we delete the old preview shape. Then I'm going to set another if condition if current tool equal to line, then inside this if condition here I'm going to type shape preview. Now shape preview become canvas.createLine function. So we are going to create a line. Here first we define the starting point, start x and start y, then we define the current mouse position, event x and event y. After that we use the pen color, the current pen color we select, and here we define the line with exact brush size. Then else if current tool equal to rectangle, then inside the else if block here we need to type shape preview. Now shape preview become canvas.create rectangle function, and we need to define the starting position of the rectangle, also we need to define the end position of the rectangle. Then for outline we use the pen color, and for the rectangle width and for the rectangle stroke width we use the brush size. And we need to do the same thing for the circle. Else if current tool equal to circle, then inside the ellipse condition shape preview equal to canvas.create oval. Using canvas.create oval we can create circles, and here we define the starting position and the end position of our oval, and outline is pen color, and for the stroke we use the exact brush size. Here we create this block for the shape. It's going to show the preview while we dragging. Now let's save the file and run this code in my terminal and see is it work properly or not. So after run this code in my terminal, I'm going to select line, the line tool. After select the line, if I try to draw a line from this point to this point, yes, it draw the line, but there is a problem. When I release my mouse and try to draw another line, it remove the first line. It is also happen for rectangle also. Let me show you. So if I try to draw a rectangle and it draw the rectangle successfully, but when I release my mouse and try to draw another rectangle, it remove the previous one. And also it do the same thing for this circle. If I draw another shape, it remove the previous one. Basically it give the real-time shape preview, but it does not save the shape permanently. That's the problem. To resolve that problem, we need to work on this function. Let me show you. Stop draw. We already create that function. It's an event-based function. So when we release our cursor, when we release our right click, it's going to stop drawing and finalize the shape of the drawing. So here in this function, I'm going to remove the pass keyword and I'm going to global the shape preview variable. So type global shape preview. Then I'm going to set an if condition. If current tool inside the round braces line, rectangle and circle, then inside this if condition, I want to type, I'm going to call a method draw. Draw inside the round braces, I will pass the event. It's going to finalize the shape. Then shape preview become none. That's it, and I'm going to set this file. The stop drawing function is called when the user releases the mouse button, and its job is finalize the shape, rectangle, line and circle shape. As you know, when we dragging the mouse, we show a preview shape, but the preview shape is not the final shape, and the preview shape get deleted on every movement. So this function going to final the shape. At first, in this function, we access the shape preview using global variable. So it stores the ID in the current visible preview shape. We need to restate, otherwise remove it after the drawing the final shape. Then we use if condition. If current tool in line, rectangle and circle. We only finalize shapes when the user is using shape tool. Remember, freehand and eraser do not need any finalization. Their lines are already drawn permanently during dragging. Then inside it we call the draw function. And as you know, in that function we permanently save the shape. And then again we reset the preview variable. Shape preview equal to none. And now after set this file, if I run this code in my terminal and try to draw a rectangle, let me show you. Here I draw a rectangle and I'm going to draw another rectangle. Now you can notice it do not delete our previous preview. Now it permanently save the shape. Here I draw some circles and now I'm going to draw a line. Now if I change the brush size, and according to the brush size, it's going to draw the line stroke. Similar for the circle. Now you can notice, now our circle stroke is thicker than previous one. And same for the rectangle. So at the next part of this tutorial, we are going to working on clear and save. How we can clear this window after hit this button. Also we are going to learn how we can save the image permanently using save button. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with another chapter related to our project, and in that section we are going to learn how we can clear our window after drawing something in our window, and we are going to learn how we can save our drawing with the help of save button. So after drawing something in our canvas, if we press clear button, I want to clear that window. So let's start it and see how we can do that. So I'm back to my code, and here I'm going to define another function, and our function name is clear canvas. So I'm type def clear canvas inside the function. Here I'm going to type canvas dot delete all method. Canvas dot delete method. Delete. Inside the round braces and inside the double quotes, I'm going to pass all. This function completely clears everything drawn on the Tkinter canvas. Basically, all is a special tag in canvas. And when we use delete, it removes every item on the canvas such as line, shape, images, text, anything drawn or add to our canvas. Then I'm going to type a single line comment. This function is used for clear all drawings, and I'm going to save this file and run this code in my terminal. After run this code in my terminal, if I draw something in my canvas and press on clear button, it's not working. And now after define that function, we need to call that function. We need to call that function to this particular button, to the clear button. So this is our clear button, and after the text, here I'm going to define the command parameter. Command equal to clear canvas function. And I'm going to save this file again. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal and draw something in our canvas such as line, rectangle, circle, freehand, whatever. Then if I press on clear button, as you can see, it cleared the canvas area. In one click it cleared everything. So our button worked very fine. After that we need to work on save button. So whatever we draw in that area, we need to save that as PNG. So let's back to the code and start coding. So here I'm going to define a new function. So here I'm going to type def, and our function name is save canvas. Then inside this function I want to use try and except block. Try inside the try block. Inside the try block we need to get the position on the canvas. First we need to get canvas position on the screen. I want to say the exact canvas position. So at first we need to extract the starting x-axis and starting y-axis. Then we need to extract the ending x-axis and ending y-axis. So our starting x point is x equal to root dot window info underscore root x. Concatenate with canvas dot win info x. Then inside this try block, first we need to extract the x position of our canvas and y position of our canvas. After that, we need to extract the width of this canvas and height of this canvas. To extract the x position of this canvas, I'm going to define a variable called x. X equal to, here I'm type root dot win info root x. Round braces. Now what win info root x does? It returns the x position of Tkinter window on the screen. Then I want to concatenate with, I'm going to concatenate with canvas dot window info win info x. Now what does it return? It is the x position of the canvas inside the window, and adding both the value give you the canvas actual position on the screen. At the same way we need to extract the y position. So the next line I'm going to type y equal to root dot window info root y and I add with canvas window info y. It's going to provide the actual position of our canvas at y-axis. Then after that we need to calculate the right side x coordinate. I want to say canvas width. So here I will type x1. I'm going to define a variable called x1 equal to x plus canvas dot info width function. This function return the width of this canvas, and if I concatenate with the x position, it's going to give us the actual width of this canvas area. I want to say adding it with x give the bottom right x coordinate. Suppose this is our canvas, and here we need to take this canvas screenshot. So our canvas start from this point, this point, and its end at that point. So first we need x-axis and y-axis position of this point, and then we need x-axis and y-axis position of that point. So x1 represent the x position of that point. At the same way we need to extract the y position of that point. For that I will type y1 equal to y plus canvas dot info win info underscore height. This function will provide the height of this canvas, and if we add with y-axis, then it return the position of the canvas bottom right y coordinate. Now we have the coordinates and we need to save that image. For that, file underscore path equal to, and here I am going to open a file dialog box. So type file dialog dot ask save file name, and I'm going to provide the default extension. So I'm type default extension, and I want to save the file in PNG format .png. After that, after comma, we need to provide the file types. File types equal to, inside the square braces we need to define the file types. So inside the round braces, basically I want to show only the PNG files. So type PNG files. Then after comma, Then after comma, we need to define the extension again. It could be any name before it starts. So I'm type star dot png. It's mean if there is other file, other png file in that folder, it's going to show all the png files from this folder. Basically, this variable going to ask the user where to save the image. First, it asks user for file name. Then ensure default extension is png. After that, it's going to filter the files and show only the png images in that window. Next, inside this try block, I'm going to set an if condition. So here I'm going to type if file path, then inside this if condition, grab image grab dot grab method, grab. So if there is a file name, then inside this if condition, I'm going to grab a image from the canvas. So I use image grab method, then inside the round braces, then after that dot crop method, grab dot crop. And here we need to pass the x and starting point and the end point of our screen, from where we want to take the screenshot. So inside the round braces, x comma y comma x1 comma y1, and I want to save that file. So type dot save, and inside the round braces file path, and I'm going to save this file. So if there is a file path, it's going to take this screenshot. Then it's going to take this screenshot and set that in that particular file path. After that, I want to show a success message. So I'm going to type this success message box dot show info saved successfully, and inside the f string I'm going to pass canvas saved as this particular file path. Then exception as e, and I want to show an error message. Message box dot show error save error, string equal to the exact error message. So if there is an error to save this file, it's going to show an error message in that message box, this error feed, and I'm going to save this file. Now after save this file, let's run the code in our terminal, and I'm going to save this file. And after save this file, I'm going to call that function save canvas in that particular button. So type command. So this is our save button. So here I'm going to type command equal to our function name save canvas, and I'm going to save this file after comma. So after save this file, if I run this code in our terminal and try to draw anything, if I change the color, if I make it kind of red, and then draw another line, if I draw some circle, rectangle, line, again freehand, then press on save button, as you can see it open a file dialog, and I want to save that file in document folder, this one. And as you can see by default, save as type is png file, and I want to name it demo underscore 1 demo1.png. So if I click on save button, and after save that file, here you can see a successful message, save successful, canvas saved as at that location, demo1. Now if I open the folder, let me show you. So if I open that folder, here you can notice the image demo1 demo underscore 1. This is the png image we create from this canvas. So I hope now the concept is clear for you, how we can draw freehand, how we can draw lines, how we can draw rectangles, circles, how we can remove using eraser, how we can change color of our pen, it could be any color, how we can clear that window, and how we can save that file. And also we learn how we can change the brush size. So this project is a very good project to understand the concept of drawing application. So I hope now it's clear for you. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with a new project, and today in this project we are going to build this GUI application, we are going to build a BMI calculator. BMI stands for Body Mass Index, a number that estimates your body fat based on your height and weight. It's going to tell you, according to your weight, you are healthy or not. So if I pass my height, my height is 170 centimeter and my weight is 73 kilogram. Then if I press on this button, calculate BMI, as you can see it's written I am overweight. My BMI value is 25.26. So I need to work on my health. So today we are going to build that. So let's start the practical and see how we can create that. It's a very simple GUI application. So finally I am in my Visual Studio code editor. At first I am going to import the Tkinter module. So I'm going to type import Tkinter as TK. After that I am going to import another module. We need to import message box. So I type from Tkinter import message box. Then I'm going to create the main window, title and geometry. Here I create the main window root and set a title BMI Calculator and geometry 300 by 250 pixel. After that I'm going to run the main loop. So here I'm going to type root dot main loop and it create our basic simple window. At first we need to get the height input from the user. So I define a single line comment and here I'm going to take height input. At first I'm going to define a label for this height. So I'm going to define a variable label height equal to tk.label class and we place it in a root window and our label text is enter height in centimeter. Then we need to pack this label. So I'm going to type label height dot pack method. Then inside the round braces I'm going to add some padding. Pad y 5 pixel. Then I'm going to take an entry field. For that I'm going to define another variable entry height. Entry height equal to tk.entry and we place it in a root window. Then we need to pack this variable. So I'm going to type entry height dot pack method and I'm going to add some padding. Pad at y-axis 5 pixel. After get the height, also we need to take the weight of this person. For that I'm going to define another single line comment weight input. First we need to create the label. So I'm going to define a variable label weight equal to tk.label class and we place it in a root window and our label text is enter weight and we need to provide a weight in kgs, mean kilogram. Then we need to pack this label weight variable. Label weight dot pack method pad y5 and then we need to take a input field and our input field name is entry weight. So I type entry weight equal to tk.entry and we place this entry field inside the root window. Also we need to pack this entry field. So I type entry weight dot pack method and I'm going to add some padding. Pad at y-axis 5 pixel and I'm going to set this file. Next we need to create a button that going to execute the command, which going to execute a function that going to calculate the BMI value. So here I'm going to type button calculate btn underscore calculate and button calculate equal to tk.button and we place this button in a root window and our button text is calculate BMI and here in command option we call this function calculate BMI. Now we need to define that function. But before I'm going to pack this button. So I type button calculate dot pack method pack and I'm going to add little padding. Pad y I'm going to add 10 pixel padding and I'm going to set this file. And now I'm going to define that function. So copy the function name calculate BMI and here I'm going to type def and our function name is calculate BMI. And inside this function I'm going to type pass and I'm going to set this file. Also we need to define a label that going to show the result. For that I'm going to type a single line comment result label and here I'm going to type and here I'm going to create a label result equal to tk.label and for now our label text is empty blank and here we select font Arial and 12 pixel and apply bold font. Then I'm going to pack this label. So I type label result.pack and pad y 10 pixel. That's it. And I'm going to save this file. Now we need to work on the function. But before we work on the function, that function calculate BMI, we need to understand the formula, BMI formula. BMI stands for body mass index, and its formula is we need to divide weight, our body weight, divided by body height square. Suppose my body weight is 80 kg, 80 kilogram, and my height is 171 centimeter, otherwise 170 centimeter. Then we need to divide our body weight 80 kilo by 170 into 170. I want to say 170 square. Then it's going to give you the result of body mass index. So let's apply the formula and get the result. So I'm going to remove pass keyword, and instead of pass I'm going to use try block, try, try. Then inside this try block, at first we need to get the height from the entry value. Also we need to get the weight from the entry field. To get the height, inside the try block I'm going to type a variable name height equal to entry height dot get method. Using that we can get the value from this entry field, and then we convert it into a floating value, because in our height we can pass floating value also. At the same way I extract the weight. So I'm going to type weight equal to entry weight dot get method, and we convert it into floating number. After that, inside the try block here I'm going to use if condition. If height less than equal to 0 or weight, as you can see it's already suggests me to do that, weight less than equal to 0. In that case, in this if condition I want to print a error message. Here I'm going to type message box dot show error message, invalid input, height and weight must be positive numbers. So if you pass any negative numbers, otherwise 0, then it's going to show this error message. Also I'm going to turn on word wrap. Now to print the error message we need to stop the execution because we pass invalid numbers. So to stop the execution of this function calculate BMI, I'm going to type return keyword. Then outside this if condition we need to apply the BMI formula. So I'm going to define a variable BMI equal to, we need to divide weight divided by, inside the round braces, here I'm going to convert centimeter into meter. For that I'm going to type height divided by 100. It's going to convert the centimeter into meter. Then I want to square it. I want to square the height. So I'm going to type *2. This formula going to return the BMI value. So using this formula we extract the BMI. Then according to the BMI value, we need to categorize the overweight, underweight and normal weight, everything. So I'm going to use if condition. If BMI less than 18.5, then inside this if condition I'm going to define a variable category, and category equal to underweight. Then elif 18.5 less than equal to BMI and less than 24.9, then inside this elif condition here I'm going to set the category normal weight. Else if 25 less than BMI, 25 less than equal to BMI value and less than 29.9, then inside the elif condition here I'm going to set category overweight. Else inside the else block I'm going to set the category obvious. Also we need to handle the except part. Try. Also we need to handle the error. So here I'm going to type except value errors. Then inside the except block here I'm going to print a error message. So I'm going to type message box dot show error, invalid input. Please enter valid number for height and weight. and I'm going to save this file. After that, we need to configure this label result. Here we need to display the result, the actual result. For that, inside this block, I'm going to type label result dot config method config. Then inside the round braces, and inside the round braces here, I'm going to configure the text parameter text, and I'm going to use fstring. Then inside the double quotes, first I'm going to type BMI. I want to print the BMI value of my body. Here inside the curly braces, I'm going to pass the BMI variable BMI, and I want to print only 2 digit after decimal point. So I'm going to type colon dot 2f. After that I want to print the category. So here I'm going to type inside the curly braces category variable. That's it. And I'm going to save this file. Now let's run the code in our terminal, and I'm going to hit the run button. And here first I'm going to define my height. I am 170 centimeter and my weight is 73 kilogram. And if I press on calculate BMI, my BMI value is 25.26. I am overweight, so I need to reduce my weight, and it's necessary. So I hope now it's clear for you how we can create the BMI calculator. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for our next project. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again, I am back with a new project related Tkinter GUI application, and today we are going to build this GUI application. And in that GUI application, we are going to convert text into speech. We are going to create a text to speech converter. If I type something such as hello world and then click this speak button,
Hello world.
as you can listen, it speak hello world, and you can select multiple voice. Suppose by default it select male voice, but if you want to select female voice, yes you can. And then if you press this button,
Hello world.
hello world. Also you can control the speech rate. If you want to increase the speed of the voice, let me show you. If I slide up this rate slider and then press the speak button,
Hello world.
now you can notice it speak the word very fast.
Hello world.
At the same way, if I decrease it and then again we press the speak button,
Hello world.
it reduces the speech rate. At the same way, you can control the volume. We can increase it, otherwise decrease it. Not only that, also you can save the text as audio. Just you need to press save as audio button. It's going to open a new save as window. Then you can select the file extension. You can save as the file as mp3 file, also WAV file. So I'm going to select mp3 and then you need to put the file name and you need to press the save button and it will save the voice. After that we have exit button. If I press on it, it's going to exit the window. So this is what we are going to build today in this project. So without wasting your time, let's start the practical. So finally, we are in my Visual Studio Code Editor. And as you can see, I already created a Python file app.py. Now, at first, we need to import the important modules. At first, we need to import Tkinter. So I'm going to type import Tkinter as tk. Now after import the Tkinter module, we need to import message box and file dialog from Tkinter. Also we need to import ttk. So here I'm going to type from Tkinter import ttk, message box and file dialog at once. After that we need to install a module. We need to install a module called PyTT-SX3. But before I import this module, we need to install it. So I'm going to open my Windows PowerShell. And here I'm going to type pip install PyTT-SX3. Then just hit enter. After hit enter, as you can see, requirement already satisfied because I already downloaded this module in my system. But you need to complete the download process. Now the question is what we can do with that. In simple word, using this module, we can convert our text into speech. Also, it provides some controls such as voice selection. You can select a male voice, female voice. Also, you can control the speed of the voice. Also, you can control the volume, and you can set the speech into MP3, etc. And now I'm going to import this module in that file. So I'm type import pyttsx3. It is a Python text-to-speech TTS module that's allow your Python programs to convert text into spoken audio, and it's work offline. It doesn't require any internet connection to convert it into a speech. Also, it supports multiple voices, speed and volume control. And now, after import the important modules, we need to create the UI layout for our application. So at first, I'm going to create a root object using Tk class. After that, I'm going to assign a title. Here I'm going to type root.title speech text-to-speech converter. Then I'm going to assign geometry. So here I'm going to type root.geometry 600 by 500 pixel. After that, root.resizable false and false. So we cannot extend the width and height of this application. And at last, I'm going to create the main loop, root.mainloop, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, this is our layout size. And if I try to extend it, we cannot extend or otherwise decrease the size of this window, because here I make root.resizable false and false. That's why we cannot extend it at x-axis and also y-axis. Now let's back to the code. And now at first, I want to assign a title to our application. So for that, I'm going to define a label. So here I define a variable title underscore label equal to ttk.label. But before I pack this label, you can notice instead of tk, we use ttk.label. Now, what is the meaning of that? We already learned in our previous tutorials why we use TTK. TTK stands for Themed Tkinter Wizard. It is an upgraded wizard system inside Tkinter that provides modern theme wizards, better styling option, more consistent appearance across platform, and many more. So I'm not going to deep dive into that. After that, I'm going to pack this title level dot pack method. Now after define the title, I'm going to define the text area where we are going to put the text. So I'm going to define a variable called text underscore area. After that, I pack this text area, and I place both the wizard in root window. After that, I'm going to define a frame. I'm going to define a frame for options such as voice selector, rate slider, and volume slider. So to define the frame, I'm going to declare a variable, and our variable name is option frame. Option frame equal to ttk.frame wizard, ttk.frame class, and we place this frame inside the root window, and after that we pack this frame. Now after define the frame, let's save the file and run the code and see what we create. After run this code in our terminal, this is what we create. First, we assign a title text-to-speech converter. After that, we define a text area where we are going to put the text. Then we define a option frame. At that frame, we are going to put all the option sliders, all the options such as voice selector, so user can select male otherwise female voice. Then rate selector slider, user can select the rate, and volume slider, etc. So let's back to the code and start putting this option. Now at first I'm going to create a voice selector. For that, I'm going to use ttk.label. At first I'm going to define the label, and I'm going to put the label inside the option frame. Then our label text is text. Here I'm going to type voice. Then using the grid method, I'm going to place this label. So to type grid, then inside the round braces, I'm going to place it at row number row 0, comma, column also 0, and then I'm going to add some padding on it. So comma, pad at x-axis, pad at y-axis, and here I want to add some padding of 5 pixel, 5. After that, I'm going to define a variable, and our variable name is voice variable. This variable going to store a string variable. I want to say it going to store the male voice, otherwise female voice. So whatever value user select from the combo box, from the option, it going to store it. So I'm going to define the variable voice underscore var. Voice var equal to tk dot string var, and by default I want to use male voice. So I said value equal to male. So whenever we run our application, it's going to select the male voice. After that, we need to create that option, that combo box. So here I will type voice underscore menu. Voice menu equal to ttk dot combo box. Then inside the round braces, I'm going to place this combo box in this option frame, and our text variable is text variable equal to, I'm going to assign voice var. Voice, so I copy this variable and I'm going to put it here. And then we need to pass the values, and we need to pass the value in a list. So I'm type values inside the square braces, I'm going to put the values. So here I'm going to type inside the double quotes male. After that, our second value is inside the double quotes female. That's it. With that, also I'm going to define the state of this combi box. State read only. After that, after define the combi box, I'm going to pack this one using grid method. I want to put it at column number 1, row number 0. So using that voice selector, user can select a male voice, otherwise female voice. Now after create the voice selector, we need to create the rate slider. Let me show you how. So here I will define a comment rate slider, and here at first I'm going to define a label. So I'm going to type ttk.label, and we put this label into option frame and text equal to rate. Then I pack this one at row number 0, at row number 1 and column number 0. Also we assign some padding at x-axis and y-axis. Then I'm going to define a variable, and our variable name is rate underscore var. Rate var equal to tk.int variable, and we set the value 150. So by default our speech rate is 150. So whatever value we select in our slider scale, it's going to store the value in that variable. After that, I'm going to define that slider. So our variable name is rate underscore slider. Rate slider equal to ttk dot scale class, and we create the scale inside the option frame. And I want to start the scale value from 50 and we expand up to 300. And our scale orientation is horizontal, not vertical. And variable equal to rate var. So after select the value in this scale, it's going to store the variable value. It's going to store the value in that variable rate var. After that, I'm going to place this rate slider using grid method. So I type rate underscore slider dot grid, and we place it in our row number 1 and column number 1. Also I define some padding at x-axis, and I'm going to save this file. After save this file, if I run this code in my terminal, let me show you. Now you can notice at first we have the combi box. Here we can select male, otherwise female voice. So whatever value we select, it's going to store the value in a variable. Then we have a rate slider. By default we set rate slider value 150. So we can decrease it, otherwise increase it. After create the rate slider, also we need to create another slider for volume. Let me show you how. So let's back to the code, and here I'm going to define the volume slider. So at first I'm going to create a label for this volume slider. So I'm going to type ttk.label, and we put that label inside the option frame, and our label text is volume, and we place it at row number 2 and column number 0. also padding this label. Next, we need to define a variable to store the volume value. So I define that variable called volume_var equal to tk.int_var, and by default we set value 100. And next I am going to create the volume slider. Volume slider equal to ttk.scale, and we place this slider inside the option frame, and our value start from 10 and we can expand up to 100. And our slider orientation is horizontal, and variable equal to volume var. Now you can notice here we use full volume value 100, and then I'm going to place this volume slider. So here we type volume slider.grid method. I want to place it at row number 2 and column number 1, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I run this code in my terminal, this is how it's look like. At first we have the label text to speech converter, then we have text area, then we have combo box to select the male and female voice, we have speech rate and volume. So this is what we create first part of this tutorial, and the second part of this tutorial we are going to working on the buttons and the functions such as speak function. So whenever we press the button, it speak the audio. So this is it for this tutorial. Thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next part of this tutorial. Hello guys, good to see you back. Once again I am back with another part of our project, and at that section we are going to create the buttons such as speak button, save button and exit button. At first we are going to working on speak button, so we need to create that button at that position. So let's back to the code and start creating the button. Now to create the buttons, I'm going to define a frame to store the buttons. So here I'm going to type our variable name button frame equal to ttk frame, and we place this frame inside the root window, not the option frame. So here we create a separate frame and we place this frame in a root window, and then I pack this frame. So at first I'm going to create a button for speak function. So I'm type speak underscore button. Speak button equal to ttk dot button, and we place this button inside this button frame and text equal to speak. Also I'm going to use command option. So after comma I'm type command equal to, here I'm going to call speak test function, and as you know we do not define that function, so we need to define that function. So here I copy the function name and I'm going to define that function def, and our function name is speak test, and inside that function for now I'm going to type pass keyword, and I will set this file. Now let's back to the code and pack this button. So here I type, now let's pack the button using grid method. So I type speak button dot grid, and we place this button at row number 0 and column number 0. Now before I create the other buttons, let's work on the speak function. We need to make it workable. For that, let's jump into the function and inside this function. But before I work on this function, let's run the code again in my terminal, and our next step is we need to get the text. We need to get the text from the text area, and we need to store it in a variable. So to get the text from the text area, here I'm going to remove pass keyword and I'm going to type a variable name text equal to text underscore area dot get method. And as you know, using this method 1.0 comma to tk.end, we can get all the text from the text area, because here we define from the starting position to end position of our text. And using strip method, we remove leading, trending, white spaces. After that, I'm going to set an if condition. So here I'm going to type if not text, then inside this if condition, I'm going to show a warning message. So I type message box dot show warning input error. Please enter some text to convert to speech, and then I return it. Next, I'm going to type engine equal to pyttsx3.init function. Here we initialize the engine to this variable, engine variable. After that, we need to set the voices. So to set the voice, we are going to use this property, this variable engine, and from engine we are going to access the voice. So I'm going to define a variable voices. Voices equal to engine.get property, and I want to get the voices. So here I access the voices. Now this voice variable come with total 2 value, male otherwise female. Now after that we need to get the voice. We need to get the voice from the user entry. So for that, if I scroll down a little bit, as you can see here we create a option, and from this option we have combo box, and from this combo box we can select a male otherwise female value, and we store the value in that variable voice var, and from the voice var we need to get the value. So here I'm going to type selected voice equal to voice var dot get. So whatever value user selects, such as user can select male otherwise female voice, so it's going to get the voice and store it in that variable selected voice. Then I'm going to set a if condition. So here we type if selected voice equal to male, then inside this if condition I'm going to type engine dot set property method. Engine dot set property, and here I'm going to set voice property, and I'm going to pass voice ID 0. It is for male. 0 stands for male, and dot ID. Here we select the first available voice in voices list. This method typically picks the default male voice on many systems, but it may vary by OS. Just you need to remember that it selects the system voice that provided by OS. Then in our else block, so I will type else inside the else block I'm going to type engine dot set property voice, and from here we are going to access the second voice. So I pass index number 1. It's going to select the second voice, and it's a female voice. After that we are going to set the rate of the voice. I want to say the speed of the voice. For that, here I'm going to type engine dot set property, and I want to set rate, and we are going to extract the rate value from the rate var variable. So I type rate var dot get method. So whatever value user select in rate slider, we are going to get the method and set the rate. At the same way we are going to access the volume. So I'm going to type engine dot set property volume, and here we type volume dot get, and after get the volume I'm going to divide it by 100. Now the question is why I divided the slider value with 100. In our volume slider value we have value between 0 to 100, and if I divided the value with 100, then it's going to give us range between 0.0 to 1.0, and we are going to use that value as a volume from 0 to 1.0. That's why I divided with 100. Now after done all of this thing, here I'm going to run a function engine.say function. So I'm going to type engine.say, and I want to pass the text we get from the text area. And to start the processing and speak the audio synchronously, here I'm going to run another function run and wait. So I type engine.run and wait method. Now after complete the processing and speak the audio, we need to run another function engine.stop function, stop, and I'm going to save this file. After that I'm going to save the file and run this code in my terminal and see is it work properly or not. So after run this code in my terminal, here you can see this speak button. Now inside the text area I'm going to put some dummy text. So here I'm going to type a dummy paragraph, and after that I'm going to speak the paragraph using speak function. By default, as you know, it select male voice. Also by default speech rate is 150. It is the default, and volume 100%. So if I press the button speak button, let me show you is it work properly or not.
Lorem ipsum is simply dummy text of the printing and typesetting industry. Lorem ipsum has been the industry's standard dummy text ever since the 1500s.
So it's worked very fine. It's clearly convert the text into voice. Now if I select the female voice and also press the button, let me show you.
Lorem ipsum is simply dummy text of the printing and typesetting industry. Lorem ipsum has been the industry's standard dummy text ever since the 1500s.
So you can select different voices and it's worked very fine. But if I increase the speech rate, if I increase the slider value and then press on the speak function again.
Lorem ipsum is simply dummy text of the printing and typesetting industry. Lorem ipsum has been the industry's standard dummy text ever since the 1500s.
Now you can listen, it speak the voice very fast because we increase the speech rate. But if I decrease it and then again click on speak function.
Lorem ipsum is simply dummy text of the printing and typesetting industry. Lorem ipsum has been the industry's standard dummy text ever since the 1500s.
You can clearly listen that it reduces the speed of the voice. It's feel like old lady talking to me. So our button and program is work as we expected. At the next part of this tutorial, we are going to working on save audio. Now, whenever we press the button, it's going to convert the text into a audio form. And we are going to do that at the next chapter of this tutorial. So thanks for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next chapter of this tutorial. This is the another part of our tutorial, and at that section we are going to working on save button. We are going to create a button that going to save the text into audio format. Audio formats such as MP3, WAV, etc. So let's start the coding. At first I am going to create the button. So after create the speak button, I'm going to create another button. Our button variable name is save underscore button. Save button equal to ttk dot button. Then I'm going to put the button inside the button frame. Button frame, and our button text is text equal to inside the double quotes save as audio. After that I'm going to set the command. So for command type command, and here I'm going to call a function, and our function name is save audio underscore audio. Then after comma, then after that I'm going to pack this save button. So type save button dot grid method, and we place the button at column number 1 and row number 0. And I'm going to save this file. But before I save this file, we need to define the function name save audio. So I copy the function name and back to the function section, and here I'm going to define the function name def save audio. For now I'm going to type pass inside it, and I'm going to set this file. After set this file, if I run this code in my terminal, here you can see the button save as audio. Now we need to make our function workable, but before I'm going to capitalize is save as audio. That's good. Now let's back to the function and start creating the function. Now inside this function I'm going to remove the pass keyword, and at first I'm going to grab the text from the text area and store it into a variable. So I type text equal to text area variable dot get method, and we get all the text from the text area. Then I'm going to set a if condition. Let me show you. So here I'm going to type if not text, then inside this if condition I want to display a warning message. Message box dot show warning input error. Please enter some text to convert to speech, and I'm going to return this message. Then inside this function and outside the if condition, I'm going to I want to open a file dialog box. For that, I'm going to define a variable file path. File path equal to file dialog dot ask save file, and our default extension is .mp3. Then I'm going to define the file types. To define the file types, I'm going to using a list, and inside the round braces comma, I'm going to create a variable called file types, and inside this file types I provide the file types in a tuple such as mp3 files, .mp3 extension and .wav extension. Also, I'm going to turn on the word wrap to see the complete code. It's going to open a save dialog and user need to select a file name and the location of the file. And as default extension, it suggests mp3 file format. With that, also I set a filter to show only two type of file format at that folder, such as mp3 file and wav file format. Now we need to set a if condition. So inside it, here I'm going to type if file path, then inside this if condition, here I'm going to initialize the engine. So type engine equal to pytt sx3 dot init function. Then I'm going to access the voices. So I store it in a voice variable and engine dot get property voices. After that, we need to get voice from the user drop down menu. Now after access the voices, we need to get the value from the user. Here I'm going to run another if condition. If selected voice equal to inside the double quotes male, then inside this if condition, here I'm going to type engine dot set property voices, and I want to set the first index. And as you know, for the male voice, we need to access the first index from the voices. Else inside the else block, engine dot set property, and this time I want to access index number 1. It will provide the female voice. After that, outside the block, here we need to set the engine speech rate. So here I'm going to type engine dot set property. We are going to get the speech value from the speech slider. It's going to control the speed of our voice. At the same way, we are going to get the volume, what user select in the slider section. We know the process because we do it earlier. After that, we need to type another line of code. This time, we need to save the file. For that, we need to run a function called engine.save-to-file. So I'm going to type engine.save-to-file, and here we need to provide the text. The exact text we get from the text area. Then we need to provide the file path. So as you can see, we already select the file path at that section and store it in that variable, so I provide the variable name. Then we need to run this function engine.run and wait. It's going to start the event loop. After that, also we need to stop the engine. So I'm going to type engine.stop function. Then I want to show a info message, a success message. For that, I'm going to type message box dot show info. I want to send this success message, and inside the f string I provide audio saved successfully at that file location. Now after that, I'm going to set this file and run this code in my terminal. Let me show you how is it work properly or not. Is it save the audio file in our folder or not? So to run this code in my terminal, first I'm going to provide a dummy text, and I'm going to provide the lorem ipsum dummy text. First I'm going to press the speak function. Is it work properly or not?
Lorem ipsum is simply dummy text of the printing and typesetting industry. Lorem ipsum has been the industry's standard dummy text ever since the 1500s.
So our speak function work as well as. Now if I press the save as audio button, let me show you, it open a file dialog box and it asks to saving location, and I want to save it at music folder. Now I'm going to name it demo. And I want to save that file in mp3 format, not WAV. So it already suggests me to do that because I said the default format is mp3. So if I press the save button, and as you can see, it shows the success message. Audio saved successfully at that location. So if I open my music folder, let me show you. As you can see, we have a file named demo. Now let's play the file in my desktop.
Lorem ipsum is simply dummy text of the printing and typesetting industry. Lorem ipsum has been the industry's standard dummy text ever since the 1500s.
So as you can listen, it's worked pretty fine. It saved the audio file successfully. It converted our text into audio format. So you can save the file in male voice, female voice. You can control the speech rate. You can control the volume and save the file as you need. Now after that, let's create another button to destroy the whole window. For that, I'm going to define another button. Let me show you. So after the save button, here I'm going to define another button. And our button name is exit button. So I'm going to type exit underscore button and I place that button into button frame. And our button text is exit. And here we command root.destroy function. So it's going to destroy the whole window. It's going to destroy the whole root, the loop. Then we need to place that button. Exit button.grid method, I want to place it at row number 0 and column number 2. After I save that file, if I run my code in my terminal, here you can notice the exit button. If I press the button, you can notice it instantly kill the window. So we successfully create our GUI application to convert text into speech. So thank you very much for your attention. See you soon with the next project.